Section 1 of the Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ross Klatte, June 3rd, 2K16, Roebuck, South Carolina. The Mentor 1 by Various. Volume 4, Number 3, Serial 103, March 15th, 1916. The War of 1812 by Albert Bushnell Hart. Two introductory poems. Heroes of the Fleet. Perry. September the 10th, full well I ween, in 1813, the weather mild, the sky serene, commanded by bold Perry. Our saucy fleet at anchor lay, in safety moored at Put in Bay, twixt sunrise and the break of day. The British fleet we chanced to meet, our admiral thought he would them greet with a welcome on Lake Erie. Old Song. Lawrence. Let shouts of victory for laurels won give place to grief for Lawrence, valor's son. The warrior who was e'er his country's pride has for that country bravely, nobly died. Lines published in June 1813. The War of 1812 by Albert Bushnell Hart, Professor of Government, Harvard University. Department of History, March 15, 1916. Our defeat of Great Britain in the Revolutionary War was conclusive, though we, in that case, included France, without whose aid the Patriots must have been defeated. It is not so easy to discover a fund of military glory in the War of 1812. That was a great war year. Within a few days of the declaration of war by the United States against Great Britain, Napoleon's grand army of over 400,000 men crossed the Niemen into Russia. 6 months later, 4,000 of that host recrossed, pursued by the Russians, and probably not more than 100,000 of the whole number ever saw their homes again. In 1813, while the Americans were fighting on the ocean and on Lake Erie, Napoleon was driven out of Germany. A few weeks before the Battle of Lundy's Lane, Napoleon was compelled to abdicate. Soon after the news of the Peace of Ghent with Great Britain was received in the United States in 1815, Napoleon broke loose from Elba, and a few months later he was again a prisoner and sent to St. Helena. To most of Europe, the American War of 1812 seemed an unwarrantable flank attack in the great running fight of the nations. Russia and Prussia resented it that American statesmen should throw the weight of their country on the side of the great military despot of his time. They wanted none of the military and naval strength of Great Britain to be diverted across the ocean. The suggestion was even made in Congress that the United States ought to declare war at the same moment on both France and England. That idea has been carried out by Captain Marryat in his once popular novel Midshipman Easy, where he describes a triangular duel between 3 sailors. But nations could hardly engage in such a game. The Elephant and the Whale. Nevertheless, Congress found some difficulty in selecting the enemy to fight, for the conditions were remarkably like those of the year 1915. People used to talk then about the war between the elephant and the whale, the elephant being the land army of Napoleon, which apparently nothing could withstand, and the whale being the navy of Great Britain, which had command of the sea. That struggle reached a crisis in 1806, when the two belligerents, not being able to reach and hammer each other, did their best to hammer the neutral carrying trade, which was carried on largely in American ships. By orders in council. Great Britain declared the whole French coast blockaded from Brest to the Elbe, just as in 1915 the same power declared the whole North Sea coast to be blockaded. By decrees, France declared the whole British islands to be in a state of blockade, exactly as Germany recently declared those coasts to be a naval zone. The consequence was that the French captured 600 American merchantmen in the next 9 years, and the British took 900. In this long controversy, the French were the wiliest, the British were the most arrogant. The United States would have been justified in war against either of these powers on the basis of their disregard of our right to keep up neutral trade with both belligerents. The Battle of Lundy's Lane. In this battle, which took place on July 25, 1814, and lasted from sunset to midnight, the Americans under General Jacob Brown were left in possession of the field, but were unable to carry away the heavy artillery which they had captured. At that time the United States found it hard to provide a remedy. The most obvious method was to refuse to trade with either of the nations. Accordingly, an embargo was laid by Congress in 1807, by which no cargoes of any kind were allowed to leave American ports bound to a foreign destination. The embargo very nearly brought England to terms, but the United States had not patience to wait for its results. The shipping trade was paralyzed, and the farmers and planters could not export their surplus. In view of these losses, Congress, after 14 months' experience, repealed the embargo. Causes of the war. Since neither France nor Great Britain would accept the opportunity to make a friend of the United States, the captures went on, and England added the impressment of American seamen from American merchant vessels. The idea that a subject of the British Empire could change his allegiance and become the citizen of another nation seemed to England a dangerous novelty. Still, if the great sea power had been willing to pay a little more wages to her men of warsmen, she could have filled her ships by enlistment. If she had been content to press men from her own merchant ships, she would not have aroused the antipathy of the Americans. To save a few £100,000, and to assert a right to claim Englishmen who had become American citizens, Great Britain gave unpardonable offense to the little United States. When the war broke out, more than 5,000 Americans had been at one time or another impressed, and 2,000 or 3,000 were actually serving on board British men of war till the hostilities began. Then, having been originally seized without reason, they were made prisoners of war. At the Battle of Chippewa on July 5, 1814, Colonel Miller with 300 men captured a height, the key to the British position. It was a desperate and courageous exploit. Considering the eventual result of the war, it is striking that the United States government placed little dependence on its navy, but expected to carry on a brilliant land campaign. Canada was to be conquered, and then, as Henry Clay put it, they could negotiate a peace at Quebec or Halifax. This was not a new thought. In the Revolutionary War, Canada was invaded by Montgomery and Arnold, and all but annexed to the new United States. How could Canada resist? Its population in 1812 was about 50,000. That of the United States was nearly 8 million. During the 9 years from 1803 to 1812, the United States had tried every means short of war, and the vigorous young war hawks, headed by Henry Clay of Kentucky and John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, were tired of accepting what they felt to be a standing offense to their nation. The Land War. In accordance with the plan of invasion, several armies of 2,000 or 3,000 men were pushed to the Canadian frontier, but in the very first fight the tables were turned, and Detroit was captured by the British. It took more than a year and 20,000 men to push back the British into Canada. 5 different American commanders were ignominiously headed or defeated in attempting to invade Canada across the Niagara River or the St. Lawrence River. Except for Harrison's little victory at the Battle of the Thames, and for the drawn Battle of Lundy's Lane, the Canadian campaigns were all humiliating defeats. On September 12, 1814, General Ross, in command of the British force advancing on Baltimore, was shot as he rode at the head of his troops by 2 American troopers concealed in a hollow. Baltimore was defended bravely, and the British were repulsed. This disagreeable chapter in our military history was due to the fact that the government had made no sufficient preparation of men or materials, and was obliged to rely upon untrained volunteer militia. These were men of personal courage and intelligence, and under such commanders as Jacob Brown and Andrew Jackson, they showed that they had the instincts of soldiers. Nevertheless, they were poorly drilled and equipped. In one campaign they stopped short when they reached the Canadian line because they said they were not constitutionally bound to fight except for the defense of their own country. The result was that, starting with a regular army of only 7,000, which finally included about 50,000 men, 400,000 additional recruits were raised during the war. The total number of Canadians and British troops engaged in the war was not over 20,000. The Americans lost 30,000 men, and when the war was over the United States was not in possession of 1 foot of Canadian territory, while the British were occupying about half of the present state of Maine. This heartbreaking result ought not to be charged to the soldiers so much as to the administration. John Armstrong, Secretary of War, allowed the British to land 5,000 men on the Chesapeake and to march 50 miles overland to Washington. Within a distance of 2 days' land travel from that city lived nearly 100,000 able-bodied men, most of them accustomed to handle a gun. Yet the British force was allowed to capture Washington, to burn the public buildings, and to retire to its fleet almost without losing a man. Till James Monroe became Secretary of War, the whole administration was slack and incompetent. War at Sea. A proof that the defeats of the War of 1812 were not due to lack of fiber among the American people as a whole was the brilliant success of the operations on the high seas. Jefferson and Madison both thought the Navy would do more harm than good. The British had twice seized the little navy of the Danes, and it seemed as though our ships would only be a whet to the appetite of the British naval giant. Against our 18 ships of war, of which only 6 were sizable frigates, the British could oppose 170 large ships and 700 others. They had the prestige of 100 years of naval supremacy. They had driven the French and Spanish ships of war from the sea. Therefore, it was a joy to the nation when 7 weeks after the outbreak of the war, the frigate Constitution captured the Guerrière and later the Java. Then the United States captured the Macedonian, the Frolic took the Wasp, the Essex, the first American ship of war to appear in the Pacific, captured numbers of British whalers there. In 13 duels, 1 ship on each side, the Americans won 11 victories. Gradually the fleet was worn down. The Chesapeake was taken by the Shannon. The President and the Adams were captured, and at the end of the war there was not a public ship on the ocean flying the flag of the United States. However, the Navy in 2 unexpected directions won new laurels. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry defeated the British fleet at the Battle of Put-in Bay, and sent his ever memorable dispatch, quote, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours. 2 ships, 2 brigs, 1 schooner, and 1 sloop." Unquote. On Lake Champlain, Commodore Macdonough beat the British, while Macomb with his military withstood and repelled the British attack at Plattsburgh. When the cruisers were driven off the sea, the privateers continued the naval war. At that time a merchantman could be turned into a capable fighting ship by adding strengthening timbers and providing the necessary guns. Such a ship, when commissioned as a privateer by the United States government, could capture the enemy's merchantmen and on occasion fight small cruisers. For instance, the brig Yankee, 160 tons burden, 18 guns, 120 men, captured 29 prizes, one of which sold for more than $500,000. The money was divided equally between the owners and the men on board. The privateers together captured about 2,000 British vessels, though over 1,500 American vessels were captured by the English. The whole British nation felt the shock of this unexpected naval resistance, and it was the pressure of the shippers and shipowners of England which caused that power to make favorable terms of peace. For 100 years, experts have been trying to find out just why the United States was so successful in the naval war. The British newspapers of the day tried to prove that it was because they called a vessel a frigate when it was really bigger and stronger than the British frigate. That did not affect the captain of the Guerrière when he accepted battle with the Constitution. He evidently thought that he had size and power enough to capture his adversary. The Americans appear to have had heavier guns, better training in handling the guns, better marksmanship, to have been quicker and smarter. It was the privateers that were in the long run most effective. The London Times complained toward the end of 1814 that, quote, "there are privateers off this harbour which plunder every vessel coming in or going out, notwithstanding we have 3 line of battle, 6 frigates, and 4 sloops here." Unquote. The Morning Chronicle complained that a great part of the coast of Ireland had, quote, "been for above a month under the unresisted dominion of a few petty fly-by-nights from the blockaded ports of the United States, a grievance equally intolerable and disgraceful." Unquote. The Annual Register thought it a mortifying reflection that, notwithstanding a navy of 1,000 ships, quote, "it was not safe for a vessel to sail without convoy from one part of the English or Irish Channel to another." Unquote. In March 1915, a British squadron captured the German frigate Dresden in the neutral Chilean waters of the island of Juan Fernandez. A similar episode occurred in 1814, when the United States ship Essex was cornered and destroyed by 2 British vessels in the harbour of Valparaiso. The American privateer General Armstrong was also cut out and destroyed by the British under the guns of the Portuguese fort at Fayal in the Azores. Effect on the Americans. On the face of it, there was not much cause for congratulation in a war in which the United States trebled its national debt and lost 30,000 men and 1,500 merchant ships without gaining any territory and without securing any promise at the end of the war that the disturbance of neutral trade and the impressment of American seamen would not begin again. Another group of troubles arose from the fact that the New England states were against the war from the beginning, refused to allow their militia to join in the forces intended to invade Canada, and in 1814 sent delegates to a convention at Hartford. That convention sat in secret, and nobody knows exactly what was said, but the resolutions passed by it and sent out to the country demanded changes in the Constitution which would have made it hard to carry on a federal government. Fortunately, before they could be presented to Congress, the news of peace was received. These uncomfortable facts may be cheerfully admitted in view of a strong list of reasons for national congratulation. One was the notable victory of Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, January 8, 1815. After peace had been made, though neither of the armies knew it. Critics have pointed out that Jackson was slow in divining where the British would strike, that he threw up no sufficient entrenchments, that if the British had placed cannon on the west side of the river, they could have fired into his rear and compelled him to retreat. All that does not diminish the glory of Jackson's victory. He showed the energy and determination which brought together a force of 3,500 men, mostly raw militia. This little command, lying behind the lines at Chalmette, received the attack of 6,000 men. Over 2,000 of the British attacking column were sacrificed, and Jackson remained master of the field with a loss of 71. This brilliant success proved that Jackson was a good soldier, which in due time helped to make him President of the United States. It proved also that American militia behind breastworks could repel the attacks of twice their number of experienced soldiers who had recently helped to overthrow Napoleon. The greatest result of the War of 1812 was to make the Americans realize at once their weakness and their strength. Just at the end of the war, Robert Fulton put on the waters of the Hudson a steamship of war, forerunner of the majestic steam fleets of today. Our forefathers suffered for want of roads by which they could convey their armies and their supplies to the frontiers. Therefore, they set out to remedy that condition, and 4 years after the peace, they had the Cumberland Road completed from the upper Potomac to the Ohio River. 6 years later, the Erie Canal was opened at Lake Erie. The people had suffered for want of a national bank during the war. In 1816, Congress created one. Their trade had been disturbed for over 20 years. In 1816, they passed a tariff designed to establish American manufactures. War, and especially such a disappointing war as that of 1812, has many bad effects upon a nation, but it does strengthen the feeling of a common danger and a common duty. The War of 1812 also for the first time gave the United States an unquestioned place in the sisterhood of modern nations. Though the population in 1815 was only about 8.5 millions, the success of the Navy inspired a wholesome respect for Yankee ships and Yankee sailors. In place of the captured ships, a new merchant marine was quickly provided, which developed into the famous clipper ships, the triumph of American skill and the glory of the seas. From this time dates the friendship of several European nations, particularly of Russia, whose Tsar Alexander was a friend and correspondent of Thomas Jefferson. Our former enemy, Great Britain, was converted into a respectful friend who saw the advantages of friendship. The proof is that 8 years later, George Canning asked the United States to join in a declaration with Great Britain in favor of the Latin American states, and the idea developed into our independent Monroe Doctrine. The American people were entitled to forget their weakness and defeats, for the net result of the War of 1812 was to inspire the greatest naval and colonial power in the world with a respect for American character and an acceptance of the United States as a great national power. The Battle of New Orleans. If the telegraph had been in existence a century ago, the Battle of New Orleans would not have taken place. It was unique in history as a battle fought after a war was over. And it was the only real victory won by the land forces of America in the War of 1812. It was one of the most conclusive battles in history, and a brilliant demonstration of the military ability of Andrew Jackson. General Jackson believed in preparedness. During the second year of the War of 1812, he learned that the British planned to invade Louisiana, so he concentrated troops 4 miles below New Orleans in a line of entrenchments a mile in length, extending from the Mississippi River far into the swamp, making both ends impassable. Jackson had 3,500 expert marksmen at his command. They were a strange mixture of men, including long-limbed, hard-faced backwoodsmen, Portuguese and Norwegian seamen, dark-skinned Spaniards, and swarthy Frenchmen, besides about 1,000 militiamen selected from the Creoles of Louisiana. They were a rough and violent lot. Theodore Roosevelt characterizes them as, quote, soldiers who, under an ordinary commander, would have been fully as dangerous to themselves and their leaders as to their foes. But, he adds, Andrew Jackson was of all men the one best fitted to manage such troops. Even their fierce natures quailed before the ungovernable fury of a spirit greater than their own, and their sullen, stubborn wills were bent before his unyielding temper and iron hand. Unquote. On the morning of the 8th of January, 1815, General Pakenham advanced upon New Orleans with a force of about 6,000 trained and experienced fighting men. Jackson knew that the British would have to cross his entrenchments before entering the city, so he placed his force of fierce and deadly fighters within the trenches and opened upon the enemy with volley after volley. The mortality on the British side was frightful. The lines wavered, and General Pakenham fell in front of his troops. Utterly demoralized by the withering blast of the American muskets, these hardy British veterans hurried to their camp and escaped to ships. The British lost about 2,000 men, killed, wounded, and prisoners, while in the American lines there were only about 70 casualties. So weak and ineffective had been the showing of the American forces in several of the battles of this war that they had incurred the contempt of the enemy. In one final brilliant blow, General Jackson restored the prestige of American arms. Stephen Decatur. Monograph number 3 in the Mentor Reading Course. The father of Stephen Decatur, also named Stephen, was a native of Newport, Rhode Island, and a captain in the United States Navy. Stephen Decatur, Jr. was born at Sinnepuxent, Maryland, on January 5, 1779. He entered the American Navy as a midshipman in 1798 on board the frigate United States. A year later he was promoted to lieutenant, and in that rank saw little service in the short war with France. In 1801 Decatur sailed as first lieutenant of the Essex, one of Commodore Dale's squadron, to the Mediterranean. As a result of a duel with a British officer, which resulted fatally for the Englishman, Decatur was sent home for a time. In 1803 he was back in the Mediterranean in command of the Enterprise. He distinguished himself almost immediately. Conceiving the daring idea of recapturing or destroying the frigate Philadelphia, which had been captured by the pirates and lay in the harbor of Tripoli, on February 31, 1804, he manned a little boat called the Intrepid, with 70 volunteers, and braving the enemy he reached the Philadelphia, set it afire, and got away with the loss of only 1 man. For this gallant achievement Congress voted Decatur thanks and a sword. He was also promoted to captain. Following this, Decatur was engaged in all the attacks on Tripoli from 1804 to 1805. In the War of 1812, the ship which he commanded, the United States, captured the British vessel, the Macedonian, after a desperate struggle. In 1813 he was appointed Commodore to command a squadron in New York Harbor, which was blockaded by the British. In 1813 he attempted to get to sea to break the blockade with the United States, the Hornet, and the Macedonian, which had been by this time converted into an American ship. A superior British squadron forced Decatur to run into the Thames, and he lay off New London for several months. He sent a challenge to the commander of the blockading squadron to come and fight, but the challenge was not accepted. At length, unable to get to sea, 2 of the ships were dismantled, and Decatur returned to New York, where he took command of a squadron destined for the East Indies. In the frigate President he put to sea on the 14th of January, 1815. The blockading British squadron pursued the ship, and after a desperate running fight forced Decatur to surrender. Soon after Decatur returned to the United States, peace between England and America was declared, but the Barbary pirates were once more giving trouble. Decatur took a command in the Mediterranean. He arrived before Algiers on June 22, 1815, and immediately demanded a treaty from the Dey. His terms were very brief: no more annual tribute or ransom for prisoners, all enslaved Americans to be released, and no American ever again to be held as a slave. The question of tribute was the most difficult to settle. The Dey feared that other European powers would demand the same terms. Even a little powder, said the Dey, might prove satisfactory. If, replied Decatur, you insist upon receiving powder as tribute, you must expect to receive the balls with it. In 48 hours the treaty was negotiated, giving to the United States privileges and immunities never before granted by a Barbary state to a Christian power. In 1819 a quarrel arose between Commodore James Barron and Decatur. They met at Bladensburg, Maryland, on March 22, 1820. At the first shots Barron was dangerously wounded. Decatur was also hit, and he died the same evening. William Bainbridge. William Bainbridge was born at Princeton, New Jersey on May 7, 1774. He was the son of Dr. Absalom Bainbridge, a physician of the town. He received comparatively little education, for he went to sea in a merchant vessel at the age of 14. A few years after this, while he was the mate of the ship Hope, on a voyage to Holland he saved the life of his captain, who had been seized by a mutinous crew with the intention of throwing him overboard. On his return home, because of his good conduct and abilities, he was promoted to the command of a ship in the Dutch trade. He continued in command of various ships until 1798. During this time the war between France and Great Britain made it difficult for neutrals to carry on trade. Therefore, as master of a ship, Bainbridge had to elude or beat off a great deal of interference on the part of French and British ships alike. In 1798, when war was about to break out between France and the United States, and the American Navy was organized, Bainbridge was appointed commander of the United States schooner Retaliation, of 14 guns, with the rank of lieutenant. In November his ship was captured by 2 French frigates, but it was released shortly afterward. Bainbridge sailed for the West Indies as master commandant of the brig Norfolk. During this cruise he gave protection to the merchant trade of the United States and captured several of the enemy's merchantmen. In 1800 Bainbridge was promoted to the rank of captain. On the frigate George Washington he sailed to the Dey of Algiers with presents. These presents were bribes which the United States paid to the Algerian pirates to secure exemption from capture for its merchant ships in the Mediterranean. Bainbridge was disgusted at having to pay the tributes. While his ship was at Algiers, war was declared by the pirates against France, and the French consul and citizens were ordered to leave the country in 48 hours. Captain Bainbridge received them all on his ship and landed them safely. When the United States found that bribes to the pirates did not protect their commerce, they decided to use force. Captain Bainbridge was given command of the frigate Philadelphia, and sailing to Algiers blockaded Tripoli. Being driven from his cruising grounds, Bainbridge pursued a strange ship that was trying to break the blockade. He gave chase, but ran upon a reef on the morning of October 31, 1803. The pirates immediately attacked, and when the ship could no longer be defended, they captured and scuttled her, imprisoning the officers and crew. After a treaty of peace between the Dey and the United States had been concluded, the Americans were released on February 3, 1805. Captain Bainbridge returned for a time to the merchant service, but when the War of 1812 broke out, he was appointed to command the United States frigate Constitution. In this ship he captured 2 British frigates and many merchantmen. On his return he was received with an enthusiastic welcome by his countrymen. The Constitution became an object of national pride, and because of the little damage it sustained in the numerous encounters in which it engaged, received the popular name of Old Ironsides. After the conclusion of the War of 1812, Bainbridge once more served against the Barbary pirates. Later he served on the Board of Navy Commissioners. Commodore Bainbridge died in Philadelphia on July 28, 1833. Oliver Hazard Perry. Oliver Hazard Perry was born at South Kensington, Rhode Island, on August 23, 1785. His father was Christopher Raymond Perry, captain in the Navy. His first position was that of a midshipman on the sloop of war General Greene in 1798. The first action that he saw was against the Barbary pirates. In this war he secured the affection and respect of the officers and men in the squadron. In 1810 he was a lieutenant commandant in the schooner Revenge. This vessel was attached to the squadron under Commodore Rodgers, and was employed in Long Island Sound to uphold the embargo which the United States had at that time put upon trade with England and France. Shortly after the war with England began, Perry was placed in command of a flotilla at Newport, but was not pleased with this commission, and begged to be ordered to Lake Ontario. His wish was granted, and he and his men, who eagerly volunteered to go with him, reinforced Commodore Chauncey on the Great Lakes. When he arrived at Lake Ontario, however, Chauncey ordered Perry to Lake Erie to superintend the building of vessels. The English had a powerful force on the Great Lakes, and the United States wanted to build sufficient ships to meet them. Perry worked hard, and on August 4, 1813, he got his squadron into the deep waters of Lake Erie. This squadron consisted of 3 brigs, 5 schooners, and 1 sloop. On the 10th of September, Perry met the British fleet with Captain Robert H. Barclay in command in the Battle of Put-in Bay. This was the great fight of Perry's life, and he fought it with skill, bravery, and perseverance. The effects of this victory were felt all over the United States. National pride was kindled, and the people celebrated the victory with enthusiasm. In reward, Perry was made a captain in the Navy and received the thanks of Congress. However, the gallant officer did not rest upon his laurels, and seeing no more hostile fleets to conquer, offered himself as aide to General Harrison, who was then pursuing the British, and took part in the Battle of Moravian Town on October 5th. When Virginia and Maryland were invaded by the English, under General Ross and Admiral Cockburn, Perry had a command on the Potomac. At the end of the War of 1812, Captain Perry took command of the Java, a frigate of the first class, and sailed with Commodore Stephen Decatur to punish the Dey of Algiers, who had plundered the commerce of the United States when this country was busy during the War of 1812. This expedition, which reached the Mediterranean in June 1815, was successful, and Perry returned to the United States. While the Java was lying at Newport in midwinter, he received information that a merchant vessel was on a reef about 5 or 6 miles from that place, and that the crew were in danger. Leaping into his barge, he turned to his oarsmen and said, "Come, my boys, we are going to the relief of shipwrecked seamen. Pull away." The 11 men of the crew were rescued. In 1819, Perry was sent in the John Adams to the West Indies with sealed orders. Pirates had swarmed in that vicinity, and his commission was to drive them from the sea. He executed his orders with diligence, but unfortunately caught yellow fever and died on August 23, 1819, at Port of Spain in Trinidad. Every tribute of national grief was paid to his memory, and he was buried with military honors. The Mentor. End of Section 1. The War of 1812.
Section 2 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2016. The Mentor 1 by Various. Chinese Rugs by John K. Mumford, author and expert on Oriental rugs. From The Mentor, Volume 4, Number 2, Issue 102, March 1, 1916. A thing of beauty. No word in the language is more abused than beauty. A pretty thing is a thing of beauty, a pretty picture is a picture of beauty, and so following. Lacking a proper descriptive term for anything attractive, we, too often, employ the word beauty. Which term have we, then, with which to pay just tribute to true beauty? The real final test of beauty is that it wears well, not in a material way, but in the qualities that are truly beautiful. The rose is fragile material and its life is brief, but rose beauty is lasting and rose fragrance clings sweetly to the memory, so that the rose has become a synonym of beauty. The message of true beauty is enduring and, oft repeated, grows in charm. A thing of beauty is a joy forever. A distinguishing attribute of true beauty is authority. A thing of beauty bears on its very forefront the stamp of authority. It does not plead for recognition, it commands it. The snow-capped summit at sundown, the Madonna face on a master's canvas, the poet's lofty rhyme, the fragrant flower, the harmonious symphony, the frozen music of architecture, the countless varied forms of beauty in nature, art, and life ask no favor, nor do they play to the fancy of the moment. Created in intelligence, sincerity, and truth, and inspired by lofty devotion, they compel a lasting homage. Antique Chinese Rug. This attractive rug is representative of a very admirable class of Chinese floor fabrics, and illustrates in the clearest manner some interesting and important features in the rug-weaving art of China. The knottage, as will be learned from the specification above, is not great. A Mohammedan sejadeh with only 42 knots to the square inch would be held of small merit, unless it came from one of 2 or 3 districts in Asia Minor, Bergamo, for example, or else had some individual element of value, such as great age, phenomenal color, or uncommon design. In China, however, as has been pointed out in the accompanying text, high textures are not accounted of large importance. This rug is not of great antiquity, nor yet is it of very recent manufacture. It might with safety be attributed to the Qin Lung time, or some reign immediately after. The best artistic tenets of Persia, so far as they appertain to rug weaving, have been conscientiously followed. The Mohammedan influence is not difficult to trace, and yet at no time can a foreign or vagrant note be discovered. The rug is thoroughly Chinese, not only in spirit but in every detail. It will bear careful study in the light of what has been said regarding the absorbent and adaptive quality of Chinese art in all ages. The border area is relatively narrow, wherein marked difference is paid to the oldest and best Chinese standards, and for all a distinctly floral character prevails, the utmost simplicity is maintained. It is a notably consistent rug. There is perfect harmony between border and center, and the most perfect manifestation of the Chinese artistic sense, perhaps, lies in the fact that, to the end of preserving simplicity and balance, the weaver has carefully refrained from cluttering up the border section with guard stripes requiring additional patterns, which in a rug of this character would have been superfluous and therefore disturbing. Throughout the field of the rug, despite a decidedly ornate touch, there is still a careful avoidance of excess. Only two elements appear, the emblematic butterfly and floral devices, which not only are combined to form the fine medallion, but which, with the utmost refinement of handling, suffice for all the secondary and tertiary constituents of their design. Referring again to the fidelity with which the Persian theory has been followed, observe that the design works out from a mathematically precise central point, and is built in all directions with perfect equality. Every figure has its exact counterpart on the opposite side or end, the balance is preserved even to the corner patterns. Given such impeccable skill in the adjustment of the design, there remains only one test point, namely the distribution of color. Observe in this regard with what nicety the dainty touches of light and dark blue are balanced against one another from the central medallion outward, and also how the little note of irregularity, which is held of such vital importance by the superstitious Persian, even in his greatest masterpieces, is struck here by employing blue in some of the smaller field devices, butterflies and flowers alike, and omitting it from the corresponding figures at the opposite side. Herein lies the human charm in the old weaving of Asia, the touch which makes us know the ancient weaver and his thought across the space of lifetimes. The student should compare this rug in all its details with that reproduced in Plate I, the property of Mr. Carl Tucker. The two fabrics belong practically to the same school, and are not widely separated in period. They have many points in common. Those in which they do not agree are the more important. For many reasons I am inclined to accord the honors to the other rug on the score of age. This piece, Plate II, is in some ways superior in point of color. In treatment, in concept, in artistry, it is not the equal of the rug in Plate I, and yet, to look at, it would by most people be considered more beautiful. This is probably due almost wholly to coloring. Something has been said in the accompanying text regarding the yellowish cast given to Chinese reds, and the manner in which the peach and apricot shades are produced by dyeing loose red over fast yellow. The rug in Plate I is an illustration of that trick in dyeing. This piece, Plate II, is the very rare exception. Its ground color is pure and cool. In certain lights it is almost a shell pink. The years do not reveal in it any trace of fundamental yellow. This rug lacks the exquisite simplicity and refinement of the first. It is richer, in design as well as in color, stronger in key, but nevertheless splendidly consistent. In addition to the warmer color of the center, there is a freer use of both light and dark blues, which however are managed with the greatest skill. There is more vagrancy in design, due to a manifest effort at elaboration. The added border stripe bearing the weave or fret pattern is a necessary contribution made in order to balance the stronger center. The same may be said of the small round medallions in the main border, bearing very ancient symbols of longevity. After long study of these two rugs, I have come to the conclusion that the design shown in Plate I is a rug design made for that purpose and no other, and the one here shown, beautiful as it is, was borrowed from the porcelain, perhaps from several vases. There are certain Persian rugs of the 17th and 18th centuries, and many Perso-Indian rugs of a still earlier period, which have something in common with this minute floral type of Chinese design. Which artist, the Mohammedan or the Chinese, was the borrower and which the lender would be difficult to say at this distance. But all this aside, it is still worthy of note and should never be forgotten in the study of Chinese rugs that whatever and wherever they borrow, they are still Chinese. In this rug, Plate 2, there is one concession to the Persian habit, which might better have been omitted for the sake of decorative purity, namely the conversion of the narrow inner water stripes into corner ornaments. Not that the shapes thus obtained are Persian in their character, they are not. On the contrary, they suggest the conventional corner dragons in the oldest Ming rugs, of which a superb example is found in Plate 6. But the manner in which they are brought out is more that of the heavy Chinese teak wood carving, which plays so large a part in the interior decoration of China down to the present day. They add an element of strength to the design, but they distinctly do not belong, and constitute therefore an inharmonious factor when considered in the light of cold analysis. Nonetheless, with its superb coloring, the rug is far more beautiful than most that come out of China in these days of rug decadence. Round Chinese Rug. In point of actual age, this very unusual rug is perhaps the youngest of all the 6 pieces selected for color reproduction with this number of The Mentor. The general observations that have been made regarding the distinguishing characters of the various periods will be forcibly illustrated by comparing this rug with Plate 6, which represents one of the earliest fabrics. The difference between them, from the standpoint of simplicity in design, is decidedly marked, and constitutes an entire lesson on the course of Chinese art. Reserving comment on Plate 6 for its proper place, it is interesting to note some of the features of the round rug. Its elaboration must be emphasized first of all. No effort of which the maker was capable has been spared in the purpose to make this a carpet of note. Its shape alone is sufficient proof of this. The circular rugs, whether Chinese or Persian, are extremely rare. The only other one of great importance is an early Ming piece owned by a gentleman living in New York City. In Plate 3, pursuing the comparison suggested above, there should be noted the great complexity of design. In the attempt to create a masterpiece, the weaver has borrowed from all the Chinese decorative schools and periods. He has multiplied borders and employed a world of material for their ornamentation. Dismissing the outer band of blue, which serves as a sort of protection for the rest, examine the main stripe. The various spaces herein, set off in a sort of cartouches, after the fashion of Persian borders, but nevertheless with a Chinese drawing, are filled with elements of diverse sorts. 12 of them bear the repeating patterns used as ground covering in much older rugs, including the fret or key pattern and the lozenge-shaped diaper, which is commonly supposed to be Indian in its origin and of a very early day. The alternating sections have cloud bands, flowers, and nature symbols, such as were copied into the Persian weavings after the invasion of Hulagu Khan, and appear in many of the high school carpets of Persia of the 15th and 16th century. 2, at least, of these alternating sections bear plants in pots, a later decorative form and purely Chinese. Inside this there is a wave or Greek border stripe, not flat as in the older rugs, but shaded or in a sort of perspective. This and the stripe which lies inside, between it and the field, with the white spots on a ground of blue, are believed generally to be indisputably of late origin. Passing to the center field, the same ambitious profusion is manifest. The ground design is of most composite character, flower stems, potted growths, suggesting the 100 Antiques pattern, and, by way of good measure, certain of the Buddhistic emblems of happy augury, notably the entrails or endless knot. All these are laid, in various exquisite colorings, upon a field of the softest gold yellow. Passing to the central medallion, yet a new element confronts us in the Fu dogs, of which several are employed, somewhat crowded and confused by reason of their coloring, which, nevertheless, is good, and, so far as balance is concerned, well distributed. These are enclosed by a broad band or wreath of more or less conventionalized flowers. The solidity of this center is for the purpose of offsetting the rather too heavy border section. In this the true workman appears. Of the coloring, the wool, and the technical skill displayed, only the highest praise is to be spoken. There are few Chinese rugs that surpass this in textile quality. Old Chinese Rug. This is what is known as the grains of rice pattern. While the reason for this name is obvious, the design is really derived from the cash, the familiar Chinese coin with a square hole in the center. In old rugs, where the color has faded, it is difficult to trace the resemblance, but this derivation is vouched for on good authority. The cash is a symbol of good luck. It is customary not to fancy this pattern, but the fact remains that it always sells, like the equally repeating fish pattern rugs of Persia. It is almost certain that the reason for this is the simplicity and cheerfulness of rugs of this type. The yellow used in them is usually not of the most attractive shade, verging as it does toward the lemon and pale mustard quality. Altogether, however, it provides a most agreeable background, usually for some figure rather more ornately drawn, but usually neat and clean cut in its effect, as in this instance. This rug was made somewhat later than plates 1 and 2, and probably after the time of the Emperor Qian Lung. During that reign, more or less elaborate use seems to have been made of foliate floral arrangements, drawn like those seen here in the broader border stripe. From using these patterns in small areas, such as borders or in individual bits upon a plain field, was developed the fashion of covering the entire central area with them, almost always in the same colors, yellow and blush red. The reds were inclined to fade, and as the rugs grew older, they attained wonderful delicacy of tone. Where the grains of rice pattern is employed, there is, in most cases, a certain quantity of red or pink interpolated in some part of the rug, for the obvious purpose of showing up the somewhat cold, thin yellow, which otherwise would be too weak to be attractive. It is noticed here in the main border, the ground of the inner border with fret pattern, and in the scrolls which enclose the 5 floral medallions. For some reason, probably racial, there appears in these rice pattern rugs far more often than in any type the barring of color, that is to say, a change in the ground color, usually to a lighter shade, so as to form a bar or transverse stripe across the field. This is a common practice among the Kurds in western Persia, who believe that it makes for good luck. Further illustration of this irregularity occurs widely throughout Chinese weavings in the seemingly hit-or-miss distribution of many colors, principally the blues in the border patterns. This peculiarity is very well shown in the present example, but is confined to the border section. In the medallions of the field, every element seems to have been worked out with the greatest regularity and exactitude. Old Chinese Temple Rug. Rugs of this type, which seldom make their way to America, have been attributed to Mongolia. There are reasons for believing that this piece came direct from a temple in the borders of Tibet. It resembles in many ways the now famous rug in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, for which the late J.P. Morgan paid $25,000. Although smaller than the museum temple carpet, the one here reproduced is superior to it in textile quality and probably in age. Both have the imperial 5-clawed dragons of the Ming contesting over the jewel, which is one of the Buddhist symbols. Both rugs also have across their lower end the sacred mountains and the sea, depicted in their ancient traditional form. There the resemblance may be said to end. It is in the symbols distributed throughout the field that this rug excels the other from the documentary standpoint. In addition to the cloud and cotyledon figures, with which both rugs are ornamented, this piece contains all the principal symbols of happy augury: the flaming wheel, the sacred lotus, the fishes, the canopy, the jewel, the state tent, the endless knot, and the conch shell. Here appears also, in soft shades of brown, the bat, recognized as a symbol of longevity. In the top of the rug and extending from one side to the other is a continuous festoon made up of conventionalized buds and flowers of the lotus. This appears invariably in rugs woven for the draping of temple pillars or for religious hangings, and is never found save in fabrics made for some devotional purpose. It will be noted that this part of the rug, a space about 18 inches wide, is very much worn. The most likely explanation of this condition is that the rug was used on an altar, and that a rail or other barrier prevented the nearer approach of the devotees. This extraordinary carpet presents the most convincing illustration of what has been said in the text regarding the methods used to secure blush red shades, peach, apricot, and the like. In China, it is customary to quilt the backs of nearly all small and medium-sized rugs that are used on floors, benches, or kongs, built-in brick-heating devices. Oftentimes, the cotton cloth used to cover the bats of quilting cotton is brought up over the end of the rug and sewed fast. This piece was brought to America in some haste, and the quilting was not removed until after it arrived here. When it was taken off, the original color was revealed. It may be seen in the color plate, a brilliant stripe across the lower end of the rug. People are often misled by the absence of border from certain Chinese rugs into the belief that they are not intact. This is of course an error, and it is worthy of note that the sacred rugs, containing in their designs a high measure of religious symbolism, are almost invariably without borders. Very early Chinese rug. It should be, and probably will be, unnecessary to write any words of praise for the wonderful old carpet so well reproduced in this plate. It has all the marks of great and genuine antiquity. It represents the Chinese rug weaving art at its best, so far as clear concept, perfect simplicity, and balance go, and the marvelous color which distinguishes the highest expression. When this piece came to America, together with the temple carpet shown in Plate 5, it was in a sorry state of disrepair, although but little of the original web was missing. The work of reparation occupied a very considerable period of time, but resulted in bringing back to life and utility one of the most perfect examples of early weaving that have ever been imported. If praise of the rug is unnecessary, analysis of it is next to impossible, for the good reason that there is nothing much to analyze. In color there are only 2 shades of tan, one gold, the other brown, and the one shade of very peculiar misty blue. These, together with the white band of dark brown around the sides and ends, all softened by age, complete the narrowest color schedule it could well be possible to employ in a rug. The range of design is still more limited. There is nothing but the fret in the central medallion and the single border, and the small medallions and corners, which, while not pretending to actual depiction, even conventionally, are nevertheless doubtless derived from the simple dragon forms so widely used at the remote period when this rug was made. In all this there is nothing complex, nothing pretentious, and yet the whole has a decorative atmosphere and a completeness which could not have been more impressive, and which a free use of diverse patterns could only have impaired. From the standpoint of composition, particular attention should be paid to this blue. The color printing process has fortunately reproduced it with astonishing fidelity. It is not alone unique among the multitude of wonderful blues in which the old Chinese dyers excelled, but it would be difficult for the most skilful of present-day colorists to have selected or devised a shade which would have taken its place in complementing to the shades of gold-brown which dominate the entire fabric. In the light of such an accomplishment, it is difficult to believe that the scientific theory of color was worked out by a Frenchman at so very late a day. Some importance, finally, attaches to the brown band formed around the outside of the rug. Wide observation of old Chinese rugs reveals the fact that brown, used for this purpose, is an almost unfailing mark of very early origin. As time went on, blue began to supersede it, and through recent centuries the blue band has been well nigh universal, though in some few localities, apparently, brown has been adhered to for this purpose, down to a comparatively late day. Chinese rugs. There are many reasons for believing that the weaving of rugs was not indigenous to China, but was borrowed, perhaps a very long time ago, from Persia, or possibly even earlier from the Turkomans, to whom has generally been attributed the invention of the piled or upstanding knot. Recent investigations lead one to disbelieve in this, and to consider even these ancient Turkomans as more or less modern. But they nevertheless confirm the belief that rug weaving was an acquired art with the Chinese. This conviction is further sustained by the relatively small part rugs or rug weaving have had in the Chinese artistic tradition, the absence of reference to them in literature, and the fewness of fine Chinese rugs as compared with the multitude of wonderful pieces that have emanated from Persia, Turkestan, India, and Turkey. In China, rugs do not appear to have been so much a part of the daily, intimate life of the people as they are and always have been in the Moslem countries, nor have they received so much of reverent attention. True, much of Chinese religious symbolism has been woven into the rugs, but chiefly in the few special pieces made for the ornamentation or furnishing of the temples. The Mohammedan's rug is closely related to his daily devotions. In China, the rug has no such place, but is in the main a utility, and for this reason, perhaps, efforts to produce masterpieces have been far fewer in China, and there appears to have been no record or tradition of individual weavers of renown. In only a few instances is there found in Chinese rugs the studious and wonderful elaboration displayed, for example, in the 16th century Persian rugs, the fine fabrics of old Damascus, or the superlative weavings of the Perso-Indian artists. The art of China, as expressed in porcelain and in painting, took hold upon the fancy of the West long ago. Witness the Delft ware, which of course owes its inspiration to Chinese sources. Europe had a passable notion of Chinese artistic tenets at a rather early period. So, relatively, had America. It is interesting to note that of the Chinese rugs now so amazingly popular in this country, practically nothing was known until 15 or 20 years ago, save to an exceedingly small number of people. The period of their predominance in popular favor has been brief, but already the supply of old pieces with real merit is exhausted, particularly in the larger sizes. Sudden popularity. The vogue of the Chinese rug in this country is unquestionably due to the artistic sense and discernment of the late Stanford White. In a certain establishment in New York there had grown up an accumulation of old Chinese pieces, some of them very rare and beautiful, which had been thrown in with other art objects purchased. They begged for attention at $30 or $40 each, until Mr. White placed one or two of them in the hall of the late William C. Whitney's house. From that moment the demand for them, and consequently their market value, advanced at a prodigious rate. No matter what anybody may claim, it is doubtful if there has ever been in Europe or America any definite or systematized knowledge of the locality of origin or the period of Chinese rugs. Aside from the small importance usually attached to them as art products by the Chinese themselves, this dearth of specific knowledge has been due to the fact that the rugs were not woven in eastern China, but in the interior provinces, and, even after a demand arose for them in the west, buyers were well content to await arrivals in the treaty ports, rather than court the perils of travel into the Chinese hinterland. It was believed that as soon as the demand became known, there would be great influx of desirable fabrics to Peking. There was, but it lasted only for a little space, and today in the Chinese capital a rug of any merit whatsoever commands a price almost prohibitive. This has led to a great volume of manufacture in Peking, both in new designs and in more or less creditable copies of the old. But so violently has this commercial production been promoted that the very multitude of modern Chinese rugs has begun to work injury to the enterprise, although the texture of the new rugs is finer than that in many of the old ones. In fact, Chinese rug weaving as a whole does not show any impressively high measure of technical accomplishment. Texture of Chinese rugs. The texture of Chinese floor coverings is usually far coarser than the Persian or even the Turkish, notwithstanding that they are woven in the Persian knot, which lends itself to amazing fineness of detail. In addition to this coarseness, a very heavy weft or cross thread is used, sometimes 4 heavy strands after each transverse row of knots. This results in a very flat lie of the pile. The difference between this and the fine, almost perpendicular pile found in the rugs of Ispahan, so-called of Tabriz and of Kashan, is striking, but it doubtless expresses the general attitude of the Chinese toward the rug. They evidently regarded it merely as a medium for the presentation of simple patterns and broad masses of color, and the quickest method of securing these was the best. Design and treatment. Chinese rug design and treatment are plainly impressionistic as contrasted with the infinite detail that marks the high school weavings of Persia. The Chinese weaver adapted the method to his requirements, and some of the most beautiful effects in the Chinese fabrics are found in absurdly coarse specimens. On the other hand, when he did undertake finer accomplishments, he vindicated all the high artistic traditions of his race. Perhaps the most impressive illustration of the racial skill and deftness is the cut work with which, in the better rugs, many of the patterns are outlined. This consists in the seemingly simple device of cutting away half the knot along the lines of a pattern, such, for example, as a flower or wine, a wave, or a bird. The result is to leave the pattern clearly defined and in actual relief without the interjection of another color. This cutting takes the place of the color outline almost universally used in Persia. In this, as in almost every phase of artistic accomplishment, the Chinese individuality and conservatism are manifest. When we consider Chinese history and note the multitude of race factors that have gone into China Arabs, Jews, Nestorians, Hindus, Armenians, and Turks, the wonder is that the Chinese weaving art is not manifestly and obtrusively composite, that is to say, that it does not show on its surface these various elements. But, on the contrary, it has taken the busy patterns of the races farther west, stripped them of their masses of confusing detail, and imbued them with the dignity and indefinable calm which seems to be the inevitable Chinese mark. Anyone familiar with rugs can discern, in a certain school of Chinese fabrics, the Persian characteristics as found in the rugs of Khorasan, but always, and from whatever source derived, these patterns have been touched with the purely Chinese character, laid in the Chinese color, and so in the course of time have become thoroughly localized. China converted the hard octagons of the Turkoman rugs into circular scrolls or medallions, beautifying them meanwhile with some floral character manifestly borrowed from the Persians, and yet by no means Persian. There has been in all the world probably no more perfect example of racial individuality in art. Chinese influence on rug design. It should be said, however, that Chinese influence has been equally effective outside its own pale. In the 13th century, Hulagu Khan, leading his Mongol hordes in conquest, took Chinese artists and workmen as far west as Baghdad. Traces of this transportation may be found in a great many Persian and Turkish rugs, particularly the palace pieces made for 300 years after that time. The so-called cloud band and the cotyledon symbol, representing the life idea, may be seen in many fine Persian rugs. The dragon, which plays so large a part in Chinese ornament, has also been imparted to other races. The best illustration of this is the large Baghdad carpet from the Yerkes collection, now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. In eliminating the overactive quality in Persian design, China made use of background in a way which the most advanced theorists in artistic composition must approve. The field of plain color became paramount, but it was rarely used, in the best early periods, as it is in the West, as a hard, defined area with central medallion and corner spaces. Where this was done, the softest color was used throughout, such as a golden brown, relieved by dull blues and perhaps a deeper brown or a touch of gold yellow. In by far the most cases, the pattern is distributed over the field sparsely instead of densely, as in so many of the Persian rugs. Almost the only exceptions to this rule are small, repetitious diaper patterns, usually in mild coloring. Generally speaking, the patterns in Chinese rugs are large in proportion to the fabric, but it will be noticed that each has a more distinctive value. The natural effect of this would have been excessive strength in general effect, but here again the Chinese art intuition rose to the requirement. The difficulty was obviated by an entire change of color scheme. Color in Chinese rugs. While the Chinese of early times were master color makers, a very narrow schedule of colors has always served for the rugs, until the later decadent periods. In fact, this holds true in all Chinese art. There is in the entire kingdom of Chinese rug weaving no such jumble of unrelated colors as we find in the Persians. I have had occasion heretofore to make clear the Persian theory of color, that of neutralization by juxtaposition, in which a score of naturally conflicting colors are thrown together with great freedom, with the purpose that they shall neutralize one another. The Chinese had a concept more nearly approaching our own. He dealt in simple colors rather than in complex ones, and what neutralizations he has accomplished were done before the actual weaving, or else effected by the fading of the dyes after a rug was completed. In Chinese rugs, art takes precedent of workmanship, and as the art declines, in the moderns, the texture seems to improve. With this wide view of the Chinese habit and tendency before us, it is well to consider the all-important matter of color. The range of coloring is noticeably narrow and correspondingly simple, though at first glance it does not always seem to be so. To this fact is doubtless due the restfulness which is the great charm of Chinese rugs. There are, to be sure, designs which are to the Western eye hard and discordant, but it will be found that most of these are in rugs of a religious sort, where the patterns include the dragons, hoodoogs, and other symbolic devices, which seem to us grotesque and even repellent. It will be observed, however, when one has acquired familiarity with the Chinese rugs, that the adjustment of color values is most accurate, always bearing in mind that the Chinese seem to have discounted in the oldest and best periods of artistic production the mellowing influence of time. Most noticeable in Chinese rug coloring is the wonderful scope and quality of the blues. The highest expression of Persian skill in dyeing has always been found in blue, but even in this art, which, by the way, the Persians have now in a great measure lost, they must yield place to the Chinese. In the older rugs the Chinese blues show a range, a depth, and a luminous quality which are not surpassed in the world, and even the best modern pieces now being produced in Peking are in this respect superior to their Persian contemporaries. Second, certainly, to the blues in importance come the yellows. While yellow has been used freely in Persian rugs, and more so in those of Kurdistan and Asia Minor, the fact of its royal and semi-religious value in China has caused it to be employed in some of the Chinese fabrics with a frankness not equaled elsewhere. 20 years ago, before popular taste in America had attained its present appreciative attitude toward all Chinese art, the prevalence of yellow in strong values and large areas in the rugs was one of the chief causes of American dislike for them. It is unpleasant to admit this now, when old Chinese rugs in yellow, and some not so old, are sought with an avidity that disregards the question of price. Imperial yellow. Since Chinese rugs have come into demand, we have heard a great deal of imperial yellow. Almost any yellow is imperial when a sale hangs in the balance. But it should be unnecessary to say that true imperial yellow is quite as rare in Chinese rugs as are imperial persons among the 400 million of Chinese population. Its actual frequency is about equal to that of inscriptions from the Quran in the modern rugs of Persia. To describe it would tax the skill of Lafcadio Hearn, who would not have been so rash as to undertake it. Perhaps the most descriptive thing one can say is that it out-yellows all the gold that ever shone. The green schedule is very limited, and the employment of green even more uncommon than in Moslem countries, where its religious importance restricts its use. When green does occur in Chinese fabrics, it has usually an admixture of yellow which converts it to olive, or else is a frank attempt to reproduce the color of jade. The colorings of old Chinese rugs, in the order of their frequency, are about as follows: 1 blue and white, with the pattern in 2 or even 3 shades of blue, on white background, or occasionally with a splash of some salmon shade to give warmth and accent. 2 reds and pinks, with design in 2 blues, yellow, tan, and white. 3 yellow and blue, yellow ground with design in 2 shades of blue, with that mixture of white and secondary elements in soft shades of tan and brown. 4 browns and fawns, with patterns in blues, white, red, or yellow. 5 dark blues, with design in white, or far less frequently in gold tan, relieved by small bits of light blue and white, sometimes one note of rust red for luck. This seems to be common in all parts of Asia. 6 light blues, with pattern in white and the softer shades of yellow, pink, and fawn or brown, and small display of dark blue. 7 green grounds, usually olive, with pattern in dark and light blue, yellow, and some red. There are some other eccentric colorings, but these are the chief. The blue and white pieces are scarce now for the reason that they contribute to the cool effects, the attainment of which has of late been one of the chief aims of the highest practitioners in the art of decoration. The reds and certain mustardy shades of yellow have perhaps been least liked and linger longest on the shelf. Blue or yellow has proved a more attractive color arrangement. The dark blue and light blue grounds have always been very rare, and the green rug is an episode. Red appears in Chinese silk in clear tones. In the rugs it almost always has a yellowish cast. There are many shades of salmon pink and red, but very few pieces with pink of a cool character, such as the shell shades, rose pink, or the famous du Barry. All these appear in Persian and Kurdish rugs, and to one knowing how infinitely skillful Chinese dyers have been, it is at first hard to understand why the schedules of this common and popular color included chiefly the yellowish tints, from pale apricot to a deep red, which nevertheless verged toward orange. The reason for it is still difficult to discern. The method of obtaining these shades, in a softness which increases with age, is now clear. If a Persian dyer wished to secure any particular shade of color, he would mix his dyes to that end, and the color, when applied, would remain. The old-time Chinese dyer was more ingenious. He dyed the wool first in a fast yellow. When this was dry and thoroughly set, it was dipped into a rather strong red, more or less fugitive. Upon long exposure to the air, the red faded, and the yellow came through, enough of the red remaining to leave the degree of warmth desired. The delicacy of these colors increases with age. In some old pieces, obviously of the Ming period, the wool which was originally red has come down to pale gold, with only the faintest blush over it, and in the faded color there is a quality which no accurate one-color dyeing can give. The Chinese dyer evidently counted upon the softening effect of the years, a foresight which could be found nowhere save among a race of collectors. Features of Chinese rug patterns. The simplicity which distinguishes Chinese coloring may be said equally to distinguish the design. This is more true of the old fabrics than of those of later origin. In fact, one of the distinguishing marks of the old rugs is the use of very simple patterns, and usually a narrow border consisting of some form of the fret or wave pattern, which in architecture is known as Greek, but which appears with the swastika, of which it is a clear development, in the primitive art of all races, and which in China has been employed most freely from the earliest time. Just when or at what stage of Chinese religious culture the dragon came into Chinese art, we probably do not know, but it is found in the earliest rugs we have trace of. In these, however, it shares the prevailing simplicity, is strictly conventional in character, usually laid in blue and worked into the shape of a circular medallion, or sometimes, in conjunction with the fret, into corner devices. These, however, seem to have been appropriated from the Persian along with the central medallion. As time and the art progressed, there crept into the design a greater opulence, a higher degree of elaboration. Something of the floral richness of Persia was absorbed, and it abides to this day, but everything adopted was transformed, in color and treatment, to fit into the Chinese decorative scheme. Instead of a profuse mass of floral material, one flower was taken as a motive and presented in repeating fashion, duly emphasized, and with no multiplicity of other floral factors to detract from it. In almost every case, the flower had an ethical or religious meaning, which became the keynote of the rug. In this connection it may be said that there is no art in the world in which so great a part of the prevailing figures has a generally recognized symbolic meaning. Chinese symbolism. Very comprehensive is this symbolism. It includes not alone a multitude of things from the floral and animal kingdoms, but even certain utensils had a meaning, social, ethical, or moral, if not religious. The bat, the bird, the butterfly, the dragon, the kailin, the foo dog, the leopard, the elephant, the horse, the phoenix, the stork, the list is altogether too long to permit of any thorough tabulation. The old symbols of primitive religion found in Turanian rugs and dating back to the very morning of mankind do not seem to appear in the Chinese weavings, but it is manifest that somewhere at some time the Chinese symbols and their attendant meanings were derived directly from some imaginative form of nature worship. Witness the cotyledon or seed germ, which was adopted by Persia from China and appears so often in the high school Persian rugs of Safavian times. The meanings, once established, have been maintained in popular understanding. Every intelligent Chinaman today knows them as his remote ancestors did. It is a part of the great fund of popular information that bird, bat, deer, and butterfly convey wishes for long life and good fortune. Chinese symbolism has developed some eccentric and even egregious things, such, for example, as the dragon and the kailin. Each and every of such impossible creatures had his sphere and his legend. Of the dragons there are several kinds, one of the heavens, one of the mountains, one of the sea. The emperor's dragon has 5 claws, so has that of the first and second class princes. The next 2 classes of the royal family may display only a 4-clawed one, while ordinary mortals must be content with 3. A 4-clawed serpent bespeaks a mandarin or a prince of the 5th rank. The kailin, a fearsome 4-footed beast, means long life and good government. The phoenix, in addition to his indestructible life, was reputed to live high in the air and to descend to earth only as the bearer of good news. The catalogue is endless and perhaps to the Occidental useless, unless it be for the information of the collector or to divert the curious mind. Many of the superstitions common in Turkey and Persia seem to prevail throughout China. For example, I have found a cash, perforated Chinese coin, sewed fast to an old Chinese rug to bring good luck. It should be noted that the cash is one of the Buddhistic symbols of happy augury. Few people in any part of the world will fail to see the fitness of this. The Mohammedans indulge this same practice, using sometimes a gay bead or a scrap of cloth. In weaving rugs, the Chinese in earlier times had one custom of which I have found no trace in Western Asia, namely that of weaving a rug in 2, 3, or 4 sections, breaking an elaborate design without respect for its continuity, and knitting the parts together by the warp threads, evidently to produce just the required size. This is most prevalent in large temple rugs. A word should be said concerning the assigning of rugs to specific periods. There are persons who will name a period for any Chinese rug. I believe more of these are wrong than right. There are some rugs which present coloring or design of distinct period character, and in general it is probable that the earliest are the simplest. The poor old Ming dynasty has had an awful burden to carry. Ability to tell when any and every rug was made would imply an intimate and detailed familiarity with the civil and artistic history of China for unnumbered years, and the person who professes such knowledge should be ready to give a reason for the faith that is in him. Not too much is known about Chinese rugs. They offer an ideal field for the ambitious student, and when he has mastered it, thoroughly he will know much besides rugs. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Mentor 1 by Various. Section 3. Egypt, the Land of Mystery by Dwight L. Elmendorf. It is no wonder that the Egyptians, through all their history, have worshipped the Nile, for that marvelous river is the spine, the marrow, and the life of Egypt. Indeed, it is Egypt, for living Egypt is only a narrow strip 12 or 15 miles wide, simply the banks of the Nile. Herodotus called Egypt the gift of the Nile. The river nourishes and controls the land. All along that waterway are to be found wonders and mysteries of the past. The mind balks in contemplation of the monuments of Egypt. They whisper messages from so far distant a time that we stagger in trying to grasp their meaning. A visit through Egypt usually begins with Cairo, and it is just as well that that is so, for in Cairo there is much that is modern and much that is familiar to the English traveler. It is therefore a good way for the visitor to break into ancient Egypt. In Cairo, modern people mingle with the sons of ancient Egyptians. The English soldier is to be seen almost everywhere, and in front of Shepherd's Hotel you may at times almost forget that you are in Egypt. That is because you are bound down in Cairo, mingling with your own fellow visitors and too close to hotel life. Get up early in the morning and go to the top of the hill known as the Citadel, and there you will get an impression of an Egyptian city. Look at one of the greatest buildings, the Mosque of Mehemet Ali. It is called the Alabaster Mosque. There is a great deal in modern Egypt that is imitation. That is the reason that this building of pure alabaster is to be valued. Its interior is rich and beautiful in design. Cairo and its surroundings. Stand on the parapet of the citadel and look over Cairo, and see the sunrise. Far in the distance is a sandstorm. Many people in the United States think that the weather in Egypt is as clear as crystal always. That is a great mistake. The days there are rarely as clear as American clear days. In January, February, and March, you are likely to have sandstorms, or the sirocco, or wind from the desert, which almost obliterate the sun. Down by the edge of the desert is the Dead City. The tombs there and their interiors are wonderful. The beautiful buildings have been allowed to decay. It is an Oriental peculiarity not to repair anything. On the other side of the citadel are the tombs of the Mamelukes. I advise anyone going to Cairo to visit these tombs, for they contain very curious sarcophagi, and the tomb mosques are interesting, each of them being surmounted by a picturesque dome. Our modern expositions and fairgrounds would not be complete without the streets of Cairo. As we know, a bit of street life is shown, more or less accurately, chiefly less. A fairly correct impression of Egyptian street life is, however, created by such artificial reproductions. One of our pictures will no doubt recall these exposition impressions. The genuine old streets of Cairo are fascinating. Some are so narrow that the traveler must go on foot or on a donkey. The shops are almost within arm's reach on both sides, and many of them are temptingly attractive. There on one side they make famous leather goods, on another they sell glassware. Be careful not to buy unless you know how to bargain. The streets of Cairo. You must go to these little streets to find the bazaars if you want to buy anything, for the great street of the Arab quarter, the famous Muski, is not any longer a thorough Cairo street. Big shops and department stores have crept into it. Stand for a moment on the corner of this great street and see a little bit of the Arab life of old Cairo. It is a busy city. There goes a carryall, a camel, an entire family on its back except the husband who walks by the side. This man coming down with a strange sack on his back is a walking fountain. The sack is filled with something sweet and sticky which he calls sweet water. It is not pleasant. The genuine water carrier of the old school goes to the river, fills his jar, and then goes through the streets shaking his cup in his hand with a chink. It is plain water that he peddles. I should not advise one to drink either of these beverages. Then there are the bread vendors of Cairo, who walk the streets carrying bread on their heads and crying out their wares. Cairo is full of interesting mosques. The oldest and most celebrated is the Mosque of Omri. It is one of the earliest of Mohammedan temples in Egypt. They have a service there, but once a year, when the Khedive himself comes. The interior seems a veritable forest of pillars. One of these is a most remarkable pillar. I will tell the story of it as my boy Mohammed Musa told it to me. This pillar, very important one, very holy. This pillar sent by Mahomet here, for when Omri come to build this mosque, Mahomet so pleased he sent pillar from Mecca. The pillar come here. He find no other pillar from Mecca here, so he get lonely and fly back. Mahomet very angry and send pillar back. Second time he fly back. Mahomet then get very angry, draw his sword and strike pillar, and tell Omri to put pillar in prison. So he put it in prison and it stand there. That is the story that they all believe. The Pyramids. The road leading down to the old Nile Gate is a very beautiful one. Crossing the bridge there, we see the picturesque Nile boats, like the lateen boats of the Mediterranean. The avenue leads out to the pyramids, and there in the far distance you can see them, those golden cones about which is wrapped so much of Egypt's history and mystery. The first sight of the pyramids naturally means much to any intelligent traveler. It makes no difference how much you have read, how much you have heard of them, you cannot be disappointed. It is said that the pyramids will last as long as the world, and they certainly look it. They represent to us the life of the world stretching back into the dim past, and in their imposing solidity they seem to give assurance of lasting to eternity. There are 4 of the pyramids in this group, though the mind naturally dwells on the largest, the Pyramid of Khufu, or Cheops. And to think that these are the works of man, and that they are tombs of the kings who lived and reigned somewhere about 50 centuries ago. The Great Pyramid of Cheops is 480 feet high, and covers an area of 13 acres, each side being 755 feet. The dimensions of this astounding work are almost mathematically exact. It is built of over 2 million blocks of limestone, and they are fitted together with the nicety of mosaics. How could these wonderful structures have been erected? That has been the question of modern engineers. It has been suggested that an inclined plane of earth was constructed, and that the blocks were dragged by men to the top, the inclined plane being added to and raised for each layer. Then, when the pyramid was complete, the inclined plane of earth might have been taken away. This, however, is only a theory. Nothing is known of the methods employed. Originally, the sides of the pyramid were smooth, and a little of this outer facing is still in place. These prism-shaped blocks were taken away from time to time for building purposes in Cairo. Giza. Great Pyramid, Sphinx, and Temple of Armachis. People climb the pyramid and also go inside. In the very heart of the Great Pyramid is a tomb chamber, where we see the empty coffin of Cheops, or Khufu. The tomb was rifled long ago, and no one knows where the king's ashes are. Ascent to the summit of the Great Pyramid means arduous climbing, but it is worthwhile simply for the view it affords of the desert. Most of us imagine the desert as a level of white sand. I thought so until I saw it from the summit of this pyramid. The desert stretches off in long waves and does not seem like a plain, but rather like the rolling ocean. The Sphinx. Not far from Cheops, we see above the waves of sand a rough-hewn head that stirs us mightily. No one can forget the first impression of the Sphinx. It stands for something unique in history and in knowledge. No one with a spark of reverence in his nature can stand before that great stone face without a feeling of awe. There will be little that he can say. The most reverent ones say nothing. There before you is that half-buried, crouching figure of stone about which you have read and heard so much. The paws are covered by sand. It is only by industrious shoveling and digging that the desert is prevented from rising on the wings of the wind and completely burying the great figure. The Sphinx. From a drawing showing the front uncovered by sand, the Sphinx is the symbol of inscrutable wisdom, and its lips are supposed to be closed in mysterious silence, knowing profoundly but telling nothing. These are, however, mere impressions. Facts are the important things. No one knows how old the Sphinx is. It is supposed to have been made during the Middle Empire, but later investigations seem to prove that the Sphinx existed in the time of Cheops, which would mean that it is even older than the Great Pyramid. The Sphinx was made out of living rock, and the dimensions are as follows. Body, 150 feet long. Paws, 50 feet long. Head, 30 feet long. Face, 14 feet wide, and the distance from top of head to base, 70 feet. It must have been an imposing monument when constructed, for then it stood in position to guard the valley of the Nile, and about it was Memphis, the great city of Egypt. Memphis now past and gone. Memphis was once the capital city of the Pharaohs, and it is said to have been founded by Menes. In its day of glory, it was a prosperous and well-fortified city. About 1600 B.C., it was supplanted as capital by Thebes, and the glory of Pharaoh's court was transferred to the southern city. The Colossi of Memnon. These two gigantic statues stand near the approach of the temple of Amenophis. One of them is known as the vocal Memnon. Inscriptions on the vocal statue record the visits of those who were with Hadrian and of others, and relate that they heard the voice of Memnon. The colossi are of hard gritstone, monolithic, and 47 feet in height, with pedestals 12 feet high. They represent Amenophis III, seated on his throne, and are 60 feet apart. Thebes. The most flourishing period in the history of Thebes was between 1600 and 1100 B.C. Thebes in turn fell into decay and is now only a small place visited in the course of a trip to Luxor and Karnak. The situation of Thebes is interesting. It lies in the widest section of the Nile Valley, with a broad plain on the west stretching off to the Libyan mountains. On this plain are the famous statues known as the Colossi of Memnon. Across the Nile on the east bank stand the ruins of Luxor and Karnak, and beyond them to the east are the Arabian hills. Notable monuments on the west side are the temples of Seti I, Ramses II and III, which bear the names of El-Qurna, the Ramesseum, and Medinet Abu. Lying by the side of the Ramesseum is the fallen colossus of Ramses II, the largest statue in Egypt. It is made of pink granite and is about 60 feet in height, or length, we should now say, since the statue is prostrate. Luxor. Not far from Thebes is the village of Luxor, not much in itself, but just a place to stay while visiting the temples. It is pleasing to note that they have done a good work here in raising the embankment in the hope of keeping the Nile water out of the temples. The bank is steep, for the Nile rises high every year. In olden times these temples were evidently protected from the water by some means, but now it rises half up over them. The Temple of Luxor is one of the most beautiful and interesting in Egypt, though not so imposing as the temples of Karnak. As you approach, you can only see a part of it, for there is a fence up there, and if you want to go through, you have to show a ticket. A so-called monument ticket can be obtained from the government for about $6 a year, and this will enable a visitor to see every monument in Egypt. The fund thus raised is used to save the monuments, and every penny of it goes to that work. The beauty of the Temple of Luxor is in its splendid colonnade. It must have been superb when in good condition, with colors fresh and bright. Karnak. The Temple of Karnak, too, is a distinguished mass of columns, the most imposing structure of its kind in existence. It was erected by Seti I and his son Ramses II. Amenophis also had a hand in the building of it. They were great builders in those days, and all their plans were conceived on a vast scale. The ruins of Karnak are magnificent. Some idea of the impressive character of their columns may be gathered from the following statement. There are 134 great columns forming the central aisle, 12 of these 62 feet high and 12 feet thick, the rest of them 42 feet high and 9 feet thick. You will notice traces of color and can gather from that what the temple must have been in its full glory. On a recent trip, I found some German artists at Karnak and suggested that if they would get some water and throw it over the columns, they would obtain the effect of the true coloring. A good color chart of these columns has now been secured, showing them as they were 3,000 years ago. On its outside walls, sculptures tell the history of the splendid conquests of the kings that erected the structure. Luxor, from opposite bank of the Nile. Egypt is a country of impressive temples and monuments, the interest of which has not been exhausted by a library of books on the subject. A trip through Egypt is not complete without a visit to the Ramesseum and that unique monument, the Temple of Dendera. The latter is a building set apart in architectural and in historic interest. It is not imposing, but it has an appeal that the other temples have not. It was a place of mystery. Its inner chamber, the sanctuary of Dendera, was sacred to Pharaoh himself. The Great Dam at Assuan. As one goes up the river, visiting these strange monuments, he finds it the first cataract of the Nile, an imposing object of modern interest. This is the dam at Assuan, one of the greatest feats of engineering in the world. The dam, which was completed in 1902, is 1.25 miles long. It holds back the waters of the Nile and supplies the reservoir from which the waters are led into irrigation canals. The benefits of this great dam are felt from its location at the first cataract, all through the farms and fields that skirt the Nile clear to the delta, 600 miles below. It has made acres fertile that had been barren. It also, of course, has relieved the burden of the poor workmen at the shadoufs, who dipped water for irrigation. Moreover, the dam has improved the conditions of transportation on the Nile, for it has disposed of the first cataract, where boats formerly had to be pulled through the rapids by men. Now the vessels go into a canal and are conveniently and promptly lifted up through 4 locks to the level of the upper Nile. The visitor should not leave Egypt till he has seen Philae, with its beautiful temples, ruined walls, and colonnades. It is a sight for artists to draw and for us to dream of. Philae apparently afloat, for now the Nile water has penetrated the halls of its temples and surrounded its beautiful columns. On returning from the Upper Nile, a visitor should go to the new National Museum at Cairo. He may have visited this interesting place before he took the Nile trip, but he will know more on his return. The valuable collection of Egyptian antiquities there in the museum will mean more to him. Months could be spent with profit in this building. It contains one of the richest and most interesting collections of historic remains in the world, the result of years of exploration, excavation, and the intelligent study of eminent scholars. There before you are the relics of ancient Egypt. There are the statues, mummies, and other antiquities that the government has collected. In them you may read the history of ancient Egypt and learn to appreciate the life, literature, and art of Pharaoh's time. Editorial. It was no easy matter for Mr. Elmendorf to present the subject of Egypt in an article of only 2,500 words. He has confined himself in his characteristic interesting manner to the impressions of a traveler. Of the great store of archaeological treasures in Egypt, the monuments, statues, tablets, tombs, inscriptions, in fact all that is comprehended under the name Egyptology, Mr. Elmendorf could say nothing. These are the subjects for the historical student rather than for the traveler, and they will be taken up in turn in the Mentor of some later date, when we will approach the subject of Egypt from the standpoint of the historical student. There is, however, one question that readers of Mr. Elmendorf's article are apt to ask. In fact, ordinary curiosity would prompt the inquiry. The monuments of Egypt are covered with historic records in the form of inscriptions. These records are hieroglyphic. They are what some people call picture writings. The natural question is, how were these hieroglyphics deciphered? The answer is interesting, and it seems to us that both question and answer belong in the number of the Mentor with Mr. Elmendorf's article. The river Nile separates at its delta into two branches. The eastern stream enters the Mediterranean at Damietta. The western stream enters the Great Sea at Rosetta. It was near this latter town that an officer in Napoleon's army discovered, in August 1799, the key to Egyptian hieroglyphics. It is called the Rosetta Stone, and it is now in the British Museum. For years the hieroglyphic was an unknown language, and the history of Egypt, except such as is contained in the Bible, was a blind book. The Rosetta Stone was found to contain an inscription in 3 different languages: the hieroglyphic, the Demotic, which was the common language of the Egyptians, and the Greek. When these inscriptions were examined, it was discovered that they were each a translation of the other. There, then, was the clue which opened up the whole field of Egyptian history. Dr. Young, in 1814, began the work of deciphering hieroglyphics by this clue. He worked on various inscriptions, especially the pictorial writings on the walls of Karnak. The value of this discovery may be appreciated when we consider that its discovery has enabled scholars to translate hieroglyphics almost as easily as they would any of the classic writings. The actual inscription on the Rosetta Stone is not so important in itself. It is a decree issued in honor of Ptolemy Epiphanes by the priests of Egypt, assembled in a synod of Memphis on account of the remission of arrears on taxes and dues. It was put up in 195 B.C. Since the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, other tablets containing more important inscriptions have been found, but the unique value of the Rosetta Stone lies in the fact that it contains a corresponding Greek inscription, thereby affording a clue to the meaning of the hieroglyphics. The stone is black basalt, 3 feet 7 inches in length, 2 feet 6 inches in width, and 10 inches thick. After it was found by the French, it was transferred to the British, and in 1802 it was brought to England, where it was mounted and placed in the British Museum. The Rosetta Stone is a cornerstone of Egyptology, and the revelations of early Egyptian history and life brought to light by means of it have cleared some of the mystery of Egypt and have made known much of its history. Cairo is the capital of modern Egypt and the most populous city in Africa. By the Arabs it is called Makra el-Kahira, or simply Makra. It is situated on the Nile, extending along the east bank of that river for about 5 miles. Cairo itself is really the 4th Moslem capital of Egypt. The site of one of those which preceded it partly included within its walls, while the other 2 were a little to the south. Johar of Gohar el-Qaid, the conqueror of Egypt, for the Fatimite Caliph el-Mu'iz in 968 founded el-Kahira, the victorious. This name was finally corrupted into Cairo. The city was founded on the spot occupied by the camp of the conqueror. It grew larger and more important as the years went by. In 1175, the Crusaders attacked Cairo, but were repulsed. The town prospered, but in 1517 it was conquered by the Turks. Thereafter it declined. The French captured the city in 1798. The Turkish and English forces drove them out in 1801, and Cairo was then handed over to Turkey. A few years later, Mehemet Ali became the Turkish viceroy. This man was a bold and unscrupulous schemer. He was born in Macedonia and became colonel of the troops of the Turkish Sultan and was stationed in Egypt. In 1805, he was appointed governor. 2 years later, England tried to get possession of the country, but he foiled the British. The Mamelukes, the former rulers of Egypt, had been conquered by Napoleon and were forced to acknowledge Mehemet Ali as master of Egypt. But they were still powerful, and their plots hindered the plans of the ambitious viceroy. So one day in 1811, Mehemet gave a great feast in the citadel in Cairo, to which the Mamelukes were all invited. 450 of them accepted and rode, a magnificent cavalcade, up to the citadel through a deep, steep passageway leading from the lower town. The lower gates of the street were suddenly closed. Behind the walls were the armed men of Mehemet Ali. Point blank they fired into the crowd of horsemen. The slaughter was kept up until all were dead. Tradition says that one man escaped by leaping his horse over a wall. Thus Mehemet became ruler, indeed, of Egypt. Under his rule, Cairo grew up. He is supposed to have watched over the welfare of his people, but according to one historian, they could not suffer more and live. Ismail Pasha, the first of the Khedives, modernized Cairo. Coming from Paris filled with progressive but reckless ideas of civilization, he resolved to transform the ancient city by the Nile into an African metropolis. The festivities he organized on the occasion of the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 are said to have cost $20 million. He built the Opera House of Cairo and had Verdi, the famous composer, write the opera Aida, especially to be produced there in 1871. His extravagances plunged Egypt into debt, but in 1882 Cairo was occupied by the British, and under their rule Egypt came gradually from under this heavy burden of indebtedness. Egypt, the land of mystery. The Pyramids. 2. All things fear time, but time fears the pyramids, says the ancient proverb. The pyramids are for eternity. They alone of all man's work seem able to conquer time. They are mute witnesses to the greatness and majesty of Egypt 5,000 years ago. The Egyptian pyramids are royal tombs, the burial vaults of kings. A pyramid was constructed of horizontal layers of rough-hewn blocks with a small amount of mortar. The outside casing was of massive blocks, usually greater in thickness than in height. Inside of each pyramid, always low down and usually below the ground level, was built a sepulchral chamber. This room, which contained the body of the king, was always reached by a passage from the north, sometimes beginning in the pyramid face, sometimes descending into the rock on which the pyramid was built. To build but a single one of these huge tombs must have taken thousands of slaves many years, and there are 76 of them in existence today. What a record of toil and suffering for the vanity of kings! The oldest of these pyramids is the Step Pyramid of Saqqara. It is supposed to be the oldest building of stone in the world. It lies near the vanished city of Memphis, the capital city of King Menes, the first Egyptian monarch, whose name is known to history, and the founder of the earliest known dynasty, variously estimated to have been from 5702 to 2691 BC. The greatest and most famous pyramid is the Pyramid of Khufu. Cheops at Giza. It was originally 480 feet high. Its base covers an area of 13 acres, and each side is 755 feet long. The ancient builders were so accurate in their work that modern engineers have discovered an error of only 65/100ths of an inch in the length of the sides of the base, and of 1/300th of a degree in angle at the corners. The base is practically a perfect square. The Pyramid of Khufu is the only surviving wonder of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. 100,000 men worked for 20 years to build this tomb, which contains 2,300,000 limestone blocks, of an average weight of 2½ tons. How the tremendous undertaking was ever accomplished is one of the mysteries of the world. But even this huge tomb was no protection against robbers. The body of King Khufu has disappeared, stolen from its famous resting place centuries ago. To ascend the pyramid, one has to climb steps, narrow and about 3 feet apart. For a small fee, the Arabs help the tourist to the top, from where the view is well worth the trouble. The blocks that formed the point of the pyramid have been removed, and the summit is a level platform 36 feet square. 3. Battered and broken by the attacks of time and man, buffeted by the desert winds, flat-faced and almost featureless, the Sphinx is still the possessor of its mighty secret, the mystery of the ages. It is still able to express by the smile of those closed lips the inanity of our most profound human conjectures. Everyone knows about the Sphinx at Giza, near the Great Pyramids. This is proved by the common use of the word sphinx-like, applied to that which holds but will not disclose mystery. But not everyone knows the reason for the form of the Sphinx, half human and half beast. Sphinx is the Greek name for a compound creature with a lion's body and a human head. The Greek Sphinx had male wings and a female bust. The Sphinx of Egypt was wingless and was called Androsphinx by Herodotus. In Egypt, the Sphinx was usually designed as lying down. The heads of the Egyptian sphinxes are royal portraits, apparently intended to represent the power of the reigning pharaoh. The most famous sphinx is the Great Sphinx of Giza. No one knows who formed this gigantic figure of mystery, nor when it was made. It was cut from a ridge of natural rock with patches of masonry here and there to carry out the effect. The body is 140 feet long, and it faces eastward, looking out over the valley of the Nile. It has been said that the Sphinx was probably intended to be the guardian of the entrance to the Nile Valley. The name of the Sphinx in Egyptian was Hu. The inscriptions in the shrine between its paws say that it represented the sun god Hormakhu. In the long past days of Egypt's grandeur, the Sphinx was a central feature of the grandest cemetery the world has ever seen. This was the cemetery of Memphis, the metropolis of Egypt. The city of Memphis was the chief city of King Menes, who founded the earliest known dynasty. Now the only things that mark the site of the vanished metropolis are 2 colossal but fallen statues of Egypt's vainest king, Ramses II the Great. 4. The ancient Egyptians had a great many gods, but the greatest of all was the sun god. His name was Amun, and this meant the hidden or veiled one. All worship of this god was mysterious and shrouded in darkness. In that way, the priests held their power over the people. It was at old Thebes that the greatest temples of the sun god were built. For about 2,000 years, Thebes was the capital of the powerful Egyptian pharaohs. It was called Weset and Nut, which means the city. The Greeks gave it the name of Thebai. Now this once great and important city has disappeared except for its ruins. The little village of Luxor occupies the southern part of ancient Thebes. It is on the east bank of the Nile, 450 miles from Cairo. Its name Luxor is a corruption of the Arabic El Qusur, meaning the castles, and referring to the many-columned courts of the abandoned temples. The great king of Egypt, Amenophis III, built the temple of Amen about which Luxor has grown up. He did not finish it, and Ramses II added to it a huge columned court. But this temple was never altogether completed. Still, it measures almost 900 feet from front to rear. Ramses II also erected outside some colossal statues and a pair of obelisks. One of these obelisks now stands in the Place de la Concorde in Paris. It was taken there in 1831. The chief religious festival of Thebes was that of Southern Opie, the ancient name of Luxor. The sacred ships of the gods, which were kept in the temple of Karnak, were then taken in procession to Luxor and back. Most of the old village of Luxor lay inside the courts of the temple. The Christians built churches within the temple. Luxor was also called Abul Hagag, from a Moslem saint of the 7th century. His tomb stands on a high heap of debris in the court of Ramses. Today, Luxor is a tourist center, and several fine hotels have been erected to accommodate the many visitors to the famous ruins. Nearly all the debris has been cleared away by the Service des Antiquités, which took up this work in 1885. Most of the natives thereabout are engaged in the manufacture of forged antiques, which they sell to the unwary traveler. 5. A little village with a big ruin, that is Karnak. Karnak itself is a town of only 12,000 people in Upper Egypt, which has given its name to the northern half of the ruins of ancient Thebes. The most important of these ruins are the ruins of the Temple of Amen. These are to other ruins what the Grand Canyon of the Colorado is to other gorges. Many of Egypt's kings contributed to build the Temple of Amen at Karnak. Karnak represents colossal antiquity. They are 134 in number, but many have crumbled and fallen to earth. The large columns were nearly 12 feet thick and 62 feet high. On top of each 100 men could have stood. Each column was made up of many half-drums put together, and on them are raised reliefs, once painted with bright colors, picturing the events in the reigns of the various kings of Egypt. But now their glory has departed. The walls of the temple have fallen, and all that we can see is a mass of ruins, resembling the litter of an avalanche. Tribute from all the world once poured into the coffers of the priests of Amen. The Egyptian kings gave them a great share of the spoils of their conquering raids, and Ramses III gave 90,000 of his prisoners of war to them for slaves. Finally, these priests became so rich and powerful that the high priest of Amen took the throne and became ruler of the Egyptians. In 1899, a great calamity came upon the ruins of the temple. 11 of the standing columns fell. These were all restored by 1908, and the work of excavation, strengthening, and reconstruction is still going on. Besides the Temple of Amen at Karnak, there are 2 other ruins of importance. A temple of the god Mut, built by Amenophis III and restored by Ramses II and the Ptolemies, has almost disappeared, except for a well-preserved gateway and the plan of the foundations. The other ruin, the Temple of Khuns, was built by Ramses II and his successors. 6. There are many ancient and awe-inspiring monuments in Egypt, but one work of modern times there does not suffer in comparison with the greatest things that the pharaohs have left us. The tombs, the pyramids, and the obelisks were built at the cost of terrible suffering merely to satisfy the vanity of selfish kings. But this great work has given life to the land, enriched the population, and made their labor far lighter. It is the dam at Assuan. Assuan, or Aswan, is a town of Upper Egypt on the east bank of the river Nile, below the first cataract. It has of late grown very popular as a winter health resort, and many large modern hotels are now situated there. At the beginning of the cataract, 3.5 miles above the town, is the Dam of Assuan. This is 1.25 miles long from shore to shore. It was finished in December 1902. This dam controls the water of the Nile and makes possible the irrigation of vast areas of land that had hitherto been dead and unproductive. Water is very valuable in Egypt. Before the dam was built, a boat had to be hauled up the rapids of the first cataract by hundreds of natives. It was an all-day task. Now a canal with 4 locks quietly and quickly takes vessels to the upper level of the Nile. The dam has transformed the river above it into a huge lake. Many former islands have been wholly or partly submerged. The Isle of Philae is the most important of these. The goddess Isis was worshipped there, and there were temples erected to her. One rocky point of the island is still above water. The rest of Philae is an Egyptian Venice. Water paves the courts of the temples and gives added beauty to the relics of the past. Opposite Philae, on the east bank of the Nile, is the village of Shellal. This town is the southern terminus of the Egyptian railway and the starting point of steamers for the Sudan. Near Assuan are the quarries from which the old Egyptians took granite for their obelisks. There is still one obelisk all carved and shaped, ready to be taken from the rock. When an obelisk was shaped, holes were bored in the rock all along the line of separation. Wedges of wood were driven into these holes and soaked with water. The wet wood expanded, and the great obelisk was broken from the mother rock. It was then ready to be shipped to its destination. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 1 by Various. Famous American Sculptors by Lorado Taft, 1860 to 1936. Famous American Sculptors, Volume 1, Number 36, Serial 36, by Lorado Taft, sculptor and author of History of American Sculpture. The story of American sculpture is a brief one compared with the chronicles of other lands. Our first professional sculptors, Horatio Greenough and Hiram Powers, were both born in 1805. In European countries, the records of the last 100 years are but fragments, brief sequels to the story of ages of endeavor. It is difficult to realize that our actual achievement from the very kindergarten stage of an unknown art to the proud eminence held by American sculpture in the Paris Exposition of 1900 was the work of but 70 years and 10, was seen in its entirety by many living men. Beginnings of American Sculpture. Birthplace of J.Q.A. Ward. Ward was born in 1830 on a farm in the neighborhood of Urbana, Ohio. The beginnings of all arts in this country have been timid and imitative. Literature, music, and painting had something to found themselves upon in the national tradition. But sculpture was never abundant in England, and this art, usually one of the earliest, was the last to appear in America. Its first inspirations were Italian, and for half a century American sculpture was crude parody on the art of Canova and Thorvaldsen. Many of our sculptors, like Powers, Greenough, Crawford, Story, Randolph Rogers, Reinhardt, Ball, Mead, and Harriet Hosmer, made their homes in Florence and Rome and welcomed the ever-swelling tide of American travel with wistful greetings. Perhaps their influence was greater there upon the receptive travellers than it could have been at home, but one cannot help feeling a high regard for men like Palmer, John Rogers, and Ward, who held the fort, developing the native material of their own land. About the time of the centennial, France was suddenly discovered by our young sculptors. Her opportunities were appreciated, and soon the entire stream of students was diverted thither from Italy and Germany. St. Gaudens was the first important product of the American-French school of sculpture, and his talent and training together offered an irresistible argument for the new methods. John Quincy Adams Ward. Before speaking further of our greatest sculptor, a few words should be devoted to the last and most distinguished of the pioneers, John Quincy Adams Ward, 1830 to 1910, who was privileged to see the triumphs of American sculpture at home and abroad, and to participate in them to the end. Always keenly alive and vibrantly responsive to the forces at work about him, he was ever a contemporary of the youngest men of his profession. Ward's earliest success, The Indian Hunter, in Central Park, New York City, was the result of a long journey among the red men. Its intensity is an unconscious revelation of the man who made it. No lackadaisical dreamer could have conceived the idea, much less have carried it to its happy realization. The emotion of war times found expression in The Freedman, and later in a notable series of memorials to heroes of the conflict, culminating in the great Henry Ward Beecher of Brooklyn, one of the most impressive portraits in this country. None but a big man could have grasped that character. None but a strong nature could convey to others that impression of exuberant vitality and of conscious power. The great preacher stands solidly upon his feet, enveloped in a heavy overcoat and cape, his hat in hand. The poise is superbly confident, the leonine head uplifted as if in command rather than in exhortation. New York City has many of Ward's works. His Pilgrim and Shakespeare in Central Park are well known. His Horace Greeley is the last word in faithful characterization, as vivid as his Wall Street Washington is noble and detached. The admirable equestrian, General Thomas, and the Garfield Monument in Washington are equally familiar. The uprightness and dignity of the whole life of the sculptor left their impress upon every portrait he modelled. Some are greater than others, but they are men, every one of them. They stand firmly on their feet, and they make no gestures, no attempt to win us. There is no restlessness, no anxiety. You feel eternity in their attitudes, in their composure. Above all, the sculptor has known how to endow each with an individual intelligence. St. Gaudens, the Master. Augustus St. Gaudens, like so many of our best citizens, was a product of another land, of two others in fact. Born in Dublin in 1848, of a French father and an Irish mother, he represented an unusually fortunate combination of two artistic races. The humble family settled in 1850 in New York, where the boy was early apprenticed to a cameo cutter, supplementing his childish efforts with a rigorous training in the drawing classes of Cooper Union. In 1880, after some years abroad, he exhibited at the Salon his remarkable figure of Admiral Farragut, now in Madison Square, New York, which still remains one of his finest works. This statue and its harmonious pedestal met with instant success, and was followed by a series of triumphant works, so novel and original, so significant and admirably perfected, that the master's position at the head of the profession in this country was constantly reaffirmed to the day of his death. Indeed, in reviewing the life of this great artist, one asks what other sculptor of modern times has produced such a succession of notable achievements as the Farragut, the Lincoln of Chicago, the Deacon Chapin of Springfield, Massachusetts, the Adams Memorial in Washington, the Shaw Memorial, the Logan, the Sherman, and finally the seated Lincoln. Add to this the countless exquisite medallions, the delightfully decorative high-relief portraits, and perhaps, most beautiful of all, that angelic brood of which the Amor Caritas is the type and culmination, and where shall we look for a more individual expression? Rodin himself, with all his contortions, has not produced so much beauty, nor demonstrated himself more original. To different moods these great works make their differing appeals. The heroic Lincoln, with its strong, gaunt frame, and its majestic head bowed in sympathetic tenderness; the sturdy Chapin, wrapped in a voluminous cloak and self-sufficiency; the mysterious, inscrutable genius of the Adams tomb; the rhythmic momentum of the colored regiment with its faded leader riding serenely, square-shouldered and level-eyed to his doom; the glorious victory of the Sherman group, the most spiritual, most ethereal of all sculptured types. What an array are these! What wealth to have brought to our national ideals! Daniel Chester French. Worthy successor to the great artist who put us all under such heavy obligations is Daniel Chester French, whose work is known throughout the land. French was born at Exeter, New Hampshire, in 1850, and grew up in Concord, Massachusetts, amid ideal surroundings. His first youthful effort in sculpture, The Minute Man of Concord, was a success, and his busy life has known no failures. No other American sculptor has produced so much, and we can name here but a few of his most important works. Best beloved is the noble Death and the Young Sculptor, designed as a memorial to the sculptor Martin Milmore. In this poetic group we have unquestionably one of the highest expressions of a purely American art. Other works of interest are the ascetic John Harvard of Cambridge, a vigorous General Cass, and the touchingly sympathetic Klatte group, both in Washington, D.C., the O'Reilly Monument of Boston, the Equestrian Washington in Paris and Chicago, General Grant in Fairmount Park, Philadelphia, and General Hooker in Boston. Among his most recent works are a Lincoln for Lincoln, Nebraska, and an Emerson for Concord. The Columbian Exposition was crowned by French's gigantic and truly monumental Republic, a superb figure which reappears, comfortably seated for all time in the alma mater of Columbia. French does not disdain architectural sculpture, and has made beautiful groups for the Custom House of New York, the Post Office of Cleveland, and the pediment of the Brooklyn Institute. In the recent Parkman and Melvin memorials, he has shown a treatment peculiarly adapted to the stone, a most valuable suggestion to our younger men. No one has greater influence upon the trend of American sculpture than has French, and many there are who owe to him their successful beginnings. Frederick MacMonnies. When in 1884 Frederick MacMonnies arrived in Paris, he was equipped as no American had ever been before. He was 21 years old, and had already spent 5 years in the studio of St. Gaudens, besides learning to draw like a skilled painter. His progress was proportionate, and it has been his joy ever since to meet his European competitors upon their own field and to rival them in whatever they undertake. If there is nothing distinctively American in his art, it is sculpture of the highest degree of workmanship, an international coin that passes current wherever good art is known. No one has ever worked quite so feverishly as did MacMonnies during those wonderful first years of his career, and no one has ever done so much in the time. The list is too long even to chronicle here, much less to comment upon. Beginning with the Nathan Hale and Stranahan of the Salon in 1891, the sculptor came insistently into national view in 1893 with his great Columbian fountain, the jewel of the Chicago Exposition. It was the opportunity of a lifetime, and the young sculptor rose serenely and triumphantly to the occasion. The memory of that exquisite twilight vision remains a delight to all who saw it. Orders followed in rapid sequence and brought more successes. The archaistic Shakespeare of the Congressional Library, the irresistible Bacchante, Sir Henry Vane of Boston, and the sculptor's various contributions to Prospect Park, Brooklyn, the Memorial Arch, with its gigantic Army and Navy groups, and its glorious quadriga above, and the horse tamers. Upon the exhibition of these works at the Paris Exposition of 1900, MacMonnies decided that he wanted a rest, which, in the case of one of his nervous temperament, meant merely a change. He dropped his modelling tools absolutely, and for a number of years gave himself up to the joys of painting. All sculptors dream of this, but he could really do it. His work on canvas is no less masterly than his sculpture. Of late he has returned to his first love, and we look forward eagerly to the new products of his studio. The bold originality of Barnard. George Gray Barnard. George Gray Barnard is a Westerner, although he chanced to be born in Pennsylvania, where his parents were temporarily residing in 1863. The sculptor's father is a clergyman, and the fortunes of the ministry afterward led him to Chicago and thence to Muscatine, Iowa, where the son passed his boyhood. One cannot doubt that these circumstances had their profound influence upon the character of the young artist. In it is something of the largeness of the western prairies, something of the audacity of a life without tradition or precedent, a burning intensity of enthusiasm, above all, a strong element of mysticism which permeates all that Barnard does or thinks. The stories of his student struggles in Chicago and Paris are familiar. The first results of all this self-sacrifice became tangible in that early group, a tombstone for Norway, in which the youth portrayed brotherly love, a work of weird and indescribable charm. In 1894, Barnard completed his celebrated group, Two Natures, upon which he had toiled in clay and marble for several years. This masterful achievement gave him at once high standing in Europe, and his work has never since ceased to interest the cultivated public of the world's capitals. Then followed an extraordinary Norwegian stove, a monumental affair illustrative of Scandinavian mythology, and Maidenhood and The Hewer, two of the finest nudes thus far produced in America. The great work of Barnard's recent years has been the decoration of the Pennsylvania Capitol. It has been said of him that he was the only one connected with that building who was not smirched. But his part is a story of heroism and triumph. The writer has not yet seen the enormous groups in place, but is familiar with fragments that have won the enthusiastic praise of the best sculptors of Paris. They are inspiring conceptions which point the way to still mightier achievements in American sculpture. The vigor of Bartlett. Paul Wayland Bartlett was born in 1865 of artistic ancestry, his father being Truman Bartlett, teacher and critic. The boy grew up in Paris, entering the Beaux Arts at the age of 15, and working also at the Jardin des Plantes under the helpful guidance of Frémier, the great animalist. His art has always offered an interesting blend of the two influences, animal forms appearing in nearly all his compositions. Bartlett's first important exhibit was The Bohemian Bear Trainer, the second, The Indian Ghost Dancer, shown at the Chicago Exposition. Soon followed those striking works for the Congressional Library, his Columbus and Michelangelo. The former shows the discoverer in a new light, no longer the gentle dreamer, the eloquent pleader, the enthusiast, nor yet the silent victim in chains, but a hero of might and confidence, hurling proud defiance at his calumniators. The Michelangelo is, if possible, an even more vivid, though less vehement presentation of its theme. The short, gnome-like figure with stumpy legs, the big, powerful hands, the stern face, rough-hewn with its frown and tight lips, all these combine to make this at first sight a not very winning presentation of the great master. But it has the quality that will outlive all others. It was left to an American sculptor to grasp his character profoundly and to create an adequate representation of the mighty Florentine. Bartlett's young Lafayette stands in one of the most coveted sights in all Paris, in the square before the Louvre. It is well worthy of the honour, and is a monument to the artist's capacity for taking pains, representing as it does many years of study and experiment. Bartlett collaborated with Ward upon the pedimental group of the New York Stock Exchange, and a logical result of the good work done there was the commission to design the long-awaited pediment for the House of Representatives in Washington, a gigantic undertaking of great significance, which is now in progress. To select these 6 names out of 100 seems invidious. One wants to talk of Herbert Adams and his beautiful busts, of Carl Bitter and all the fine things he has done, of McNeill and Grafley and Aitken and the Piccarillis and the Borglums and all the rest, of the Boston men, of the women sculptors, even of the little Western group. But space fails. They are all working enthusiastically for the love of their art and for the fair fame of America. Editorial. Seek knowledge wherever it can be found throughout the world. So spoke Mutsuhito, late Emperor of Japan. It was a favorite maxim of his, and one frequently repeated by his subjects. It might well be a legend of the Mentor, for the wise thought beneath that injunction of the emperor's is just what inspired the Mentor plan. The method pursued in the Mentor finds, too, a striking parallel in Japanese life. In seeking knowledge and in the enjoyment of beautiful things, the Japanese set their minds on one thing at a time. Their habit of thought and their method of study are such as might be expressed in the Mentor principle. Learn one thing every day. The thoroughness of the Japanese is well known. Their intelligence, enterprise, and up-to-dateness have been illustrated many times in the arts of peace and in the science of war. In this one particular principle of concentration in study, and single-mindedness in the enjoyment of beautiful things, the Japanese may well be taken as a model for the rest of mankind. My friend Takashima showed me lately a beautiful vase. It stood on a pedestal in a room that seemed to me empty. Simple matting covered the floor, simply decorated screens covered the walls. A few pieces of furniture, equally simple, were all that the room contained, beside that vase. "Is it not beautiful?" he said. And then he gave me its history, telling me who, among the early masters of Chinese pottery, had designed and shaped this exquisite work of art. I remarked on the reverence that he showed for a single work of art in devoting a room to it alone. "Enjoy one thing of beauty at a time," he said. I could not enjoy this vase in a room filled with miscellaneous things. As well go to a shop. The mind would be in chaos, knowing nothing well and appreciating nothing to the full. Such had always been Takashima's habit. He said it was a habit of his people. "Why," he asked, "should you have more than one thing of beauty in your room at a time? Enjoy it to the full, then place something else there. But before removing it, get out of it all that there is in it of beauty and of knowledge. You cannot do this in the confusion of a room filled with many varied things." The incident was so strikingly in accord with the mentor idea that it seemed as if Takashima might the next moment have added the phrase, "Learn one thing every day." And so the principle underlying the plan of the Mentor Association is one approved and exercised by a nation of intelligent people. How many other people follow this direct and simple path to knowledge we cannot say. But that it is not only the direct and simple way, but the one satisfying and effective way of acquiring knowledge is plain. On that principle the Mentor Association is founded, and by following that principle, the members of the association can add day by day to their store of knowledge and can fully and intelligently enjoy the beautiful things in art. Famous American Sculptors. John Quincy Adams Ward. The life of John Quincy Adams Ward was a long record of dignified success. Born in the beginning of the last century, at the time when American sculpture was in a very elementary stage, he lived to see this art mature into something of which our country may well be proud. Quiet simplicity and impressiveness of mass characterize Ward's work. Everything he did was big and effective. John Quincy Adams Ward was born on June 29th, 1830, near Urbana, Ohio. He was a boy that enjoyed play, but he did not neglect his work. He loved the open air. Riding, hunting, or fishing, he liked them all. He received his education in the village schools. One day the young boy found some clay on his father's farm. He took a handful of it and modeled the face of an old negro who lived nearby. Everyone who saw this early attempt said that it was wonderful. It may have been. At any rate, Ward did not immediately begin to dream of becoming a great sculptor. In this he differed from most beginners whose first work is called great by their friends. Not until he was 19 years old did he really find out his destiny. In 1849 he paid a visit to a sister in Brooklyn. One day he happened to pass the studio of the sculptor H.K. Brown. The door of the studio was open, and Ward glanced inside. The scene fascinated him. He returned to the place again and again. Finally he found his way into this world of mystery, and at length, by some miracle, became one of the sculptor's pupils. It would have been hard for Ward to have found a better master in all America. He studied under Brown from 1850 to 1857. He learned everything, from kneading clay to marble carving. By 1861, when he opened a studio of his own in New York City, he had executed busts of Joshua R. Giddings, Alexander H. Stephens, and Hannibal Hamlin, prepared the first sketch for The Indian Hunter, his great work now in Central Park, New York City, and made studies among the Indians themselves for this work. From that time on, success was his. He worked hard and conscientiously. His statues of Washington, Beecher, and Horace Greeley are all recognized as great pieces of portrait sculpture. Unlike many of the early sculptors of America, he acquired his training, his inspirations, and his themes from his own country. When the National Sculpture Society was organized in New York in 1896, Ward was elected to be the first president. He died in New York City on May 1st, 1910. Augustus St. Gaudens. St. Gaudens is the name of a little town in the south of France, and close to the foot of the Pyrenees. A humble shoemaker named Bernard Paul Ernest dwelt there, and in 1848, after he had moved to Dublin, Ireland, he had a son, to whom he gave the name Augustus. The mother of the boy was a native of Dublin. Her maiden name was Mary McGuinness. Such was the origin of a master in sculpture, Augustus St. Gaudens. His parents came to America when he was an infant, and after a short stay in Boston, took up their residence in New York City. Augustus St. Gaudens attended school until he was 13. Then he was apprenticed to a cameo cutter named Abbott. After 3 years' service, he left his master and found employment with a shell cameo cutter named Le Breton, with whom he worked for several years. During this time, young St. Gaudens was studying drawing at night, first at Cooper Union, and then for 2 years at the National Academy of Design. Augustus St. Gaudens was always a thoughtful, quiet youth, with extraordinary power of concentration. He pursued the art of modelling with great enthusiasm. It was said of him that his sense of form and of objects in relief was so vivid that with his eyes closed he could fairly see with his fingers. His cameo cutting naturally assisted him in the perfection of art in high and low relief. When 20 years old, St. Gaudens was already a well-trained artist. He went to Paris and worked in the School of Fine Arts, in the studio of M. Geoffroy. There he studied the human figure in all phases, and quickly mastered it. A residence of several years in Italy followed, with constant art activity and steady artistic growth. He came back to the United States in 1874, and his first work was a bust in marble of William M. Evarts. Then came a commission for a large decorative relief for St. Thomas's Church, New York City, and in 1878 he began work on the statue of Admiral Farragut that now stands in Madison Square, New York City, which is one of the most widely known and admired of all his works. The years that followed were full of distinguished achievements. His Lincoln, which was unveiled in Lincoln Park, Chicago in 1887, has been hailed as the greatest portrait statue in the United States. St. Gaudens was not only the most skillful of American sculptors, but also the most versatile. This will be appreciated by anyone who looks first at the Farragut statue, then at the severe, imposing character of Deacon Chapin, a statue that is often called the Puritan. Let him then contrast the stirring Shaw Memorial on Boston Common with the strange, mysteriously beautiful figure in Rock Creek Cemetery, Washington, D.C., that has been called variously Grief, Death, and the Peace of God. St. Gaudens enjoyed the distinction of being America's leading sculptor for many years before he died. His life was crowned with honors, sweetened by many fine friendships, and enriched and mellowed by broad, liberal, mature art intelligence. He was a great master of art in thought and in expression. He died in New York City in 1907. Daniel Chester French. Nature smiled on Daniel Chester French. All the circumstances of his birth and breeding conspired to help his development. He was born at Exeter, New Hampshire, in 1850. Among many well-known relatives he numbered Daniel Webster and John Greenleaf Whittier. His ancestors were men who stood high in the communities in which they lived. His father was a lawyer, a judge, and Assistant Secretary of the United States Treasury. He was always interested in public welfare, and was known for his good taste and good works. His descendants said that he beautified every place in which he lived. Daniel Chester French showed ability at an early age, but no particular leaning toward sculpture. He was simply a bright, good-looking boy with a liking for outdoor life and exercise. One day, when about 19 years old, during a period of work on his father's farm, he showed his parents a queer figure of a frog that he had cut out of a turnip. "Daniel, there is your career," were the words that expressed the feelings of both father and mother. The farm was near Concord. There dwelt Miss May Alcott, the Amy of Little Women, and an artist of some ability. She encouraged young French in his study of drawing and modelling, and he plunged into his art career with an enthusiasm that bordered on boyish frenzy. His nature was ardent and poetic, and it carried him into forms of expression that were doomed to disappointment. The best thing for him was a visit that he made to the veteran sculptor J.Q.A. Ward. This took place when he was staying with relatives in Brooklyn, New York, and it opened the boy's eyes to the fuller meaning of sculpture. Months of earnest work followed, during which Daniel French's talents rapidly ripened. When he was only 23 years old, he received a commission of real national importance, that of modelling the statue of the Minute Man. This interesting piece of sculpture, now well known, was unveiled at Concord in 1875. In celebration of it, Ralph Waldo Emerson and George William Curtis made speeches, and James Russell Lowell read a poem. At this time, Daniel French had sailed for Italy, where he remained for a period in study. In 1879 he modelled a bust of Emerson from life, a work so vivid and lifelike that the poet-philosopher said, "The more it resembles me, the worse it looks," and then added with a nod of approval, "That is the face that I shave." French's art took rapid strides. He is known today equally well by his fine portrait busts and his great allegorical compositions. One of the most imposing of his compositions is the great heroic female figure, entitled Alma Mater, seated at the approach to the library of Columbia University, New York. No American sculptor is better known than Mr. French in his home land or abroad. He bears high honors on both continents. Frederick MacMonnies. To many Americans, the name of Frederick MacMonnies became known by the imposing Columbian fountain at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893. The composition was a majestic barge on which Columbia sat enthroned on high. At the prow was a fine figure of Fame with trumpet upraised. On the stern, Father Time watched the progress of the barge, which was urged on by the oars of 8 women of great beauty, representing the arts and industries. The work had style, and it was also imposing in its massed effect. MacMonnies was only 27 years old when this commission was given to him in 1891. He got it largely through the influence of his instructor, Augustus St. Gaudens. All the summer of 1893, people were asking about the young sculptor. They found that he was born in Brooklyn, New York, in 1863, of Scottish parentage. He came by an art inheritance, from one of his parents at least. His mother, Juliana Eudora West, a niece of the famous early American painter Benjamin West. Frederick MacMonnies had to leave school when a mere boy and earn his living as a clerk in a jewelry store. He found time to study there, and when he was 16 years old, he attracted the notice of St. Gaudens, who took him into his studio as an apprentice. That was the beginning of MacMonnies' fame. He could scarcely realize at that age what a few years' training under St. Gaudens would mean. He worked hard in the studio and in the classes of the Academy of Design and Art Students' League, so that when in 1884 he was able to go abroad, he had a ground knowledge of modelling that fitted him to make the most of his study in foreign schools. He had been, in the fullest sense, put in right by St. Gaudens. Through all the years of his study, he had the advantage of close, familiar association with the greatest artists of this country and some of those abroad. MacMonnies went at once to Paris and joined the School of Fine Arts, where he made friends and his progress was rapid. Back and forth he went during the next few years, from Paris to New York, according as his means and his plans of work required. He got his first commission in 1889, an order for 3 life-sized angel figures in bronze for St. Paul's Church, New York City. This brought him commendation, and with the help of the great St. Gaudens, other commissions were placed in his hands, notably the Nathan Hale statue, which stands in City Hall Park, New York City, and the portrait statue of James S. T. Stranahan of Brooklyn. These works preceded the Columbian Fountain, and since MacMonnies' name has come to be known, they are counted among his most admired creations. In 1894, the famous Bacchante appeared, the dancing, laughing girl that attracted so much public comment for a time. Mr. MacMonnies is known by many figures and compositions in public places, notably the groups in bronze of the Army and the Navy on the Brooklyn Memorial Arch at the entrance to Prospect Park. George Gray Barnard. Success is deserved by hard work, although it does not always follow. But in the case of George Gray Barnard, hard work, combined with genius, made him one of the great sculptors of America, and one of whom this country may well be proud. George Gray Barnard was born at Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, on May 24, 1863. His father was a clergyman at Muscatine, Iowa, where the sculptor passed his boyhood. He delighted in stuffing the skins of birds and animals, and became quite an expert taxidermist. He also liked to model animals, and a bust of his little sister convinced his family that he should turn his talents to some trade in which he could make a good living. So he became apprenticed to an engraver. Later he moved to Chicago. Here it was that the first desire to become a sculptor entered his mind. For a long time he debated the question. If he remained at his trade, he could rest assured of a good income all his life, while if he decided to study sculpture, he would practically have to starve for a few years. At last he entered the Art Institute of Chicago. He had been there about a year and a half, when a bust of a little girl brought him $350. He decided to go to Paris on this small sum. He set off in 1883 and began study in the Atelier Cavalier of the Beaux-Arts. Barnard worked hard and denied himself all the luxuries and even many of the necessities of life. His first year in Paris cost him just $89, so it can be imagined what self-denial the young man must have practiced for the sake of his art. Barnard took life seriously, but he never complained. His first noteworthy production was The Boy, which he finished in marble in 1885. The following year he made a heroic-sized statue of Cain, which he afterward destroyed. Brotherly Love, A tombstone executed at the order of a Norwegian he modelled in 1887. This was the best thing he had done up to that time. Other works followed in rapid succession. The Two Natures in the Metropolitan Museum of New York City, the Norwegian Stove, an allegorical fireplace, the god Pan in Central Park, New York City, the Hewer at Cairo, Illinois, the Rose Maiden, and the Simple and Graceful Maidenhood. All of these were successful, and in 1902 Bernard received the reward for all his hardships and struggles. He was selected to execute all the sculptured decorations for the new capital for the state of Pennsylvania at Harrisburg, and the work he did there promises even greater from this sculptor in the future. Paul Wayland Bartlett. Everyone knows the saying, "Genius is the capacity for taking infinite pains." If this adage is true, then Paul Wayland Bartlett is a great genius, for in everything this sculptor does, he pays the closest attention to details. He attends personally to every part of his work, and this capacity for taking pains accounts largely for his success. Paul Wayland Bartlett was born amid scholarly surroundings at New Haven, Connecticut, in 1865. He was the son of Truman H. Bartlett of Boston, an art critic and sculptor. Many years ago, Bartlett and his mother went to live in Paris. Here the young man found his vocation. When he was only 15 years old, he entered the École des Beaux-Arts. He quickly became an excellent modeler. He worked hard, and in addition took up a course on animal sculpture. As he could thus help other sculptors as an animal specialist, he was able to earn money to carry on his studies. Bartlett tells about the time when he and a friend, Monsieur Gardet, used to go around doing animals wherever they got the opportunity. Among the modernized decorations of the Porte Saint-Denis is a lion, fierce and terrible, which is the work of his hands. An Orpheus in the Luxembourg has attached to it a 3-headed dog that he modeled, and he created on one occasion for the Exposition of Amsterdam an elephant of gigantic proportions. Bartlett lived during this time in a quaint little street off the Rue des Vaugirards, where he had a little vine-covered studio. It was there that he began The Bear Tamer, which is now in bronze in the Metropolitan Museum of New York City. He spent a year upon it, and then became dissatisfied with it, and spent another year in changing the composition. Many works followed this successful effort. First appeared The Ghost Dancer, a vicious-looking savage. Then came the equestrian statue of Lafayette, presented to the French Republic by the school children of America, the powerful and virile Columbus, and the Michelangelo, both of which are in the Congressional Library at Washington, the lifelike dying lion, and many others. Besides these works, Bartlett has modeled beetles, fishes, reptiles, and crustaceans. Here his skill with patinas, the coloring of bronzes, is shown. A wealth of color is seen in his small figures of beetles and snakes. Bartlett's work is not finished. More and greater is still to come. No man is better equipped for his work than he. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Datcher. The Mentor 1 by Various. The Weather, Serial 110, July 1, 1916, by C.F. Talman, of the United States Weather Bureau. Old Probabilities. Shall tomorrow's weather be fair or foul, blow wind, blow moistly from the south, for I go a-fishing. Nay, good friend, exclaims the golfer, the day must be dry, and the wind in the west. The farmer moistens his finger and points it toward the sky. Rain, come quickly, for my crops, is his prayer. But the maiden's voice is full of pleading. Let the sun shine tomorrow, that my heart may be alight on my wedding day. And so through the days and seasons, humanity, with all its varied needs, turns anxiously, entreatingly to old probabilities. And how is it possible for him to satisfy the conflicting demand? He may on the same day please the farmer in the west, the fisherman in the south, the golfer in the northern hills, and the bride in the eastern town. But how can he suit them all in one locality on a single day? Old Probabilities is willing, and he loves humanity, but his powers and privileges are limited. There are those who say that it is due to the kind endeavors of Old Probabilities to satisfy everybody that our weather has at times become so strangely mixed. Old Probabilities is a gentle family name and came out of the affection of the people. The name was a matter of pleasantry. It was given to the chief of the United States Weather Bureau when the department was first established by Congress, and its source lay in the phrase, "It is probable," with which all weather predictions began. But Old Probabilities, genial prophet and lover of his fellow men, is passing away, for the officer who organized the Weather Bureau became in time displeased with the name and changed the form of the daily prediction so as to read, "The indications are." The phrase is formal and severe. There is naught but cold comfort in it. Our hearts turn back fondly to Old Probabilities and his friendly assurance, "It is probable that tomorrow will be fair." The Weather by Charles Fitzhugh Talman, Librarian of the U.S. Weather Bureau. It is easy to lay too much stress upon the unimportant aspects of weather. It furnishes a bit of conversation over the teacups. It accentuates the twinges of rheumatism. It spoils a holiday. All this, however, is mere byplay. The real work of the weather, the work that explains the existence of costly weather bureaus, such as the one upon which our government spends more than $1.5 million annually, is momentous beyond calculation. Consider such facts and figures as these. The head of the British Meteorological Office recently declared that bad weather costs the farmers of the British Isles about $100 million a year. In our own country, it has been estimated that a difference of 1 inch in the rainfall occurring during July in 6 states means a difference of $250 million in the value of the corn, maize crop. The world over, the damage wrought by hailstorms is said to average about $200 million a year. In the city of Galveston, a single hurricane once destroyed $20 million worth of property and 6,000 human lives. Thus we might proceed indefinitely. The fact is that man's welfare is conditioned to an enormous extent, and in an endless variety of ways, by the vicissitudes of the atmosphere. Hence the study of weather, meteorology, is one of the most important of sciences. It is also one of the most strikingly neglected. At the office of the Weather Bureau in Washington, there is a meteorological library of some 35,000 volumes. But meteorological libraries are rare. Meteorological books are scarce in other libraries, and meteorologists are so uncommon that whoever declares himself one is likely to be asked, "What is a meteorologist?" The meteors studied by the meteorologists are not shooting stars, but the phenomenon of the atmosphere, rain and snow, cloud and fog, wind and sunshine, and whatever else enters into the composition of weather and climate. The atmosphere. The ocean of air in which human beings live, even as deep-sea fishes live at the bottom of the liquid ocean, is called the atmosphere. Unlike the liquid ocean, it diminishes rapidly in density from the bottom upward. At an altitude of 3½ miles, it is only half as dense as at sea level. This is higher than the highest permanent habitations of man. Mountain climbers and balloonists have attained greater altitudes, but above a level of about 5 miles, the air is too greatly rarefied to support life. Balloonists who ascend still higher must carry a supply of oxygen with them. A little above the 10-mile level, the air is only 1/8 as dense as at sea level. The atmosphere extends at least 300 miles above the earth, at which height its density is computed to be only 1/2,000,000th as great as at sea level. The weather with which human beings are concerned may be said to extend upwards 7 or 8 miles, i.e., to the level of the higher clouds. The layer of the atmosphere lying between sea level and the upper cloud level has certain characteristics that distinguish it from the air above it, and is known as the troposphere. The heating of the atmosphere by the sun is the beginning of all weather, and the temperature of the air is the most important weather element. As soon as we begin to study atmospheric temperature, we encounter a paradox. The heat of the air is all derived from the sun, except a minute quantity from the interior of the earth and an infinitesimal quantity from other heavenly bodies, and it would therefore seem at first glance that the upper layers of the atmosphere should be warmer than the lower. Experience proves the reverse to be the case. A mountain overgrown with tropical vegetation on its lower slopes is, if high enough, crowned with eternal snows. A thermometer carried upward in the air shows under average conditions a fall of temperature of 1 degree Fahrenheit for every 300 feet of ascent. This fall of temperature with ascent continues to the upper limit of the troposphere, where the average temperature is something like 70 degrees below zero. Above the troposphere is a region called the stratosphere, or isothermal layer, in which an ascending thermometer shows irregular and generally small changes of temperature, not infrequently a rise of temperature with ascent. The exploration of the stratosphere is one of the most fascinating fields of meteorological research, but lies somewhat beyond the scope of an essay on weather. It is carried out chiefly with the aid of small free balloons, some of which, sounding balloons, bear self-registering thermometers and other instruments, while others, pilot balloons, bear no instruments, but show by their movements the drift of the air currents. The greatest altitude ever attained by a sounding balloon was 21.8 miles, by a pilot balloon, 24.2 miles. The branch of meteorology dealing with the study of the upper air is called aerology. Reverting to the temperature of man's environment, the reason why the atmosphere is warmest at the bottom is this. The sun's rays come to us from outer space in the form of vibrations in the ether, and warm the air only to a slight extent in passing through it. They are absorbed by the ground and converted into heat waves. The air is then warmed by contact with the warm ground. Lastly, the warming of the lower air gives rise to air currents which distribute the heat through the atmosphere. Barometric pressure. If our weather were uniform, it would furnish little matter for conversation. In fact, would hardly be weather at all. Changeableness is a salient feature of weather, and to understand weather changes, one must know something about barometric pressure. Like all other forms of matter, the invisible air has weight. At sea level, it exerts a downward pressure averaging 14.7 pounds to the square inch. Atmospheric pressure is measured by means of an instrument called the barometer, in which the weight of the air is balanced against a column of mercury. As the height of the mercurial column varies with the pressure of the air and is taken as a measure of the latter, we follow the practice of expressing pressure of force in linear units, inches or millimeters. This practice is retained even in the use of the aneroid barometer, which contains no mercurial column. Hence, when we say that the average barometric pressure at sea level is 29.92 inches, we are really expressing in a roundabout way the weight of the air at that level. Barometric pressure not only varies somewhat regularly with altitude, diminishing as we ascend, but also less regularly from place to place in a horizontal direction and from time to time at a given place. In studying the weather, meteorologists frequently wish to compare the barometric pressures prevailing at a certain time at a number of places lying in the same horizontal plane. Given a system of meteorological stations scattered over a certain territory, the first step is to secure simultaneous readings of the barometers at these stations. Then, if the stations are at various altitudes, as they commonly are, corrections must be applied to the readings to reduce all to a common plane. The plane adopted for this purpose is sea level. Since most stations are above sea level, and since atmospheric pressure diminishes with altitude, reduction to sea level generally involves applying an additive correction. The weather map. Now please attend carefully to what follows, because I'm going to attempt to put into a minimum number of words the essential facts concerning the weather map, the best clue to weather mysteries yet devised by man. At about 200 stations of the Weather Bureau distributed over the United States, the barometer and other meteorological instruments are read twice a day at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The readings are promptly telegraphed in cipher to Washington, where they are entered on a map. The barometer readings at different stations reduced to sea level, just as explained, will vary, say from 29 to 31 inches. Lines called isobars are now drawn through places having the same pressure, the intervals between the lines corresponding to differences in pressure of 1/10 of an inch. Lines, isotherms, are also drawn to connect places having the same temperature. A little arrow at each station shows the direction of the wind at that point, and various other symbols are used to facilitate the interpretation of the map. But the isobars are more important than anything else. Here is the weather map for the morning of July 9, 1886. The solid curved lines are isobars, representing barometric pressures ranging all the way from 28.7 to 30.8 inches. It will be seen at a glance that these lines tend to assume roughly circular forms, enclosing regions where the pressure is lower or higher than the average. Moreover, the little arrows which fly with the wind show that the winds round a center of low pressure tend to blow in a direction contrary to that followed by the hands of a clock. In the southern hemisphere, the reverse is true. But instead of blowing in circles that are inclined somewhat inward toward the center, round a center of high pressure in the northern hemisphere, the typical circulation of the winds is exactly opposite, clockwise and inclined outward, though the accompanying map does not show this particularly well. An area of low pressure with its system of winds is called a cyclone or low. An area of high pressure with its system of winds is called an anticyclone or high. Note that a cyclone is not necessarily a storm, though the one shown on this map with its center not far from New York City was a very violent storm, which, when this map was drawn, was sweeping up the Atlantic coast. Popular usage applies the term cyclone to the tornado. The strength of the winds in a cyclone depend upon the contrast in barometric pressure between its center and its outer border. A cyclone with crowded isobars always has strong winds. When the isobars are widely spaced, the winds are gentle. These areas of low and high pressure, in addition to their movements about their centers, move bodily across the country in a general west to east direction at an average speed of over 500 miles a day. This double movement may be compared to that of a carriage wheel rotating and advancing at the same time. Most of our cyclones enter the country from the Canadian Northwest, though many come from other regions, and nearly all of them pass off to sea in the neighborhood of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Their route across the country varies greatly, depending in part upon the season. The weather in cyclones and anticyclones. Barometric pressure is not an element of weather in the ordinary sense of the term, since the fluctuations of pressure that occur in the human environment are entirely inappreciable to the senses. We have seen, however, that pressure is intimately related to wind, which is a weather element of much importance. In noting that systems of high and low pressure are constantly traveling across the country, and that they are accompanied by winds having fairly definite characteristics in relation to each, we have taken an important step toward bringing order out of to the uninitiated, chaotic sequence of weather. Obviously, a system of telegraphic weather reports makes it possible to keep close watch of these wind systems, and from their locations on today's weather map to form some idea of where they will be tomorrow. Thus, the weather forecaster is enabled to give notice of the imminence of those violent winds that destroy life and property at sea, and to a less extent on land. There is an element of uncertainty in such predictions, since storms, unlike railway trains, are not confined to fixed routes and regular schedules, but the practiced forecaster acquires an instinct that helps him to forestall their vagaries. Now, what is true of wind is also true to a certain extent of the other elements of weather. They bear typical relations to the distribution of atmospheric pressure. Cyclones are usually preceded by rising temperature and accompanied by cloudiness and rain or snow. Anticyclones are usually preceded by falling temperature and attended by fair weather. Referring again to the map of January 9, 1886, and following the course of the isotherms or temperature lines, we see that abnormally cold weather prevailed over the middle western and southern states. The isotherm of 0 dips far south across northern Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, while in the upper Mississippi and Missouri valleys the temperatures were from 20 to 40 degrees below 0. These regions were, in fact, in the grip of a severe cold wave which had entered the country a day or two before, preceding the anticyclone here seen central north of Dakota. Cold northwesterly winds were sweeping over the Great Plains and as far south as the Gulf. The same map shows typical weather accompanying the cyclone central on the Atlantic coast. From the seaboard west to the Mississippi Valley, rain or snow had fallen within the previous 24 hours, indicated by shading, and snow, indicated by S, was falling at the moment of observation at a majority of stations within this area. Elsewhere in the same region, the weather was cloudy. The foregoing remarks indicate, in a general way, the significance of the weather map and the principles upon which scientific weather predictions are based. The endless procession of highs and lows brings to any place on the map constant alternations of heat and cold, storm and sunshine. The forecaster watches the procession and draws his inferences as to what will happen in this or that part of the country within the next day or two. 48 hours is about the limit of his outlook. Long-range forecasting is still a thing of the remote future. Forecasts for a week in advance are indeed made by the Weather Bureau with the aid of reports from a chain of stations extending around the globe, but these are in very general terms. In January 1914, the Bureau began publishing a daily weather map of the Northern Hemisphere. This publication is, at present, suspended on account of the war. Some weather miscellanies. It would require a book rather than a brief essay to describe all the vicissitudes of weather, and many books that attempt to do this have been written. We have space here only to mention a few important features of the weather met with in our country. The southern and southeastern part of a cyclone, some hundreds of miles from the center, is a favorite breeding ground for thunderstorms and tornadoes. Thunderstorms of the type known as heat thunderstorms also occur with no special relation to cyclonic centers in regions where the ground has been intensely heated. In either case, the storm is built up by rapidly ascending air, which cools and condenses as water vapor, first into enormous clouds, cumulonimbus or thunderheads, and then into rain, frequently accompanied by hail. It would be necessary to go to some length to explain the familiar electrical manifestations of thunderstorms. Some points indeed are not perfectly clear to meteorologists, but it should be stated that these are always the result, not the cause of the storm. Lightning is an electrical discharge between cloud and earth, or cloud and cloud, and thunder is simply the violent sound wave set up by the sudden expansion of the heated air along the path of the discharge, the same acoustic phenomenon that accompanies an ordinary explosion. A tornado, popularly miscalled a cyclone, is an extremely violent vortex in the air, usually less than 1,000 feet in diameter. Besides its very rapid rotary motion, it has a progressive motion at a speed averaging 40 or 50 miles an hour. Its position at any moment is marked by a black funnel-shaped cloud, which grows downward from the sky and does not at all times reach the earth. A waterspout at sea is an identical phenomenon, though usually less violent. Along its narrow path, the tornado demolishes everything. Wooden houses are blown to splinters, trees uprooted or stripped of their branches, structures of heavy masonry laid in ruins. Something like 100 lives are lost each year in these storms on an average, and one of them, St. Louis, May 27, 1896, destroyed $13 million worth of property. A blizzard is a high, cold wind accompanied by blinding snow, which in winter sometimes blows out of the front of an advancing anticyclone, especially in our north-central states. A similar wind, with or without snow, is called in Texas a norther. A chinook is a warm, dry wind that descends the eastern slope of the Rocky Mountains in Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado, and flows northeastward over the plains. Its effects are most pronounced in winter when it brings about a very sudden rise in the temperature, in extreme cases as much as 40 degrees in 15 minutes. It causes snow to vanish as if by magic and is appropriately nicknamed the Snow Eater. Cloudburst is merely a picturesque name for a very heavy shower, usually a thunder shower. West India hurricanes occasionally visit the United States, especially in the late summer and early autumn. These storms begin as violent cyclones of small extent, 300 to 600 miles in diameter, usually somewhere east of the West Indies, swept in a long curve across the Caribbean Sea and then turn north, either passing up along the Atlantic coast or crossing the Gulf of Mexico into the southern United States. Soon after entering the temperate zone, they increase in size and diminish in violence, but are still vigorous enough on reaching the Gulf or South Atlantic coast to cause great devastation. Low-lying shores are often inundated by the immense waves they generate. Frosts in the spring and autumn are also predicted with great success to the immense advantage of farmers, market gardeners, and horticulturalists. The practice of smudging or heating orchids, now so widespread, is usually carried on under the advice of the Weather Bureau, which gives prompt notice to the orchidist when such precautions are in order. The Bureau publishes charts showing the average and extreme dates of the last frost in spring and the first frost in autumn for all parts of the country. A fog is a cloud resting on the surface of the earth. In the United States, fog is commonest among the northern and middle parts of the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. In the interior of the country, especially the western part, it is of rare occurrence, the average number of days a year with fog being less than 10. Lastly, weather fallacies are rife. Indian summer is merely a type of mild, hazy, heavenly weather that prevails intermittently during our long American autumns. The equinoctial storm is a myth. The climate has not changed anywhere within the span of a human lifetime. One year differs from another, but there is no progressive or permanent change, and the moon has nothing whatever to do with the weather. The open letter. What is lightning and what causes it? The question came to us a few days after we had made announcement of a weather number of The Mentor. It was a natural question, for lightning is the most sensational of all weather phenomena. It has always had a fearful sort of fascination for humanity. To the ancients, it came as a bolt of wrath from the hand of Jove. To the fire worshippers, it was a warning message. To parched travelers, it was a bright promise, for it heralded the coming of rain. To the superstitious, it was a signal flash from the spirit world. And to those of nervous temperament, it was a highly disturbing phenomenon, producing emotions varying from uneasiness and alarm to hysteria. The question, then, what is lightning and what causes it, has an interest for all. I refer it to Mr. Talman, the author of the Mentor article on the weather. His reply follows. Not so many generations ago, natural philosophers thought that inflammable gases exhaled from the earth took fire spontaneously in the air, and that this was lightning. The idea also prevailed, and it is not yet quite extinct, that a stroke of lightning involved the hurling down from the sky of a mass of rock called a thunderbolt. In the 18th century, people became quite familiar with the process of generating, by friction, a mysterious something called electricity, which, when it passed from one body to another through a small layer of intervening air, produced sparks. Several philosophers noticed the resemblance between these sparks and lightning. It remained, however, for Benjamin Franklin to prove that lightning was really an electrical discharge on a large scale. The experiments by which he proposed to demonstrate this were successfully performed, first by others in France, and then by Franklin himself at Philadelphia. With the aid of his famous kite, he drew down from a thundercloud a little of the electrical fluid, as it was then called, and produced tiny sparks from an iron key at the lower end of the wet kite string. We do not even yet know what electricity is, but we know a great deal about the way it behaves and the effects it produces. There are two kinds of electricity, which we call positive and negative. A body is said to be charged when it has an excess of either kind, and the two kinds have a tendency to unite and neutralize each other's effects. Thunderclouds become heavily charged with electricity. We are not quite sure how this happens, but it is now commonly believed that the strong uprising currents of air that occur in the storm, in the process of breaking up the water drops in the cloud, also separate positive from negative electricity, leaving the former in excess in the part of the cloud next to the earth and carrying the latter far aloft. By a process called induction, the positive charge in the cloud draws an excess of negative electricity to the surface of the ground underneath. The stronger the contrast between these opposite charges, the harder they try to break through the interposing barrier of the air, which is a poor conductor of electricity, and to neutralize each other. At length they succeed in doing so, A powerful stream of electricity flows for an instant between cloud and earth. Its passage heats the air and makes it luminous, just as the passage of an electric current heats the filament of an electric lamp and makes it luminous. This is lightning. These discharges occur not only between the clouds and the earth, but also, and probably more often, between clouds charged with opposite kinds of electricity. The sudden expansion of the heated air along the path of the discharge affects our ears just as does the sudden expansion of the air at the mouth of a gun when it is fired. In each case, a wave is sent through the air in all directions from the place of disturbance, and our eardrums are set in vibration. That is thunder. Take courage, then, you timid ones, who wince in the lightning's flash and tremble under the thunder's roll. Thunder is simply a vibration of your eardrums, and when you hear the thunder, be assured all danger is over. W. D. Moffett, Editor. Weather Services at Home and Abroad. Monograph number 1 in the Mentor Reading Course. Posted up in public offices, in hotel corridors, and other conspicuous places in our cities, the official weather map is a familiar sight. Even more familiar is the official weather forecast displayed as a roll on the first page of the daily newspaper and sent broadcast over the country on the little brown cards which one may see in the village post office as well as in the city drugstore. When a great storm sweeps over land or sea, detailed official reports concerning its progress and characteristics are published in the daily press. When a lawsuit involves a dispute as to the temperature or the state of the sky on a certain day, the official weather records are consulted. How much do you know about the branch of the national government that is charged with the duty of keeping watch of the weather, recording its vagaries as they occur, and also predicting them as far as is humanly possible? Besides its office in Washington, where more than 200 persons are constantly employed, the Weather Bureau has about 200 stations manned by professional meteorologists and observers. One of these will be found in almost every large city, while some are in towns of very modest importance. A regular Weather Bureau station is well worth a visit. The instrumental equipment of these stations is almost superhuman in the accuracy with which it sets down on paper the chronicle of weather happenings from day to day and from moment to moment. Little less marvelous is the system by means of which weather information, past, present, and future, is disseminated from these official foci. The post office, the telephone, the telegraph, wire, and wireless are all pressed into service to the fullest extent, especially in giving timely notice of approaching storms and other destructive forms of weather. These agencies are supplemented by visible and audible signals in the shape of flags, lanterns, railway whistles, and so forth. Contrary to popular belief, the Weather Bureau does not exist primarily for the purpose of telling the public, with a considerable margin of uncertainty, whether it will be advisable on the morrow to carry an umbrella or wear an overcoat. The important work of the Bureau is twofold. It consists first in the prediction of those atmospheric visitations, such as storms, floods, and cold waves, which endanger life and property on a large scale, and second, in the maintenance of the records that form the basis of climatic statistics. In both these directions, the Bureau splendidly justifies its existence. Our National Weather Service was founded in 1870, and for 20 years was maintained by the Signal Corps of the Army. In 1890, it was established on the present basis as the Weather Bureau of the Department of Agriculture. Most civilized countries possess official services for the observation and prediction of weather, though no other is organized on quite so grandiose a scale as ours. The British Meteorological Office, the Prussian Meteorological Institute, the Central Meteorological Bureau of France, and the Central Physical Observatory of Petrograd are among the leading institutions of this character in the Old World. Admirable weather services also exist in India, Japan, Australia, Canada, Argentina, and elsewhere. Meteorological Instruments, monograph number 2 in the Mentor Reading course. The history of meteorological instruments dates back at least as far as the 4th century before the Christian era, when the depth of rainfall was measured in India by some form of gauge. We again hear of rain gauges being used in Palestine in the 1st century of the present era. Thermometers with fixed scales were used in Italy in the 17th century, and the great Galileo, born in Pisa in 1564, took part in perfecting these instruments. Wind vanes were known to the ancients, the earliest one of which we have any record surmounted the famous Tower of the Winds at Athens. In the Middle Ages, the weathercock became the usual adornment of church steeples. The barometer was invented by Torricelli in 1643. Most meteorological instruments, however, are of quite recent origin, and this is true especially of these types of apparatus that make automatic records, thus replacing to a large extent the human observer. Our picture on the other side of this sheet shows the instruments used by the cooperative observers of the Weather Bureau. These observers, of whom there are about 4,500 well distributed over the country, serve the government without pay, and their painstaking observations have alone made possible a detailed survey of our climate. In the picture we see, on the right, an ordinary rain gauge, and on the left, a thermometer screen containing 2 thermometers, namely a maximum thermometer for recording the highest temperature of the day and a minimum thermometer for recording the lowest. The screen, which is of wood painted white, serves to shield the instruments from the rays of the sun while permitting free ventilation. Under these conditions, the thermometers show the temperature of the air, whereas when exposed to direct sunlight, a thermometer shows the temperature acquired by the instrument itself, and this may differ materially from the air temperature. In contrast to this simple equipment, we find at a regular meteorological station or observatory an impressive collection of apparatus for observing and recording nearly all the elements of weather. The pressure of the air is measured by the mercurial barometer and registered continuously by the barograph. The temperature of the air is automatically recorded by the thermograph. Other self-registering instruments maintain continuous records of the force and direction of the wind, the amount and duration of rainfall, the duration of sunshine, the humidity of the air, etc. There are also instruments for measuring evaporation, the height and movement of the clouds, the intensity of solar radiation, the elements of atmospheric electricity, and various other phenomena of the atmosphere. Clouds and Rainfall, monograph number 3 in the Mentor Reading course. The International Cloud Classification now generally used by meteorologists is an amplification of one introduced by an ingenious English Quaker, Luke Howard, in the year 1803. Howard distinguished 7 types of cloud, to which he gave the Latin names cirrus, cumulus, stratus, cirrocumulus, cirrostratus, cumulostratus, and nimbus. In passing, it may be of interest to note that a few years after Howard's classification was published, an attempt was made by one Thomas Forster to introduce popular equivalents of these terms. Forster proposed to call cirrus curl cloud, cumulus stacking cloud, stratus fall cloud, etc. In other words, he assumed that because Howard's names were Latin in form, they were unsuitable for use by the layman, and therefore needed to be supplemented by English names, although the proposed substitutes were, on the whole, somewhat longer and more difficult to pronounce than the originals. A parallel undertaking would be an attempt to discourage the public from calling the windflower anemone or virgin's bower clematis. Forster's superfluous names have never taken root in our language. The highest clouds, cirrus and cirrostratus, are feathery in appearance and consist of minute crystals of ice. Their altitude above sea level averages about 5 miles, but is frequently much greater than this. All other clouds are composed of little drops of water, not hollow vesicles of water as was once supposed. Neither crystals nor drops actually float in the air. They are constantly falling with respect to the air around them, though as the air itself often has an upward movement, the cloud particles are not always falling with reference to the earth. In any case, their rate of fall depends on their size. In the case of smaller particles is very slow. Under some conditions, the particles evaporate before reaching the earth, while under others, they maintain a solid or liquid form and constitute rain or snow. A fog is a cloud lying at the earth's surface. Rainfall is one of the most important elements of climate, chiefly because of its effects upon vegetation. It is measured in terms of the depth of water that would lie on the ground if none of it ran off, soaked in, or evaporated, and this is, in practice, determined by collecting the rain as it falls in a suitable receiver or rain gauge. Usually the gauge is so shaped as to magnify the actual depth of rainfall in order to facilitate measurement. Snow is measured in 2 ways. First, as snow, and second, in terms of its water equivalent. The latter measurement is commonly effected by melting snow and pouring it into the rain gauge, where it is measured as rain. By this expedient, we are enabled to combine measurements of rain and snow in order to get the total precipitation of a place during a given period. Nature is notoriously partial in her distribution of this valuable element over the earth. A region having an average annual rainfall of less than 10 inches is normally a desert, though irrigation or dry farming methods may enable its inhabitants to practice agriculture. The heaviest average annual rainfall in the United States, not including Alaska, is about 136 inches in Tillamook County, Oregon. The rainiest meteorological station in the world is Cherrapunji, India, with an average of about 426 inches per annum. This is the latest official record. There are several rain gauges at Cherrapunji, and the average amount of rain collected by any one of them varies considerably with the length of the record. Hence the widely divergent values of the rainfall at this famous station published in encyclopedias and other reference books. The Outposts of Meteorology, monograph number 4 in the Mentor Reading Course. The expression used in our title seems a fitting one to apply to a number of meteorological observatories and stations maintained for the benefit of science in regions remote from the comforts and conveniences of civilization. Some are on the summits of lofty mountains, the ascent of which is laborious and even perilous. Others are situated in the bleak wilderness of the circumpolar zones. Public attention has all too rarely been called to the heroism and self-sacrifice of the men who constitute the staffs of these lonely outposts. The institution shown in our gravure, officially known in honor of the Dowager Queen of Italy as the Regina Margherita Observatory, crowns the summit of Monte Rosa on the northern Italian frontier and is 14,960 feet above sea level. It is devoted not only to meteorological investigations, but to studies of the physiological effects of great altitudes and various other researches, and is open to the savants of all nationalities who are courageous enough to scale the second highest summit of the Alps. It is habitable for only about 2 months, namely, from the middle of July to the middle of September. Each year, a temporary telephone line is constructed connecting the observatory with the plains of Italy. It is the highest telephone line in the world, and its installation is an arduous undertaking. A permanent line is impossible on account of the shifting of the glaciers and snowfields on which the poles must be erected. There is also a meteorological observatory on Mont Blanc, but it is not at the summit and is not quite so high as that on Monte Rosa. The solar observatory, which once stood at the very top of Mont Blanc, no longer exists. The United States Signal Service, now the Weather Bureau, formerly maintained observatories on Pikes Peak, 14,134 feet, and Mount Washington, 6,280 feet. The loftiest of meteorological stations was, however, that formerly operated by Harvard College Observatory on the summit of El Misti, Peru, 19,200 feet. For a number of years, the United States Weather Bureau maintained a large and important observatory at Mount Weather, at the crest of the Blue Ridge near Bluemont, Virginia. In the Old World, one of the most famous of mountain meteorological observatories was that which stood on Ben Nevis, 4,406, the highest summit in the British Isles. This was closed in 1904. If the conditions of life at these high-level stations are such as to repel any but the ardent lover of science, the same is true in even greater measure of those endured by the little band of meteorologists who manned the observatory maintained by the government of Argentina at Laurie Island in the South Orkneys, on the verge of the Antarctic. Every year, a party of 4 is sent out from Buenos Aires to spend a year of exile in this inhospitable spot, which is generally icebound and has not even wireless communication with the rest of the world. This station has been in operation since 1904. The staff, which is changed each year, has embraced men of several nationalities, Scotch, American, and others. Far within the Arctic Circle, 2 meteorological observatories are maintained in Spitsbergen, but these are at least connected with the world by radiotelegraphy. If the hopes of Explorer Perry are accomplished, an observatory will, one of these days, be established at the South Pole. The Air Above Us, monograph number 5 in the Mentor Reading course. Meteorologists are not content to limit their investigations to the stratum of air lying close to the Earth's surface. Even before the demands of aeronaut for information concerning the structure and phenomenon of the atmosphere far overhead became pressing, many efforts had been made to secure such information in view of its important bearing upon many scientific problems. As long ago as the year 1784, a balloonist, equipped with various meteorological instruments, made an ascent from London and brought back an interesting series of observations which were communicated to the Royal Society. For more than a century, the manned balloon was the principal means of sounding the upper atmosphere. Nowadays, as a rule, the meteorologist, instead of going aloft in person, sends up a kite or a balloon to which are attached automatically registering instruments. When the aerial vehicle returns to Earth, its record shows in detail the conditions encountered during the journey. Everybody remembers how Franklin brought lightning from the clouds, but it is a far cry from the simple apparatus that served Franklin's purpose to the box kite of modern meteorology. Science has perfected the kite almost beyond recognition. It has been shorn of that crucial feature of the schoolboy article, the tail. Even the kite string has become several miles of steel piano wire wound around the drum of a power-driven winch, with elaborate apparatus for recording the force of the pull and the angles of azimuth and altitude. Captive balloons are sometimes used for similar investigations. When, however, it is desired to attain great altitudes, the meteorologist has recourse to the so-called sounding balloon, which is not tethered to earth. This is usually made of India rubber, and when launched is inflated to less than its full capacity. As it rises to regions of diminished air pressure, it gradually expands and finally bursts at an elevation approximately determined in advance. A linen cap, serving as a parachute, or sometimes an auxiliary balloon which does not burst, serves to waft the apparatus with its delicate self-registering instruments gently to the ground. This commonly happens many miles, sometimes 200 or more, from the place of ascent. Attached to the apparatus is a ticket offering the finder a reward for its return and giving instructions as to packing and shipping. Sooner or later, it usually comes back, though often months after it falls. Indeed, the large percentage of records recovered, even in sparsely settled countries, is not the least remarkable feature of this novel method of research. The instruments attached to the sounding balloons register the temperature of the air, the barometric pressure, and sometimes the humidity. By means of the sounding balloon, the air is explored to heights of 20 miles and more. The records obtained by means of these balloons have within the past 15 years completely revolutionized our ideas concerning the upper atmosphere. Still another device employed by meteorologists is the pilot balloon. This is also a free balloon, but carries no meteorological instruments. Its motion in the air is followed by means of a theodolite, and it serves to show the speed and direction of the wind at different levels. During the winter of 1912-13, a pilot balloon sent up from Godhaven, Greenland, by a Danish exploring expedition reached the unprecedented altitude of more than 24 miles. Our Winters, monograph number 6 in the Mentor Reading Course. In the year 1781, Thomas Jefferson wrote in his Notes on Virginia, "A change of climate is taking place very sensibly. Snows are less frequent and less deep. They do not often lie below the mountains more than 1, 2, or 3 days, and very rarely a week. The snows are remembered to have been formerly frequent, deep, and of long continuance. The elderly inform me that the earth used to be covered with snow about 3 months in every year." Probably long before the white man came to America, the patriarchs of the Indian tribes regaled the young men and maidens gathered about the campfire with reminiscences of the deep snows that prevailed in a previous generation. In short, the old-fashioned winter is a perennial myth perpetuated by a familiar process of self-delusion. The occasional periods of abundant snow make a more lasting impression upon our minds than the long intervals in which this element was scarce or lacking. The resulting misconception is promptly dissipated when we consult the weather records, which in some parts of the country extend back more than a century, and prove that there has been no actual change in the climate within the period they embrace. Of course, the erroneous idea is, in some cases, due to the fact that one's childhood was spent in a part of the country in which the snowfall is normally heavier than in that where one has recently lived. The average yearly snowfall over the New England states, New York, and the borders of the Great Lakes is from 50 to 100 inches and upward. Over the north central states, it is much less. In the southern tier of states and along most of the whole of our Pacific coast, snow is a rarity. The heaviest snowfall in this country probably occurs in the high Sierra Nevada of California, near the border of Nevada. In some places in these mountains, more than 40 feet of snow falls in an average winter, while more than 65 feet has been recorded in extreme cases. Here it is a common occurrence for one-story houses to be buried to the eaves or above. The Southern Pacific Railway, which intersects this region, has built 32 miles of snow sheds at a cost of $42,000 a mile over single track and $65,000 a mile over double track. In an average year, $150,000 is spent on these sheds in upkeep and renewals. Flat-roofed houses are unknown in this vicinity. All roofs are gabled at a sharp angle to shed the snow. A picturesque feature of our American winters is the ice storm, so enthusiastically described by Mark Twain. When a leafless tree is clothed with ice from the bottom to the top, ice that is as bright and clear as crystal, when every bough and twig is strung with ice beads, frozen dewdrops, and the whole tree sparkles cold and white, like the Shah of Persia's diamond plume. Such is the artist's view of the phenomenon, but alas, these same ice storms cause endless inconvenience and heavy expense every winter to the electrical industries by breaking wires. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Furniture and Its Makers by Professor C.R.Richards, Director of Cooper Union, New York. It is rather surprising to find how late a development furniture is in the modern sense. Up to the 17th century, chairs were far from common. Outside of the large and heavy armchairs reserved for the head of the family, benches, chests, and stools were the only seats in all but the wealthiest households. Before the 16th century, fixed tables were unusual. Dining tables were almost always composed of a set of boards placed upon trestles at mealtime. Going a little further back to the 14th century, we find furniture, even in castles of the nobility, of the scantiest and simplest. In the sleeping rooms the pieces were limited to a bed, 1 or 2 chests, a bench before the fireplace, and seats built into the wall, commonly under the windows. In the hall where meals were served, the only indispensable article, besides the trestle tables and benches, was a dressoir or buffet for the display of plate. All of these pieces were exceedingly heavy and massive, and oftentimes built into the structure of the room. Not until the 17th century did furniture become lighter, more easily movable, and more comfortable. It was at this period that chairs began to be made with sloping backs and furnished with cushioned seats of leather or woven stuff. Every age has impressed its artistic standards strongly upon the furniture of the period. Long after Gothic cathedral building had ceased, the cabinet makers of northern Europe continued to carve their delicate window tracery upon the panels of chests and buffets, and to copy the moldings of pier and mullion. The Renaissance brought a great change in the surface appearance of furniture, and in Italy, France, Flanders, and Germany, the new art spirit manifested itself in different forms, each of which reflected the peculiar genius of the people of the land. But all the earlier developments in furniture were overshadowed by the splendid achievements of French art in the latter part of the 17th century. These began under Louis XIV and continued with undiminished productiveness and refinement of design through the reigns of Louis XV and Louis XVI, to a decline under the Empire. Louis XV. Furniture of the Boudoir. The foundation by Colbert, minister of Louis XIV, one of the Manufactures Royales des Meubles de la Couronne, commonly called the Gobelins, brought together for the production of furniture and tapestry for the royal palaces the most talented designers and expert craftsmen of the time. Of these, Charles André Boulle was the master cabinet maker. His name is commonly identified with marquetry of tortoise shell and brass, which he carried to a high state of perfection. But he was much more than a craftsman. He developed a furniture style that harmonized perfectly in its vigor and magnificence with the splendid proportions of the great royal residences. Large in scale and massive in construction, his pieces rely for their effect upon bold and striking decoration of gilded bronze and marquetry. Boulle's pieces accord thoroughly with the years of pomp and splendor of the Grand Monarque, but even before the death of Louis, a notable change in the appearance of furniture set in. The nobility, whose resources had been severely strained to maintain the splendor set by the king, found it necessary to substitute smaller apartments for their great rooms and galleries. Moreover, the heroic quality of the earlier Louis XIV decorations was no longer suited to the growing softness and effeminacy of the age. Smaller and more delicate furnishings were demanded. The Louis XIV's chairs had borrowed the high upholstered backs, together with the S-curves for arms and legs, from the Italians. Later on the bold Bombay curve appeared in the supports of the tables. By the time of the Regency, these outlines had become more slender and refined, and the reign of the curved line in furniture became established, a reign that lasted for fully half a century, during which time some of the ablest masters of design that have ever lived played and conjured with curves delicate and curves bold, now bringing forth an outline pure and exquisite in quality, and again with amazing inventiveness interlacing curve with curve in combinations of infinite variety and bewildering richness. Most Louis XV furniture develops naturally from that of Louis XIV, and is built upon thoroughly structural lines. The reaction, however, against severity and the increasing demand of a frivolous aristocracy for new and more striking effects gradually produced a style in which decoration was often not subordinated to structure, but made an end in itself. The Rococo, from rocaille, rock, and coquille, shell, ran its extravagant course with increasing exaggeration and license during the first half of the reign of Louis XV, but it should not be thought of as affecting all the furniture, even of this period, for its manifestations were mainly in the field of the carver and bronze worker, and the outlines of furniture were very little influenced, except in the case of the smaller and lighter pieces, such as console tables. About the middle of the reign the limit of artistic license had been passed, and a reaction set in. The ormolu, which had reached excessive size and had become overloaded on the surface, was withdrawn to the edges, and made smaller and more suitable for the delicate proportions of the pieces. In its place, marquetry of beautiful colored woods, more or less practiced for over a century, was brought to a perfection never before equaled. Louis XVI, the influence of the classic. The reaction against the excesses of the Rococo, which had set in as early as the middle of the 18th century, continued to gain strength during the next 2 decades, and to carry the design of furniture farther and farther from the fashion of the early years of Louis XV. The new impulse turned naturally to the straight contour. This meant almost inevitably the adoption of classic lines. At first the change showed itself in the straightened bodies of commodes, cabinets, and writing tables, which still retained their curved supports. Finally the legs themselves were made straight, or rather tapering, until by the end of the reign of Louis XV the curved outline had quite disappeared and the style called Louis XVI was fairly launched. The ormolu takes new forms. It is limited to the edges and to frames of panels, to friezes and to important centers, and follows the classic spirit, not an outright imitation of Roman or Greek forms, but a charming French interpretation of the antique. The designs of the metalworker had never been more delicate or his execution finer. Delicacy and appropriateness of ornament, fineness of proportion, and sobriety of treatment were the ideals of the new cabinet makers. The art of marquetry was still further advanced, and reached perhaps its culminating expression in the fine examples of Reisner and Röntgen. It was during this reign that mahogany began to be extensively and almost exclusively used as a cabinet wood, in place of the walnut previously employed. Where walnut was still used, as in the case of chairs, it was generally gilded or enameled. The chair and the canapé or sofa stand out as among the most successful achievements of the Louis XVI designers. Simple as to structural lines, their details were worked out with a scrupulous care, and, from fluted tapering legs to the carved frames enclosing the beautiful tapestry backs, they represent extreme elegance and consistency of style. Toward the end of the reign of Louis XVI, the quality of furniture design degenerated. Instead of charming adaptations and interpretations of the classic spirit, mechanical imitations of Greek and Roman forms appear, and heavy bronze caryatids overweigh and distort the outlines of cabinets and tables. Dull heaviness takes the place of elegance and the play of fertile invention. The decline had begun. Empire, the imitation of the classic. The new order, built on the overthrow of monarchical society, and with no sympathy for delicacy and refinement, desired a setting free from the traditions of the past. The cabinet makers, however, had only their training of the reign of Louis XVI, and this they could not transcend. For motives they had only their knowledge, or what they considered knowledge, of the antique. On this they endeavored to build a new style by direct adoption of classic forms. In chairs and couches they attempted to reproduce the actual shape used by the Greeks and Romans. Figures of caryatids and sphinxes take the place of simpler structural supports in tables and stands. Ormolu was no longer employed in an architectural manner in which one decorative detail is set off against another in a play of rhythm and contrast, but was applied as single figures or small ornamental motives on a plain surface of mahogany. Oftentimes this ornament has so little relation to the space decorated that it could well be omitted without loss of real effectiveness. This enthusiasm for the antique passed through Egyptian, Greek, and Roman phases. Heavy and unimaginative as most of the Empire pieces seem, it can at least be said that they are more consistent and satisfying than the inharmonious mixture that characterized the furniture of the last year of Louis XVI. Many of the Empire chairs, indeed, are of real dignity and beauty of proportion. In some of these ormolu, introduced for the first time in chairs, was used in combination with polished mahogany, but in most cases the woodwork was sparingly carved with rosettes and enameled in white and gold. For the coverings, silk brocade and appliqué in the prevailing colors of yellow and red took the place of tapestry. Chippendale, the master of line. The French styles were the result of many designers working upon common lines, but in England during the last half of the 18th century, certain noted individual cabinet makers set the fashion, and for a period of years the designs of Chippendale, Hepplewhite, and Sheraton were each in turn recognized as the established vogue. Thomas Chippendale began business in London on his own account about 1735, and evidently rapidly built up a very flourishing establishment, inasmuch as the Gentleman and Cabinet Makers' Director, which he published in 1754, contains a wide variety of designs suitable only for wealthy customers. The Director contains many designs that are fantastic, and many that are difficult and even impossible to execute. Fortunately, Chippendale's fame does not rest upon these designs, made to catch the eyes of his richer patrons, but upon the pieces actually made, and it is refreshing to see how much finer are these latter, evolved by the trained craftsman, understanding every limitation and every possibility of his material. Chippendale's chairs represent by far the best expression of his genius. Starting with the modified Dutch forms introduced by William and Mary and Queen Anne, in which the cabriole leg with ball and claw feet and the flowing curved back with solid splat are the prominent features, he soon developed an individual style marked by great dignity, strength, and originality. His earliest chairs are perhaps the finest. In these the cabriole leg is always employed, and the side frames of the back curve outward as they run up to more or less pronounced ears at the top. The top rail takes more or less of a cupid bow shape, and the central splat fills in the enclosed space. It is in the design of these central splats and the enclosed framework that Chippendale is at his best. The almost inexhaustible variety of figure in these pierced and interlaced centers, always in the happiest relation to the framework, gives the principal interest to these chairs, and stamps Chippendale as one of the great masters of design. Chippendale's styles represent many influences. His early work was patterned closely upon Queen Anne models, but with the Director appeared many examples of Gothic and fretted furniture. The Gothic, unsuitable as it was for domestic use, obtained little vogue, but the ornamentation of chairs and tables, either by open or, more commonly, applied fretwork, was popular for a dozen years or more, and is characteristic of some of Chippendale's most successful, if not most showy productions. During the same period, a rage for things Chinese possessed the popular taste, and in many latticed chair backs and canopied tops of cabinets, the versatile cabinet maker catered to this new interest. Besides his chairs, the name of Chippendale is closely associated with the charming tripod tables, generally made with tilted top and often with molded or pie crust border, with the flat card tables so much used in the gaming of the period, and with the all china cabinets and bookcases with glass fronts, and oftentimes with a characteristic broken pediment at the top. The two other men who identified their names with English styles worked under the influence of the classical revival brought about in England largely by the influence of the brothers Adam. In the case of Hepplewhite, this influence greatly affected but did not absolutely determine the style, for this practical cabinet maker was a man of independent if not original ideas, and his work bears a strong stamp of individuality. Hepplewhite died in 1786, and the Cabinet Maker and Upholsterer's Guide, published by his widow and partners in 1788, shows us in the form of a trade catalogue much of the spirit and quality of his work. Hepplewhite, the exponent of elegance. The most characteristic designs of Hepplewhite are his chairbacks. These are commonly shield or oval shaped with open center splats, in the center of which were often introduced the ostrich plumes of the Prince of Wales. Another form of back frequently employed by Hepplewhite was that with slightly curved sides and strongly bowed top, known as the camelback. The legs of Hepplewhite's chairs are almost always tapering and square in sections and end in a spade foot. The proportions of these chairs give an effect of extreme elegance and refinement. They seem almost fragile, but the material is disposed with such skill, and the workmanship is so excellent, that in reality they are far stronger than might appear. From the time of the Middle Ages, the buffet has existed as an important article of furniture, but to Hepplewhite is due the credit of perfecting the sideboard in its present English form. He combined the pedestal cellaret and side table of Robert Adam in one structure, and effected a union of utility with elegance, which he executed in many pleasing designs of bow and serpentine front. To Hepplewhite we must also give credit for the most refined and tasteful use of inlay and of veneers to be found in English furniture. On the doors of wardrobes and on the front of drawers he employed veneers of the beautiful curl mahogany that came into favor about 1760, and on the front of his solid mahogany tables, sideboards, and bookcases he substituted for carving the inlay of low-toned colored woods in the form of lines and narrow bands and other ornamental motives. Sheraton, the purist. The last of the three great cabinet makers represents the culmination of the classic spirit derived both from the brothers Adam and the French Louis XVI style. Sheraton's productions, or rather his designs, depicted in the Cabinet Maker and Upholsterer's Drawing Book, have little of the vigor and strength of Chippendale's work, but they are always characterized by delicacy and refinement. Sheraton designed furniture both in mahogany and in satinwood, decorated by inlay and by painting, and it is with this last style, the introduction of which was largely due to the popularity of the gifted young artist Angelique Kauffmann, that he is particularly identified. His work in mahogany is characterized by simplicity of form and by the tasteful use of inlay, in which respect he was perhaps the equal of Hepplewhite. His chairbacks are almost always based upon the straight line, and although sometimes made petty by the introduction of inappropriate classic ornament, they exhibit on the whole much skill and refinement in composition. In the legs of chairs and tables he almost invariably used turned and tapering supports, which were frequently decorated by reeding. In the sides and often the backs of his chairs he reintroduced the vogue of canework, which had not appeared in fashionable furniture since the 17th century. Sheraton's satinwood furniture took the form mainly of commodes or bureaus, small writing desks, toilet tables, and other lighter articles for the boudoir. The daintiness and elegance of some of these pieces, decorated by the brush of Angelique Kauffmann or Pergolesi, challenge comparison with some of the exquisite furniture made during the reign of Louis XVI, and they mark the final culmination of English furniture before its degeneration into the mediocrity of later times. Old furniture. 1. People have always used furniture, but the kind of furniture we use today is of comparatively recent origin. Wood, iron, precious stones, bronze, silver, and gold have been used from earliest times in the construction and for the decoration of furniture, but modern furniture is a development of little more than 4 centuries. Furniture has always varied in kind and style, according to the needs and customs of its users. There are few examples left of really ancient furniture. This is due partly to the perishable materials used in its making, and partly to the fact that the people of olden times had little furniture of any kind. Even the poorest home of today is better supplied with some household appliances than the most aristocratic house of splendid Egypt, tasteful Greece, or luxurious Rome. And in the long period between the destruction of these ancient civilizations and the Renaissance, the making of furniture developed very little. The rulers of Egypt were as well housed as the early kings of England. Household furnishings were the privilege of the great alone. No person of mean degree could or would dare to have used a chair, one of the commonest objects in every modern home. Active people as they were, living much in the open air, they needed but benches on which to sit at meals, and beds on which to sleep. Our luxuries were not only unknown, but unnecessary to them. The Egyptians used wooden furniture, carved and gilded. They also used chests in which to keep things. The tables and couches of the Assyrians were inlaid with ivory and precious metals. The wood used was mostly cedar and ebony. Solomon's bed was of cedar of Lebanon. The furniture of Greece was oriental in form, and from this the Romans absorbed many ideas. The Roman tables were of marbles or rare woods. They used gold and silver plentifully, even cooking utensils being made of these precious metals. Most medieval furniture of Italian make was richly gilded and painted. In the north of Europe, carved oak was used to a greater extent. The feudal halls were furnished with benches carved and paneled. Chests of oak or Italian cypress were used as receptacles for clothes and tapestries. The oak coffer with wrought iron bands shown in the picture is of French make, of the latter half of the 13th century. The Renaissance made a great change in furniture making. Cabinets and paneling were done in the outlines of palaces and temples. In Florence, Rome, Venice, and Milan, there began on a large scale the manufacture of sumptuous cabinets, tables, chairs, and chests. Spain, France, and Germany soon followed the fashion, and in England Henry VIII greatly encouraged the art of furniture making. Then came the great period of furniture, the 18th century. From being massive and exceedingly scarce and costly, furniture became light, plentiful, and cheap. Boule and Marot. 2. There was no limit to the prices a reckless and profligate court was willing to pay for luxurious beauty during the sumptuous, extravagant reign of Louis the Magnificent of France. For much that was most splendid and beautiful in furniture making at this period stands the name of Charles André Boule. His imagination and skill were given full play, and he proved equal to the demands made upon him. Boule was a remarkable man. In a court whose only thought was of pleasure and display, he realized that his furniture must not only excel all others in richness, beauty, and cost, it must also be both comfortable and useful. He was appointed cabinet maker to the Dauphin, the heir to the throne of France. This distinction, together with his own tastes, led him to copy some of the manners and bearing of his rich customers. He was an aristocrat among furniture makers. He spent the greater part of his large fortune in filling his workshop with works of art. His warehouses were packed with precious woods and finished and unfinished pieces of magnificent furniture. In his own rooms were priceless works of art, the collection of a lifetime, gems, medals, drawings, and paintings, which included 48 drawings by Raphael. Boule's ruin came in a single night. When he was 78 years old, all his property was destroyed by fire. His loss was not only of fortune, but of reputation as well, for when he was down and out, he resorted to tricks and questionable dealings which brought him many lawsuits. He died in debt and poverty, a discredited and broken man. The English court vied with France in its extravagance, and heaped honors and wealth on the man who, like Boule in France, was foremost among designers of furniture in that country. The authorities on fine furniture frequently speak of Marot's work in connection with that of the great Boule. Daniel Marot was the son of Jean Marot, an architect and engraver. After he went to England with William III, he principally concentrated his talent upon the adornment of Hampton Court Palace. Much of the furniture at Hampton Court bears unmistakable traces of his authorship. At Windsor Castle also there is a silver table that is attributed to him. Marot's work differs from that of Boule in that he inserted, in medallion form, pictorial subjects in a heavy framework of ornament. In other pieces the inlay took the form of geometrical, floral, and animal patterns, combined with the warmer and more beautiful tints of the exotic woods. The whole was marked by an unsurpassed degree of excellence in workmanship. Besides furniture, Marot designed carved chimney pieces, panels for walls, ceilings, and wall brackets. He was also famous as a designer of gold and silver plate, and he even made tea urns and cream jugs. J. H. Reisner. 3. The early years of the life of Jean-Henri Reisner would seem to indicate that he was born under a lucky star. But long before his death, at the age of 71, in the first decade of the 19th century, his star had set. Before the outbreak of the French Revolution, he commanded enormous prices for his work. One small table that he constructed is said to have been sold for more than $1,000. Yet in his old age he was only saved from utter ruin by his son, a portrait painter. Aubin, the famous and successful furniture maker, under whom Reisner served as an apprentice, died and left, besides a young and handsome widow, one of the largest workshops in Paris, and a large fortune. The young man promptly married the widow, and upon her death, 6 years later, came into possession of both the property and the fortune. 3 years later he married the daughter of a citizen of Paris, but again his marriage proved of short duration, for after a few stormy years of wedded life, he took refuge in the new divorce laws of the country, and returned again to the state of single blessedness. Aubin, his master, had been commissioned by King Louis XV of France to make a bureau. King Louis was called the Well-Beloved, although he was really hated by the majority of his subjects. This bureau contributed greatly to Reisner's fame, for its construction took 3 years, and Aubin, having died in the meantime, his pupil completed it. The massive bronze doors of this royal bureau were ornamented with elaborate and intricately modeled figures, and the whole was fashioned after a complete and perfect miniature model. The degree of craftsmanship that was brought to bear upon this historical piece of furniture was of such a character that a second bureau, built similarly, was begun and completed by a competitor before the original was finished. Reisner became a greater artist than his teacher, Aubin, and was recognized as one of the leading furniture makers of his time. His great activity is shown by the quantity and elaborate detail of the furniture he made. At the beginning of the French Revolution, evil days came upon Reisner. Those wealthy customers who did not flee and escape the guillotine were made bankrupt. In 1793, he held a sale of his prized collection of furniture, but he was forced to buy most of it back himself. A little later he tried again to realize some money on the furniture, but this also was a failure. His son, who had joined the army, returned to Paris and saved the aged furniture maker from starvation. Thomas Chippendale. 4. A young art student came to a furniture shop in London, and the talk was of beauty of line, the dignity of proportion, and the introduction of mahogany in the manufacture of furniture. The art student afterward became Sir Joshua Reynolds, the world-famed painter. The furniture maker was Thomas Chippendale, known as King of the 18th century furniture designers. And to these early friendly talks and arguments Chippendale attributes his reputation as a master of line and a genius of proportion. Before the time of Chippendale, most of the furniture was made of the heavier native woods, such as walnut or oak. Mahogany made a powerful appeal to him because of its highly polished surface and the exquisite beauty of the wood itself. For the young cabinet maker who came up to London from Worcestershire had a passionate love of beauty, and he was a master workman. From his father, who had achieved considerable local fame, he inherited this love, and he had learned how to make the wood carvings that are characteristic of his designs. After a fire, he converted 4 adjacent dwelling houses into a shop, which was situated on St. Martin's Lane, in the fashionable section of London, and because he protested against the amount of his taxes, it seems probable he was prosperous. Moreover, he belonged to the Society of Arts, with Gibbon the historian, Richardson the novelist, Dr. Johnson the lexicographer, and Horace Walpole the politician. If you add to this that he married in 1748 and died in 1779, there is summed up practically all there is known of Thomas Chippendale himself. Chippendale made beautiful furniture. He was recognized by both the nobility and gentry, not only as an authority on the subject, but as an artist. He was probably better known as a designer of chairs than of any other form of furniture. Chippendale was familiar with artistic designs in Japan, Italy, and Spain, and was ready always to take ideas from the humble as well as the great, as is shown from the fact that subscribers to his book, The Gentleman and Cabinet Maker's Director, range from the Duke of Northumberland to a local bricklayer. A large part of his reputation is attributed to this book, which was not so much a guide to his finished productions as an outline of the designs he would like to make, and these designs have served as a guide to furniture makers ever since. Thomas Sheridan, 5. At 40 years of age, Thomas Sheridan was a poverty-pinched journeyman cabinet-maker and Baptist preacher in Stockton-on-Tees. Then, in 1790, he went to London, where he found even a greater poverty, but where he made for himself as a designer of furniture a name that will last as long as the world loves beautiful things. The 15 remaining years of his life were tragically sad. Sheridan's knowledge was gained through years of hardship and privation. He lived to see his chosen art reach its zenith, and then to see it fall away. He had scarce perfected his creations when they were overwhelmed by a wave of bad taste that swept much beauty from English furniture. When Sheridan reached London, he hadn't enough money to set up shop, much less to employ skilled workmen. So, instead of making furniture, he wrote about it, varying this occasionally by writing sermons or tracts. He made little money, but many enemies, for he had a bitter tongue. Adam Black, afterward the famous publisher, was then a printer's apprentice, and lived for a time in Sheridan's humble home. The night I arrived, Black wrote, there were but 2 cups and saucers, one of which I used, Sheridan's wife sharing her young daughter's porridge bowl. Black published Sheridan's Encyclopedia of Furniture. This brought Sheridan some fame, but little food. The big work showed the great range and variety of Sheridan's art. We love his furniture for its finely curved surfaces, graceful sweeps of sideboards, and cabinets reflecting the light. Aside from its beauty, Sheridan's furniture was essentially practical, sometimes in most original fashion. For example, he invented a summer bed, divided in the center so as to give a greater circulation of air. There was likewise a hollow front sideboard that became popular for the ease with which a butler could reach across for a stray glass or piece of chinaware. His conversation chair was designed for the beau of Georgian times, whose coattails were too costly to be sat upon. The proper position in this chair was for the sitter to face the back of the chair, with his arm resting on the top rail, so that his coattails could hang. The so-called pouch table, much beloved today by neat housewives, was Sheridan's invention. It was a work table with a pouch of silk on each side. Besides his great book, Sheridan got up a handbook for the benefit of his brother craftsmen, in which he gave in a helpful manner minute descriptions of his various pieces. The spirit that prompted him to do this was the finest thing in Sheridan's nature. He had his faults. He was narrow, self-centered, and bitterly resentful of the success of others, but he believed it to be a man's duty to give to the world the benefit of his full knowledge, and he sacrificed himself through life to do this. George Hepplewhite. 6. George Hepplewhite was one of the great names in furniture making. His wife published after his death a book, The Cabinet Maker and Upholsterer's Guide, or Repository of Design for every article of household furniture in the newest and most approved taste, on which his reputation rests. This book went through 3 editions in 1788, 2 years after the author's own death. The designs in his book are characterized by comfort rather than artificiality. With this is combined great technical excellence and extreme lightness and durability. Curiously, however, these designs are not all of equal value. Some are as good as the best work of any era, while others are most commonplace. Although even at that time tea cost $5 a pound, its use had become very popular throughout England. Hepplewhite introduced many articles that had to do with the tea service. Many peculiarly constructed and choice urn stands, tea trays, chests, and caddies are attributed to him. Hepplewhite's furniture had an interesting characteristic. The legs tapered delicately on the inside faces only and were finished with a square foot. This gave the impression of grit and power to otherwise fragile furniture. There were several stock designs or ornaments of which this furniture maker made frequent use. He was particularly fond of inserting ovals in the backs of his chairs. Frequently a carved ear of corn was used as a decoration. Hepplewhite also made abundant use of a Prince of Wales feather in delicate carving, combined with an inlay of colored woods. This use of the royal plume was attributed to his loyalty to the Prince of Wales. It was conclusive proof of the popularity of the Prince's party when the illness of George III caused such national strife. The fact that Hepplewhite was accused by his enemies of plagiarism does not detract a bit from his real position. It shows rather that, like all real artists, he remained a student until the close of his career. He never disdained to profit by the experience and teaching of others, even those less eminent than himself. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Jason in Panama. The Mentor 1 by various American Novelists by Hamilton, Wright, Mabie, 1846 to 1916. American Novelists, Volume 1, Number 25, by Hamilton, Wright, Mabie. This group of distinguished novelists may be divided into 4 smaller groups, not only in time, but in selection and treatment of subjects. Mr. James and Mr. Howells are now the senior members of the literary fraternity in this country, and have not only American but European reputations. Only 3 novelists before them attained this distinction. The earliest of these, Cooper, is still read in many parts of the world, and in little German villages boys call themselves Cooper Indians and play at old-time savage warfare. The author of the Leather Stocking Tales wrote the first original American novel, and Hawthorne wrote the first American romance. The first described the manners and customs of a people whom he knew at first hand, but whom Europe only knew by hearsay. The second analyzed the motives and described the workings of the Puritan spirit, and showed how the consciousness of sin worked itself out in the Puritan character. The theme was new, and the manner of treating it was both effective and beautiful, and Hawthorne remains the most artistic writer this country has produced. Harriet Beecher Stowe. The next novelist to whom Europe paid attention was Mrs. Stowe. Uncle Tom's Cabin was like a great torch held up over a fiercely disputed field. It showed men and women living under all conditions of slavery, paternal and humane on one hand, and commercial and cruel on the other. It made a drama of a political issue, and was read with bated breath by 1,000,000 people. It interested Europe because it was a powerful story dealing with a situation that had attracted the attention of the whole Western world. It was at once translated into several languages, and could be found from London to Constantinople. Henry James. When Mr. James began writing a generation ago, there had been no American fiction of a high order for 20 years or more, and the country had grown rapidly in experience and knowledge. Mr. James showed this more cosmopolitan attitude toward the world, and his style had a quality which was new in our fiction. It was clear in those days. It had great flexibility and capacity for conveying fine distinctions and delicate shadings of thought. It had a tone of maturity which was lacking in the earlier writers, and it was the medium of expression of a thoroughly trained man to whom writing was a fine art. The early short stories, of which The Passionate Pilgrim may serve as an example, arrested attention by reason of their insight into character and their fine workmanship. There was an air of romance about them, but it was the romance of human temperament, not of incident. The early novels were not popular in the sense of running into large editions, but The American found many readers who were quick to appreciate its penetrating and searching analysis of character, its sharp contrasts of American and European traits, and the refinement of a style which is both rich and restrained. All novelists reveal character, but those in whom the dramatic instinct is strong show it chiefly in action. Mr. James brings out character largely by means of analysis and description, and for this reason he is often classed among the psychological novelists. In his later years the habit of analysis grew on him to such an extent that the movement of his stories was impeded, and his style became complex and at times obscure. In a time when social relationships between America and Europe were becoming more intimate, Mr. James found a rare opportunity of studying American character against a European background, and in the whole range of fiction there have been few writers of more acute penetration, of greater delicacy of stroke and line in painting character than he. He was one of the small group of American authors to whom the word distinction may be applied. W. D. Howells. Mr. James was a student of men and women in society, using that word in its narrower sense. Mr. Howells, who is also a keen observer, has dealt with less sophisticated men and women, and has given us American types unmodified by other influences. A man of deep sympathy with his fellows and sharing in his heart the sorrow and pain of the common lot, a lover of Tolstoy and a professed realist, with a strong leaning toward constructive socialism, Mr. Howells has kept his fiction tree from any kind of preaching. He has understood his vocation as an artist, and has not made his novels serve his social and political doctrines. Although a man of strong convictions, he is a writer whose touch is notably light, and whose humor is delightfully unforced and happy. Born in the Central West, Mr. Howells has kept its democracy of spirit and reinforced it by familiarity with modern languages and literature. In his lighter work he has made studies of the whims and foibles of certain feminine types in this country, of such fidelity that they have disturbed those who believe that Americans should tell the truth about themselves only to themselves, and that to take Europe into the national confidence is a kind of petty treason. But if Mr. Howells has seemed sometimes to draw American women with too light a hand, no one so well as he has conveyed a sense of the purity of American women, and the wholesome tone of American social life outside the very limited circle of what is known as the fast set, a group of men and women who are representative not of a nation, but of the attitude toward life so strikingly defined in The House of Mirth. In his graver mood Mr. Howells has given us The Rise of Silas Lapham, one of the lasting achievements of American fiction, and A Hazard of New Fortune, both original studies of American life during the age of great fortune-making. The charm of Mr. Howells's art and the refinement of his humour have not given him the popularity of the more dramatic novelists, but he has made a place of high importance for himself in American literature, and in the hearts of a host of readers who have discerned in him a singularly pure and lovable nature. Thomas Nelson Page. The aftermath of the war between the states was an idealization of the old social order in the South. Mr. Page and Mr. Allen found in the tradition and habit of the Old South elements of a romance founded on reality. Society in the South before the war received its tone from men and women bred in habits of deference and courtesy, sensitive to any slight put upon honor, and prodigal of hospitality. It had rested on an unstable basis, but it had those delightful qualities which came with leisure, easy conditions, and the absence of commercial spirit. This vanishing order found in Mr. Page's earliest stories was a record true to life, and yet enveloped in the air of romance. Marse Chan, Unc Edinburgh, and My Lady gave the country a thrill of pleasure, so sure was their appeal to sentiment, so refreshingly human and unforced, a rich and picturesque life of its own, a fresh field for the romance of spiritual adventure and social habit. In these moving tales, told with unobtrusive artistic skill, the long-suspended literary tradition of Virginia received an impulse which has since given the country a group of stories of original quality. James Lane Allen. Never did pioneers carry into a new country a finer blending of the daring which moves the frontier farther from the old centres, and the chivalry of romance for women and idealization of emotion and experience, than went into the fertile and beautiful Kentucky country in the days which followed Boone's adventurous career, and produced the types of character which appear in James Lane Allen's The Choir Invisible. The bluegrass country found in him a lover who was also an artist, and the background of his stories is sketched with exquisite skill. The Kentucky Cardinal, Aftermath, and the stories in Flute and Violin have not been surpassed in beauty of diction in our fiction. If one might venture to predict long life for any contemporary writing, he would not hesitate to put the short stories of these two Southern writers among American classics. Mr. Page and Mr. Allen have written long stories as well, in several instances dealing with contemporary life and manners. Mr. Allen has kept in the field of character study with increasing emphasis on the influence of environment. The title of one of his later stories, The Medal of the Pasture, suggests the relation of the actors in the drama to the soil on which they live, while the lifelike study of the horse breeder in The Doctor's Christmas Eve is a portrait which could not have been drawn outside the boundaries of Kentucky. Mr. Page in his later stories has dealt with the spread of the commercial spirit, the conditions in which women work, political corruption, and social changes. Winston Churchill. Mr. Wister and Mr. Churchill have one great interest in common. They are deeply concerned with American character and experience. Mr. Churchill has dramatized our history in a series of works, beginning with Richard Carvel of the colonial period, continued in The Crossing of the period of the first great westward emigration through the passes of the Alleghanies, in The Crisis, a picture of struggles between the Old North and the Old South between 1861 and 1865, localized in St. Louis, and in Mr. Crewe's career, a study of the machine in politics and the beginnings of the struggle for popular government which has become a national movement. Mr. Churchill draws with a free hand on a large canvas, and his works have epic quality, emphasizing large and significant movements and defining the place of individuals in them, rather than presenting delicately sketched portraits of men and women in the narrower range of personal experience. Owen Wister. Mr. Wister has the gift of picturing real, vital characters, and his stories are full of a brilliant and moving life. His people are not only alive, but intensely and actively alive. A man bred in the best social traditions, a graduate of the oldest American university, Mr. Wister was fortunate enough to know the frontier at the very moment when the forces of business and the second great Western movement were about to destroy it. Most men who wrote about the old frontier, either in fiction or in plays, were concerned with its melodramatic aspects, its guns and shirts, sombreros and bucking broncos. Mr. Wister saw the character behind these stage costumes. He recognized the fibre of the men, their courage, their spirit of comradeship, their rough but genuine humor, their passion for wide horizons and the freedom of the life of the plains. In The Virginian, and the short stories from the same hand, our fiction has a series of studies of types of character now almost extinct, and of a stage of life which has disappeared. When Lady Baltimore appeared, Mr. Wister had passed from society in an elemental stage to a southern community which has preserved its old-time qualities of refinement of manner, dignity of habit, and a hospitality which is the very flower of high breeding and ease of condition. And Mr. Wister was as much at home in Charleston as on the old frontier, a fact highly significant of the quality and fibre of the man. Among American novelists he will hold a place of his own by reason of the vitality and artistic skill of his work. Edith Wharton. Mrs. Wharton's stories, even more than those of Mr. James, describe a social life which has taken its tone largely from an older and more conventional society, which has lost its moral simplicity in the complexity of an age of highly organized luxury, and which has taken on the easy ways of a social life that is entirely comfortable in conscience so long as it feels itself secure in matters of taste. In art, Mrs. Wharton is an expert by intuition and practice. The author of The House of Mirth is analytical, and secures her most striking effects, not by boldly projecting her characters on a large canvas, but by uncovering their most elusive moods, their obscure motives, the conflict of temperament, character, and social traditions. Such a power of lighting up hidden processes of thought as Mrs. Wharton possesses needs the reinforcement of an art which is both vigorous and sensitive, and this art is always at Mrs. Wharton's command. She has both precision and delicacy. She can draw a character in detachment with such vitality of insight and of portraiture that it holds the attention without the aid of accessories. Or she can sketch a cross-section of society with convincing energy of stroke. She is the recorder of a highly sophisticated society, more or less relaxed in tone and corrupted by luxury. Mrs. Deland's method is broader and her emotions of wider interest. She has painted one portrait which the whole country loves. Dr. Lavender has taken his place in the small group of imaginary Americans who are as real as historical Americans. He is a type dear to Americans because his nature is sweet without a touch of weakness, his vision clear without hardness, his moral perception relentlessly keen but never divorced from pity and sympathy, and his humor fresh and abounding. And Mrs. Deland has also the gift of construction, and has written 2 or 3 novels which must be counted among our best fiction. No list of contemporary American writers of fiction would be complete without the names of F. Hopkinson Smith, John Fox, Jr., Dr. S. Weir Mitchell, and Miss Mary Johnston. Mr. Smith has gained skill as a writer steadily as he has gained skill as a painter, and in the small group of stories which bear his name 2 or 3 are likely to be read for a long time to come. The Fortunes of Oliver Horn shows Mr. Smith's art at his best, for it is art of the heart as well as of the brain and hand. His romance has permanent elements of human nature. Idealism, loyalty, and love are the soul of it. Mr. Fox, who also finds his characters largely in the South, has drawn the picture of the primitive mountain types in the Kentucky hills with the charm which comes from a great simplicity and from an intimate knowledge of the people he describes. Miss Johnston, who began by writing romances pure and simple, has dramatized the story of the Civil War in two able novels, The Long Roll and Cease Firing. It is not easy to characterize these stories in a phrase, nor is it necessary. They are written with a kind of quiet passion which gives the current sufficient volume to carry an enormous amount of history without sacrificing dramatic interest. Dr. Mitchell, like Dr. Holmes, revealed himself in several different capacities, as physician, as poet, as essayist, and as story writer. His novels are characterized by inventiveness, by dexterity, by freshness of feeling. The Adventures of Francois is a capital piece of storytelling, while many people regard Hugh Wynne as the best semi-historical story which has appeared in this country. In other novels Dr. Mitchell showed his skill as a psychologist. Henry James. A number of years ago Henry James was at work on a volume of short stories. "And when will it be ready?" he was asked. "Oh, I never know," he said. "I work by easy stages." That sentence gives the keynote to the character of the great novelist himself and of his writings. He wrote carefully, easily, and neatly. Born in New York City on April 15, 1843, Henry James spent most of his boyhood in Europe. His father was Henry James, the theological writer, and from him the novelist derived his idiomatic, picturesque English. His brother became Professor William James, the psychologist and philosopher who died in 1910. Henry James entered Harvard Law School in 1860, but found out soon that he cared more for literature than for law. His first short story was published in 1865, and many stories and sketches quickly followed this. After 1869 he made his home in England, living in London, or Rye in Sussex, for the most part. He was a member of the American Academy of Arts and Letters, and in 1911 received the degree of LH.D. from Harvard. Mr. James dictated all his work to a secretary, and he rewrote and polished it from a typewritten copy. With his writing he took infinite pains. His sentences are long and involved at times, but in spite of this confusing fact, his sentences are balanced and complete. His whole life showed the same ordered neatness as his books. His library was carefully selected and shelved. His letters were always arranged in little piles of the same size. One man tells that during a call on the novelist he saw him, when the ash had collected on the end of his cigarette, walked the length of his study and snip it out of the open window. Henry James has been called a modern of the moderns as a novelist. He described contemporary life. His characters are people of the world, but they are subtle and complex. The human element predominates. He is not widely read because the public finds him hard to read. As someone said, his books need to be translated for the average reader. This is due in part to his use of long and involved sentences, and in part to his subject matter. His career was a happy one. It was long, and was free from serious mistakes. His talent and point of view were personal. He had a crowd of imitators, but none of these approached the master in greatness. There was one side of the character of Henry James, the man, of which few people knew. Never did a man in need come to him whom he did not offer to help. Years ago, when James was deriving an income of less than $1,500 a year from his writing, a novelist died in England. He died in poverty, leaving two little children absolutely alone in the world. A friend assisted the children and wrote to the other literary men asking for help. One literary man, whose income was over $200,000, was appealed to in vain. Among those from whom aid was asked was Henry James. A check for $250, more than a sixth of his whole year's income, arrived from him by return mail. Henry James died in London on February 29, 1916. William Dean Howells. The Dean of American Letters, that is what William Dean Howells is called. He is and has been for half a century the literary leader of America, and he well deserves the title. James Russell Lowell said of him that he is one of the chief honors of our literature. He has never written a bad sentence, never struck a false note. He is the leading representative of the realistic school of American fiction. William Dean Howells might with truth be called a self-made man of letters. He was born at Martin Ferry, Ohio, on March 1st, 1837. His father, William Cooper Howells, was a printer and editor, whose library was large and well chosen for that time. It was in this library that the future novelist picked up most of his education. As usual in a small country town, the regular schooling consisted only of the 3 R's, but Howells was an omnivorous reader. He particularly enjoyed poetry. It is said that even as a small boy he wrote verse, setting it into type himself. Whether this was ever printed is not known, but surely some space in his father's newspaper must have been found for these productions of his juvenile pen. In 1851 the family fortunes met with disaster, and Howells went to work as a compositor on the Ohio State Journal at a salary of $4 a week. He soon graduated into journalism, and at the age of 22 was news editor for the Columbus, Ohio State Journal. Howells' first published work appeared in 1860. The Poems of Two Friends were written with John J. Piatt. He began to contribute to the Atlantic Monthly, then just founded, about this time also. A campaign biography of Abraham Lincoln was written by him in 1860. For this he was appointed consul at Venice, where he remained until 1865. There he studied the Italian language and literature and broadened his education considerably. On his return to the United States he wrote for the New York Tribune and the Nation for a time. Then in 1866 he became assistant editor of the Atlantic Monthly, becoming editor 6 years later. He was a model magazine editor. For a while he contributed to Harper's Magazine. Then he became editor of the Cosmopolitan, and in 1900 revived the editor's easy chair for Harper's. He is at present the writer of this department. Mr. Howells has received many honorary degrees. Harvard and Yale have both conferred on him the degree of Master of Arts, while he has received the degree of Doctor of Letters from Yale, Oxford, Columbia, and Princeton, and the degree of Doctor of Laws from Adelbert College. In 1909 he was elected president of the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Since 1885 the novelist has lived in New York City. Howells is a great realist and a perfect artist in words. He was once asked if he never lost himself in his work and was carried away by what he was writing. Never, he answered. The essence of achievement is to keep outside, to be entirely dispassionate, as a sculptor must be, molding his clay. And indeed, of all American writers, Howells comes the nearest to success in holding the mirror up to nature. Thomas Nelson Page. Above all things, Thomas Nelson Page is a Virginian by birth, by family, and in his writings. Born on the old plantation of Oakland in Hanover County, Virginia, he can boast of 2 grandfathers who were governors of the state, one of these, Thomas Nelson, being a signer of the Declaration of Independence. It is Virginia and Virginians before the war and during the Reconstruction period that he has sought to portray in his books. Thomas Nelson Page opened his eyes in Old Virginia on April 23, 1853. He was a rather precocious boy. Many a beating did he receive at school for stealing time from his lessons to write short stories on his slate for the amusement of his companions. He entered Washington and Lee University when he was only 16 years old. He remained there 3 years, and then, after spending a little time in Kentucky, decided to enter the law department of the University of Virginia in 1873. He finished the work there in about half the time usually required, and began practicing in Richmond, where he remained until 1893. Page had always felt the charm of times gone by. He tried to follow the law faithfully, but more and more strongly came the call to picture artistically a civilization which, once having sweetened the South, has since well nigh perished from the earth. He yearned for the old plantation life, the stately mansions of his forefathers, the grandeur to which those men and women of other days attained, and the overgrown fence rows and fields of his own country home. Finally, he decided to write. Marsh Chan was published in 1884 and won the author immediate recognition. People of both the North and South were enthusiastic about it. The author himself tells how he came to write this tale. Just then a friend showed me a letter which had been written by a young girl to her sweetheart in a Georgia regiment, telling him that she had discovered that she loved him, after all, and that if he would get a furlough and come home she would marry him, that she had loved him ever since they had gone to school together in the little schoolhouse in the woods. Then, as if she feared such a temptation might be too strong for him, she added a postscript in these words, "Don't come without a furlough, for if you don't come honorably, I won't marry you." This letter had been taken from the pocket of a private dead on the battlefield of one of the battles around Richmond, and as the date was only a week before the battle occurred, its pathos struck me very much. "I remember," I said, "the poor fellow got his furlough through a bullet." The idea remained with me, and I went to my office one morning and began to write Marsh Chan, which was finished in about a week. In Ole Virginia, a collection of 3 stories of Negro life and character was published in 1887. This is perhaps his most characteristic work. Many stories, essays, and poems followed. Uncle Billy in Page's story May Lady is a distinct creation. At the wedding of his mistress and the Union captain in the old, dismantled home, the minister asks, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" His lady is without a relative, and Uncle Billy sees that it is up to him. But he doesn't want to take the responsibility, so, stepping forward, he answers solemnly, "Gord." Thomas Nelson Page is never sectional in his writing. Everything that he writes tends to bring about better feeling between the North and the South. He is now ambassador to Rome, appointed by President Wilson. James Lane Allen. An historical novelist worthy to rank with Nathaniel Hawthorne, James Lane Allen has been called. Both have given us pictures of the lives of our forefathers, but, while Hawthorne has shown us New England, Allen draws the blue-grass region of Kentucky and its people. It may be due to the fact that James Lane Allen was a 7th child that he has achieved such remarkable success in literature. He was born in Fayette County, near Lexington, Kentucky, in 1849, the youngest child of Richard and Helen Allen. He can number among his paternal ancestors some of the first settlers of Virginia. One of these ancestors, Richard Allen, moved to Kentucky, where he lived the easy, hospitable life of a gentleman farmer on his large estate. Mr. Allen's mother was a descendant of the Pennsylvania Scotch-Irish and the Brooks family of Virginia. A native of Mississippi, she was a lover of nature and literature. She inspired in her son a love for reading old romances, poetry, and history. Although Allen was only 12 years old when the storm of civil war broke out over our country, he was old enough to realize its horrors and the suffering that it brought to the people of the South. Just before the beginning of the war his father lost his fortune, so the formal education that Allen received was small, but under his mother's guidance he pursued his studies at home. Long walks in the fields and forest about his home gave him a keen insight into nature. He was graduated from Transylvania University at Lexington, Kentucky, in 1872, and 3 years later received a degree of A.M. from there. A little before this his father had died, and James had to begin teaching in order to meet expenses. He spent a year as master in a country school, walking 6 miles to and from the school every day. For 2 years he taught in Missouri, and then came back to Kentucky as a private tutor. He was called to his alma mater to teach, and 2 years later Bethany College in West Virginia offered him the chair of Latin and Higher English. He planned to go to Germany for a time, but gave this up when the idea of becoming a doctor of medicine attracted him. This was when he was doing graduate work at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. But his love of literature led him to take up writing, and in 1884 he moved to New York. He arrived there unknown and with no letters of introduction, but he took up his abode in the garret and started out in a very humble way. He sent letters to the New York Evening Post, poems to Harper's and the Atlantic Monthly, and essays to the Critic and the Forum. A criticism of Henry James' Portrait of a Lady first attracted attention to the young author, and soon there was a strong demand for his sketches of Kentucky life. The Blue Grass Region of Kentucky was the title given to the collected volume of these sketches. Mr. Allen then moved to Cincinnati, but later moved again to Washington, believing that the capital of the country would be the future home of literature and art in America. In Washington, however, he found too much social and official distraction, so he returned to New York. The Kentucky Cardinal, published in 1895, is one of Mr. Allen's best books. It is a sort of pastoral poem in prose, showing the struggle between nature and love. The Choir Invisible shows the noble love of a married woman for a man who is not her husband. James Lane Allen is best known as a writer of fiction, but he has also published many critical articles and much verse. He is recognized as one of the most poetic and dramatic of American novelists. Winston Churchill. Although he graduated from Annapolis in 1894, Winston Churchill never served in the Navy. Instead, immediately after completing his studies, he began writing. He had found out that he could write when he was still at Annapolis, and decided that fiction rather than the Navy was his line of work. For this the young graduate had fine equipment. Annapolis gave him self-reliance and determination. Those graduates of the Naval Academy who have not gone into the Navy have usually been successful in whatever they have done. This is particularly true in the case of Churchill. Well educated, at the same time he is full of the joy of life itself, and likes all sorts of outdoor sports. He is a favorite everywhere. Winston Churchill was born in St. Louis, Missouri, on November 10, 1871, and spent the first 16 years of his life there. From a school in St. Louis he went to Annapolis. There he became strongly interested in American history and problems, and made up his mind to devote his life and energies to these. In the brief intervals between studies and drills he gathered much of the material that he afterward used in his novels. While at Annapolis he stood among the first 5 or 6 in his class. He also reorganized the crew and was captain for a year. He likewise played a good game of football. Fencing, tennis, and horseback riding are his favorite sports. For a while after graduation he worked on the Army and Navy Journal, and then joined the staff of the Cosmopolitan magazine. During this time he wrote a great deal, but did not attempt to publish these first experiments in fiction. He married in 1895 and moved not long afterward to his home at Cornish, New Hampshire. Churchill was very fortunate. He did not have to earn a living by doing hack work, and could take plenty of time with anything that he wrote. It is said that genius is the capacity for taking great pains. Winston Churchill surely illustrates this adage. Hard work, determination, and a keen sense of values made him the successful novelist that he is. He was ambitious to write the very best he knew how. Once, when living in St. Louis, he hired an office and went down to it as regularly as any other man of business. His writing was business, and was treated as such. He rewrote Richard Carvel at least 5 times. He worked from breakfast till 1 o'clock, after lunch for 2 or 3 hours, and after dinner often far into the night. This, the first of 3 in Winston Churchill's novels dealing with American history, became the most popular book in the United States. The Crisis, the second of these historical novels, appeared a few years after Richard Carvel, and in 1904 The Crossing, the last of the trilogy, was published. The background for The Crisis was the Civil War, and The Crossing dealt with the great Western movement across the country. Churchill has served in the New Hampshire legislature and also ran for the governorship of that state. Coniston was a direct outgrowth of his political associations. The novel is a story of politics with a charming love story running through it. Winston Churchill is still a young man, and there is every reason to believe that his best and biggest work is still to come. Owen Wister. It is remarkable how many successful writers get into literature by accident. Very few novelists begin by taking up writing as a profession. Most of them drift into it from other fields. Owen Wister was no exception to this. He settled down in Philadelphia to practice law, but the call of the pen was too strong for him. He was 31 years old before he began to write. Owen Wister is a grandson of Frances Anne Kemble, better known as Fanny Kemble, the famous actress. He was born on July 14, 1860, in Philadelphia. When he was 10 years old he was taken to Europe, where he remained 3 years. On his return to this country he entered St. Paul's School, Concord, whence he went to Harvard, graduating in 1882. He took highest honors in music. At Harvard he showed that he could write when he produced a libretto, Dido and Aeneas, for one of the Hasty Pudding Club entertainments. When there he also edited one of the college papers, and in his junior year wrote a poem on Beethoven, which was published in the Atlantic Monthly. With the intention of becoming a music critic, Wister went abroad once more. He began the study of composition under Liszt in Paris. In 1883 he changed his plans and returned to America. His health was bad, so he went hunting in Wyoming and Arizona. He found not only new strength, but a new world. The stirring atmosphere of the West woke in him a desire to write about it, but he did nothing at this time. He returned East and entered the Harvard Law School. He graduated in 1888, and a year later was admitted to the bar in Philadelphia. But the West had great attraction for him. In the next 10 years he made 15 trips there. He soon saw that law was not his career. In 1891 a series of studies and stories of the West by Wister started in Harper's Magazine. These were later gathered together in a volume called Red Men and White. All the characters in these sketches were true to life. The Indian was the Indian of fact, and the cowboy was the cowboy of reality. When Wister first began to write, a fellow townsman and critic of him said, "Owen Wister has written some creditable stories, but so, to be sure, have many others. His real strength lies in musical criticism." This opinion hardly holds good today. The Virginian is the best thing that Wister has done. It is absolutely realistic. This is a quality of all this author's work, as is shown by an anecdote he himself tells. Once a cowpuncher listened patiently while I read him a manuscript. It concerned an event on an Indian reservation. "Was that the Crow reservation?" he inquired at the finish. I told him that it was no real reservation and no real event, and his face expressed displeasure. "Why," he demanded, "do you waste your time writing what never happened, when you know so many things that did happen?" So well was the story told that the cowboy had believed he was listening to facts. Lady Baltimore was another successful novel of Wister's, and besides he has written several interesting biographies, the best of which is The 7 Ages of Washington. Wister is not only a writer, he has actively fought for decent government in Philadelphia. At one election he ran for city councilman of his ward, knowing that his fight was hopeless. He is an American through and through, and in his books he portrays the best things in the life of our country. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 1 by Various. Butterflies by W. J. Holland. Butterflies, Volume 3, Number 12, Serial 88, August 2nd, 1915, by Dr. W. J. Holland, Director, Carnegie Institute. The Butterfly of Dreams. "You must not look upon butterflies as trivial," said Laleham. "The study of much smaller things has made modern science, and a butterfly may well lead you to the ends of the earth, and even lose you among the stars. You never know where it may take you. There is no hunting more full of exciting possibilities. If you dare follow a butterfly, you dare go anywhere, and no quarry will lead you into stranger places or into such unexpected adventures." He had never forgotten the day when that spell of exquisite silence and dappled sunshine, the whole woodland with its finger on its lip, had suddenly become embodied in a tiny shape of coloured velvet wings that came floating zigzag up the dingle, swift as light, airy as a perfume, soft and silent as the figured carpet in some eastern palace. With what awe he watched it, as at length it settled near him on a sunlit weed. With what a luxury of observation his eyes noted its sumptuous, unearthly markings, and what an image of wonder and exquisite mystery it there and forever left on his mind. In a moment it was up and away, upon its uncharted travel through the wood. Instinctively he ran in pursuit, but it was too late. He had lost his first butterfly. For him, from that moment, all the beauty of the world, and the mystery and the elusiveness of it, were symbolized in a butterfly. From that moment it seemed to him that the success of life was the catching of a certain butterfly. Richard Le Gallienne. The earliest memories of my childhood cluster about a little manse in the countryside. In winter, when the drifts were deep and the house was snowbound, a usual recreation was to look at the cabinets containing shells collected in Jamaica by my father during his residence as a missionary on that island. I preferred, however, to feast my eyes on the contents of certain flat boxes of Jamaica cedar, in which many of the gorgeous moths and butterflies, as well as other insects of that sunny island, were displayed. When spring and summer came, I was very busy gathering plants, pressing them for my little herbarium, and collecting shells which I found in the woodlands and when wading the streams. Among insects, the beetles and butterflies pleased me most. Later, my home was in North Carolina, whither the family removed from central Ohio when I was a child of 10. Here the same process went on, with the added pleasure of being near a library, in which, among other books, was a copy of Wilson and Bonaparte's American Ornithology, many of the plates in which I copied, and Say's work on American Entomology. The collection of plants and insects grew apace, and I was allowed to begin to stuff and mount birds. In 1863 I came north, and for 10 years my life was passed in college and professional schools, where I had little time to study ornithology and entomology. But the love of living things survived, and when at last settled in active professional life, I began to feel the need of some pursuit which would furnish a physical as well as intellectual recreation. I reverted to the study of insects. This took me into the woods and fields. Having begun to collect insects, I made up my mind that I must learn to know all about them. I sought for books on the subject. There were none of any value in the libraries about me. I then began to buy books, and have continued until today I possess a collection of works upon entomology, which is said to be the largest in private hands in America. I began to seek information from other students of the subject. The circle of my correspondence has grown until it covers many lands. One of my correspondents, the late W. H. Edwards of Colberg, West Virginia, wrote to me that he wished to publish the 3rd volume of his magnificent work, The Butterflies of North America, and therefore contemplated offering his collection to the British Museum in order to obtain the necessary funds. I replied to him that I would undertake to defray the expense of bringing out the third volume of his work, provided he would turn over the collection to me so that it might be incorporated with my own. He accepted my offer, and I thus saved for America its most important collection of butterflies. I bought many other collections from time to time. I traveled widely, always collecting, and I employed men to collect for me in foreign lands. Today, my collection is one of the largest in existence, containing tens of thousands of species and hundreds of thousands of specimens. The Butterfly Book. To learn what I have involved a large outlay of money and much patient study. When, therefore, it was suggested to me to prepare a comprehensive book on the butterflies of the United States and Canada, I resolved to undertake the task, if for no other reason, to spare the rising generation of young Americans from the expense and trouble to which I had been subjected in trying to master the subject. I resolved to illustrate the book profusely, using so far as possible the types or identical specimens on which Edwards and others had founded their descriptions. The result was the Butterfly Book, and I am now following that up with a small manual entitled The Butterfly Guide. Both of these works are illustrated with colored figures. With these books, the boys and girls of America are no longer compelled to wade, as I did, through piles of books and pamphlets in order to get the information they desire. The value of the study of butterflies. I feel that a brief recital of the way in which I came to be a student of this delightful subject may interest others, and the story may encourage some of the bright boys of America to take up the study of entomology earnestly. It is no mean subject. There was a time when bugologists, as students of insect life were facetiously called, were classified as a variety of harmless cranks, but that day has passed. The discovery that some knowledge of entomology is necessary to success in agriculture, and that many diseases are due to infection brought about by insects, has led the public to recognize the value of these pursuits from a social and economic standpoint. But enough of this, now for the butterflies. Butterflies form one of the two suborders of the order Lepidoptera, or scaly-winged insects. There are many orders of insects. Lord Walsingham, some years ago, in an address, stated that there were not less than 3,000,000 species of insects in this little world of ours. Tens of thousands of species of Lepidoptera have already been named and classified. Of butterflies there are 20,000 species and varieties known, and of moths there are about 5 times as many. In the United States we have about 650 species of butterflies and 6,000 species of moths. New species are still being turned up. Adam did not give names to all living things. He left his job unfinished, and the sons of Adam, since his day, have been carrying on the good work, and most vigorously during the last 100 years. The work of naming and describing species new to science is going on valorously at the present time. The last volume of the Zoological Record, which has just been issued, shows that in 1913 nearly 3,000 strictly scientific books and papers about insects were published, not to speak of the innumerable publications of a popular character upon the same subject, which were printed during that year. The same volume shows that no less than 225 new species of butterflies alone were described during the year, besides a host of so-called varieties. The new species were principally from Africa, Asia, and South America. As I have said, butterflies are scaly-winged insects. Anyone who has ever taken a moth or butterfly into his fingers has observed that the creature in its struggles leaves behind a dust-like substance. Examined under a microscope, This is seen to be composed of minute scales. Magnified forms of some of these scales are represented in Figure 1, while in Figure 2 there is shown a little patch of the scales on the wing of the common cabbage butterfly, they being arranged somewhat as the shingles upon the roof of a house, or the scales upon the sides of a fish. Organization of butterflies. Butterflies possess a remarkably perfect organization, which includes the possession of senses and a considerable measure of intelligence when we consider the relative lowliness of their station in the scale of being. Butterflies can see. They have, as all insects have, compound eyes made up of a number of facets, so that they can look upward, downward, forward, and backward all at the same time. Their antennae, or feelers as they are sometimes erroneously called, are most probably organs for smelling. Their organs for hearing, if they have any, are located upon their legs, as they are in the grasshoppers and other insects. But butterflies do not appear to be talkative, as the grasshoppers and crickets are, though some species can make curious clicking sounds, as some moths can make squeaking sounds. That they can taste is more than likely. Connected with the proboscis of butterflies, through which they suck the honey of flowers, there are no doubt gustatory nerves. Their brains, if the nerve knot in the head can be so called, are not very large, but their instincts in some respects are marvellous. What, for instance, could be more wonderful than the manner in which the female butterfly, without having received a botanical education, infallibly selects the right plant upon which to lay her eggs, so that her progeny, which she never lives to see, may obtain proper nourishment? Nobody ever saw a female swallowtail lay her eggs upon pine or clover. Nobody ever saw a cabbage butterfly lay her eggs upon other than a cruciferous plant, either a cabbage or one of its cousins, as plant relationships go. Wonders of transformation. One of the most wonderful things in the world of life is the manner in which insects and butterflies, and moths in particular, undergo transformation, passing from the egg into the caterpillar, then changing into the chrysalis, and finally emerging as the winged insect, fluttering among the flowers. The eggs of butterflies are beautiful objects when examined under a microscope. Some are shaped like spheres, some like cones, some like spindles, others like turbans. They are fluted, ribbed, pitted, sculptured in a multitude of ways. In color, they are as various as the eggs of birds. Figure 3 shows the egg of the viceroy, Basilarchia dissipus, one of the admirals belonging to the same group of insects as those which are figured on one of the plates of the butterfly book reproduced with this article. Figure 4 shows the egg of the monarch, or common milkweed butterfly, Anosia plexippus, which the viceroy mimics in the color and markings of its wings. When the caterpillar within the egg has reached its full development, the top of the egg splits off as if a lid had been lifted, and the little creature crawls out and generally makes its first meal upon the shell which it has just vacated, thus whetting its appetite for future banquets, treating the shell as a hors d'oeuvre. The larvae of most butterflies and moths feed on vegetable food, but there are some curious species, even of butterflies, which are carnivorous, the caterpillars of which devour mealybugs and the larvae of ants. The ant-eating species are found in Africa, Asia, and Australia. The production of silk. Caterpillars have the remarkable power of producing silk. Silk is a viscous fluid secreted by long glands which are near the back of the caterpillar and communicate with a little tube-like organ near the jaws, called the spinneret, through which the silk is voided, instantly becoming, on contact with the air, a tough elastic fibre. Out of the silk thus secreted, the caterpillars of butterflies spin threads, which they lay along the leaves and branches to guide themselves from place to place. From the silk many species weave little shelters or tents in which they are protected through the cold of winter. From the same delicate material they fashion the little knobs, buttons, and girdles by which the chrysalids are supported. The larvae of butterflies do not spin cocoons. This is done only by the caterpillars of moths. Caterpillars, as they develop, shed their skins a number of times. When the little caterpillar has grown too big for its breeches, it anchors itself by a few threads to a fixed spot. The skin splits along the back, and, being securely tied in place, remains fast, while the caterpillar crawls out of it. The larva begins then to feed and grow again, but often treats the shed skin as it treated the shell of the egg, using it as a sort of first course before resuming the more substantial vegetable diet. After the caterpillar has molted 4 or 5 times, it is transformed into a chrysalis, reverting to a stationary condition, fixed as immovably as it was fixed when it was only an egg. The process of transformation is wonderful and well repays attention. Among butterflies there are 3 kinds of chrysalids: those which are pendant from a knob of silk, those which are supported by girdles as well as by a silken knob, and those which are free and lie loose between leaves and rubbish, stitched together with a few strands of silk. The chrysalids of the brush-footed butterflies, Nymphalidae, are always pendant. Those of the other families are cinctured or provided with girdles, except the skippers, Hesperidae, the chrysalids of which are free, and often are found on the ground, like the chrysalids of moths. Figure 5 shows a caterpillar of the monarch or milkweed butterfly undergoing the change into a chrysalis. There comes a critical moment when the creature has wriggled itself nearly out of its skin, and when the only thing to keep it hanging in its place is a fold of this skin, caught, as shown at C, between 2 segments or rings of the abdomen. Thus suspended, it feels about with the cremaster, as the spine at the end of its tail is called, which is full of minute curved hooklets at its end. As soon as the creature feels these hooklets securely gripping into the silk of the button above, it straightens out and lets go its hold upon the old skin and assumes the form given in Figure 6, which gives the outline of the perfect chrysalis of this species, a truly beautiful object, pale, pearly green in color, adorned with spots of burnished gold. Figure 7 shows the cinctured chrysalis of the pipe-vine swallowtail. After sufficient time has elapsed to permit of certain developments which take place in the chrysalis, the butterfly emerges. The thing, which has slept as if in a coffin, comes forth on airy wings to disport itself among the flowers. Little wonder that poets have seen in this transformation an emblem of the resurrection. Some of the butterflies of the United States belong to genera which are not confined to this country, but which occur also in the Eastern Hemisphere. Indeed, some few species are identically the same as are found in Europe and Asia. The red admiral, Vanessa atalanta, and the mourning cloak, Vanessa antiopa, are as familiar to English and German schoolboys as they are to boys in America. The painted lady, Pyrames cardui, known also as the thistle butterfly, is a cosmopolitan, and occurs all over the world, except perhaps in the hot jungles of the Congo and the Amazons. The mourning cloak hibernates as a butterfly. In February 1915, one of the guards in the Carnegie Museum found a specimen of this butterfly which had flown into the building. The day had been mild, and it had ventured forth from its hiding place under the eaves or in a hollow tree. These butterflies may be found early in spring, as soon as the sap begins to flow, congregating in the sugar camps and sipping the drip of the maple trees. Comparatively few butterflies pass the winter in the winged form, but undergo its rigors as chrysalids or as larvae. Migration of butterflies. Most of the butterflies of the United States show a relationship to those of the land south of us. As the ice at the end of the glacial period retreated, there was an invasion of forms from the south. The monarch, one of our very commonest species, makes an annual migration into the northern parts of the continent, coming up from the south as the milkweeds begin to sprout and put forth leaves, and then in autumn retreats again to lands of sun. The species goes far north into Canada, and in the fall of the year huge swarms of the retiring insects may be seen clustering upon trees on the northern shores of the Great Lakes, and also about Cape May in New Jersey. Many, no doubt, are drowned in the lakes and in the ocean as they try to make their way farther south. Among the most conspicuous and beautiful butterflies of the United States are the swallowtails, which belong to the genus Papilio. We have many species. There are only 3 found in all Europe. One of these, Papilio mechion, now nearly extinct in England, surviving only in the fens of Cambridge and Norfolk, has many first cousins in North America, one of which, Papilio zellicaon, is represented on the plate entitled A Group of Swallowtails. The metropolis of the Mechion group of swallowtails is North America, and species belonging to it are found from Newfoundland to Central America. I have a strong suspicion that the butterflies of this group originated in the New World, as did the horse, the camel, and many other animals, and that at a time when North America and Asia were connected with each other in the region of Bering Sea, as we know they were, this insect went west and finally established a colony in England, which was at about that time also hitched fast to the continent of Europe. Great sex differences. Another group of butterflies which are nobly represented in North America are the fritillaries, belonging to the genera Argonus and Brenthus. A group of these insects is shown in one of the plates. The reader will observe how great a difference there is between the males and the females, especially of Argonus diana. When the sexes thus differ, they are said to be sexually dimorphic. There are other kinds of dimorphism. When butterflies have several broods, it has been observed that those of the spring brood differ in form and markings from those of the summer brood, and again from those which come forth in the fall of the year. Such species are said to be seasonally dimorphic. In the tropics we recognize what are known as dry season forms and rainy season forms, which are often very unlike each other. Sexual dimorphism is not so pronounced in all species of the genus Argonus as it is in A. diana. The fritillaries have their metropolis in North America, but are also well represented in Asia, Europe, and to some degree in Africa and in South America. In the latter continent the species occur among the cool Andean regions and in the far south in Patagonia. It is a curious fact that on the flanks of Mounts Kenya and Kilimanjaro in Africa, separated by thousands of miles from their congeners, there are species of this group of butterflies. How did they get there? The geologist maybe can answer. America is rich in species belonging to the family of the Hesperidae, or skippers. They are well named, as anyone who has watched them skipping and gambolling among the flowers can testify. They seem to be in some respects intermediate between the other butterflies and the moths. An adequate account of the breeding of butterflies and of the methods of preserving them for study and display would require another article. I will then, at this time, simply refer the curious to the books already written about these things, and if any of the Mentor readers are tempted to find the secret of eternal youth by becoming entomologists, they will discover that every library of any size has in it today copies of the books they need to guide them. That was not the case 40 years ago. The utility of entomology. The annual loss suffered by agricultural communities through ignorance of entomological facts is very great. Every plant has its insect enemy, or, more correctly, its insect lover, which feeds upon it, delights in its luxuriance, but makes short work, it may be, of leaves, it may be of flowers, it may be of fruit. It has been estimated that every known species of plant has 5 or 6 species of insects which habitually feed upon it. We all have heard of the Hessian fly, of the weevil, and of the armyworm. The legislature of Massachusetts has in recent years been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in the attempt to exterminate the gypsy moth. The caterpillar of the cabbage butterfly ruins every year material enough to supply sauerkraut to half of the people. The codling moth, the little pinkish caterpillar which worms its way through apples, is estimated to destroy $5 millions worth of apples every year within the limits of the United States. A few facts like these serve to show that the study of entomology is not a study which deserves to be placed in the category of useless pursuits. Viewed merely from a utilitarian standpoint, this study is one of the most important, far outranking in its actual value to communities the study of many branches of zoological science which some people affect to regard as of a higher order. Supplementary reading. The Open Letter. There are no small things in nature, whatever the textbooks say. All things in life are large and important if we will but have them so. The terms large and small are simply relative. To the eye of the insect world, the delicate butterfly is a monster with widespread wings that completely cover the sky. To us, the butterfly is an airy trifle, a gentle, silken-winged creature, a favorite subject of the poet's fancy, fluttering gaily, frolicking daily, its life all pleasure, its task all play. And yet, while so substantial and ponderous an animal as an ox can do its heavy work under a name containing but 2 letters, these fragile fairy creatures must bear up under the burden of such titles as Argonus Cybele or Lycaena Sudargiolus. To the untutored mind it seems unfair. But Dr. Holland tells us that we must not be daunted by this, nor let it check our interest in the study of butterflies. The student of this delightful branch of science, he says, is certain to be called upon to use some rather long and uncouth words in the pursuit of the subject, but experience will soon enable him to master any little difficulties that arise from this source, and he will finally come to recognize how useful these technical terms are in designating distinctions which exist, but which are often wholly overlooked by the uneducated and unobservant. It is reassuring, then, to be told by Dr. Holland that the collector at the outset need not tax his memory with the long scientific names which he encounters in the books. The late Dr. Horn, a most eminent entomologist, once said to Dr. Holland that he made it a duty not to try to remember the scientific names. He was content to have these names attached to the pins holding the specimens in his cabinet, where he could easily refer to them. In writing about butterflies, Dr. Holland says, it is quite customary to abbreviate the generic name by giving merely its initial. Thus, in writing about the milkweed butterfly, Anosia plexippus, the naturalist will designate it as A. plexippus. Then he will attach the name of the man who gave this specific name to the insect. As Linnaeus was the first to name this particular insect, the abbreviation would be as follows: A. plexippus Lynne. This simplifies things to some extent. In speaking about butterflies, writes Dr. Holland, it is quite common to omit the generic name altogether and use only the specific name. Thus, after returning from a collecting trip, I might say, I was quite successful today. I took 20 Aphrodites, 4 Marinas, and 2 specimens of Atlantis. In this case, there can be no misunderstanding of the meaning. The specific names alone are sufficient, and they are easy enough for any enthusiastic collector to learn. W. D. Moffat, Editor. Thistle butterflies, anglewings, and sulphurs. Painted lady and thistle butterfly are prettier names than Pyrameus cardui for the familiar speckled brown creature with a roseate tinge shown at the top of the plate. Found wherever the thistle grows, it is therefore one of the most widely distributed of all butterflies, as the thistle is one of the most widely distributed of all plants, fluttering over the purple blooms in the temperate regions of both hemispheres and in many tropical lands as well. It is hard to distinguish the painted lady from hunter's butterfly on the left. If, however, we should look on the underside of the hind wings, we should find that the hunter's butterfly has two large eye-like spots there, and the painted lady numerous and smaller eye-like spots. The two specimens are male. Another common butterfly belongs to the angle wings, whose characteristics are deeply cut forewings, the underside mimicking the bark of trees and dead leaves. The underside of the rover, shown here visiting a dandelion, is mottled brown with a pale purple hue. A silvery mark, like a semicolon or an interrogation, on the hind wings gives Grapta interrogationis its curious name. This is a common butterfly in the United States. Happy flocks are frequently found at the pans and buckets in a sugar camp, joyfully drinking the sap which drips from the wounded maples. The splendid female spreading her lustrous velvet wings and rocking on a buttercup on the lower right is Vanessa antiopa, popularly known as the Morning Cloak and the Camberwell Beauty. Though common in the North Temperate Zone, this splendid butterfly is none the less beautiful because it is a familiar object. The blue spots and the yellow border form a very decorative combination. The eggs of this butterfly are laid on twigs of willows and elms, upon which the caterpillars feed. The wings are noticeably graceful in line and proportion. The painted lady, the hunter's butterfly, the interrogation butterfly, and the morning cloak belong to the enormous family of the Nymphalidae, or brush-footed butterflies. In an entirely different family are classed the sulphurs belonging to the genus Coleus. They are medium-sized butterflies, yellow or orange in hue, with black borders upon their wings. Though there are many varieties, ranging from the palest primrose to the deepest orange, and varying also in size as well as color, yet in the main the species is remarkably constant. The chief food of the sulphurs is clover, and consequently the lovely pink and white clover fields are alive with these delicate little sprites. The sulphurs also swarm in moist places by the wayside, and rise from pools and ruts in the roads at the approach of persons or vehicles. The butterflies in this family have 6 walking feet. The family, the Papillonidae, which includes the swallowtails and their allies, the sulphurs and whites, is very large. Silver spots. Lo, the bright train their radiant wings unfold, with silver fringed and freckled o'er with gold. On the gay bosom of some fragrant flower, they, idly fluttering, live their little hour. Mrs. Barbauld. The fritillaries, taking their name from the resemblance to the spotted flowers of the lily called fritillary, or silver spots, belong to the Nymphalidae, one of the largest families of butterflies. The scientific name of the genus is Argonus. These fritillaries, or silver spots, are of medium or large size, generally with the upper surface of the wings reddish or tawny yellow, marked with well-defined black stripes and spots like arrowheads near the outer borders. On the underside of the forewings the design is faintly repeated, while on the underside of the hind wings large silvery spots are so numerous and characteristic that they give this tribe its popular name. The eyes are bare, the antennae moderately long, ending in a well-defined flattened club. These beautiful butterflies are found all over the world, but they have reached their greatest development in North America. One cannot travel anywhere in the summer and early autumn without seeing some form of the genus. The sexes seem to have equally divided their fine points, for the male is brighter in hue on the upper surface, while the female has the broader black markings on her paler ground color. This will be evident by looking at the plate, where the male and female of 3 varieties of fritillaries appear. The 2 in the center are classified as Argonus diana. These splendid creatures, the finest of their race, are found at their best in Virginia, the Carolinas, northern Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, and Arkansas. The male is a deep rich brown with a dull orange border, ornamented with 2 rows of brown spots, larger on the fore than on the hind wings. The underside of the wings is pale buff, deeply marked with black on the fore wings, while the hind wings are decorated with silvery crescents on a rich velvety bluish black. The fore wings of the female are ornamented with 3 rows of bright blue spots. The outer row sometimes is pale blue or white. Blue spots edge the hind wings, the inner row is somewhat squared, and each has a central spot of black. Blue and black spots mark the underside of her fore wings, and silvery crescents and spots the underside of her hind wings. The great spangled fritillary appears on the plate. Its scientific name is Argynnis cybele. It ranges over the Atlantic states and the valley of the Mississippi as far as Nebraska. A small variety is found in New Mexico. The upper surface is tawny red, with heavy and handsome stripes and spots of black. The underside is heavily silvered. The female is paler than the male, and appears to wear a kind of bolero jacket of dark chocolate brown. Her markings are heavier than those of her lord and master. On the underside she wears exactly the same silvery decorations that he sports. Argynnis lido is represented at the bottom of the plate, and greatly resembles the former variety. Its ground color is paler, but the female is more heavily marked, but with less silver underneath. White admirals. Some to the sun their insect wings unfold, waft on the breeze or sink in clouds of gold, transparent forms too fine for mortal sight, their fluid bodies half dissolved in light. Pope. The largest family of butterflies is called Nymphalidae, a pretty name, for are not these winged flowers nymphs and sylphs of the woods and fields? This family is also called brush-footed, because the forelegs are without tarsi or feet in both sexes, the first pair of legs being dwarfed, the feet looking like a brush of hairs, and so utterly useless for walking that they are carried folded up against the breast. This enormous family is divided into many subfamilies. It embraces both large and small species. The family is ancient, and most fossil butterflies so far discovered belong to it. A widely distributed genus of this family comprises the white admirals, Basilarchia. These are among our most interesting butterflies. Their heads are large, their antennae moderately long, ending in a short club, their forewings subtriangular with the tip well rounded, and the hind wings rounded and scalloped. The plate exhibits several varieties. In the lower right is Basilarchia astyanax, or the red-spotted purple, which ranges from southern Canada through the United States as far as the Rocky Mountains and even to Mexico. This butterfly is somewhat variable, not always keeping closely to its type. Flying downward in the upper right and center are 2 forms of Basilarchia arthemis. The central butterfly is distinguished by broad white bands crossing both the forewings and the hind wings. It is further ornamented on the hind wings by a row of red spots shading into blue and crescents following the indentations. In the form above, known as Proserpina, the white bands are less marked. The main characteristic of the forms is the persistence of the red spots on the upper side of the hind wings. These butterflies abound in New England, New York, Quebec, Ontario, and parts of Pennsylvania. A close family resemblance is traced in the Basilarchia Weidenmeyeri in the upper left-hand corner. It differs by having a series of white spots on the borders of the wings. Lorcan's admiral, Basilarchia lorkini, is easily distinguished from all other species by the short yellowish bar near the middle of the forewings and the bright red hue of the tips of these wings. A California species appears in the lower left-hand corner, handsomely banded and strikingly marked with orange-red spots near the ends of the forewings. The swallowtails. The butterfly the ancient Grecians made, the soul's fair emblem and its only name. Coleridge. 3 swallowtails appear among the apple blossoms on this plate. This group of the Papillonidae is characterized by having a long tail at the end of each hind wing. Swallowtails are usually large, with great diversity of form in the wings. Some species mimic the milkweed butterflies and the heliconians, in such cases having no tails. A small matter like that does not disturb the entomologist, who has other ways of testing than diversities of color and form. He looks at the anatomy of the insect, and no amount of mimicry can save the pretender from being properly classified. The milkweed butterfly is particularly distasteful to birds, and therefore enjoys freedom from attack by them. Other butterflies are equally distasteful, and are therefore protected, as naturalists say. As the result of a slow process of development, some of the members of the swallowtail tribe, as well as of other tribes, have come to resemble these protected butterflies, and share with them their immunity from attack. This mimicry is not conscious, nor in any sense an evidence of superior intelligence or sagacity. The magnificent swallowtail on the right, Papiliodonus, keeps his brilliant eyes wide open, and depends upon his own rapid flight from his swift and eager pursuer, rather than impair features which are as characteristic in his family as the Habsburg lip or the Bourbon nose in those dynasties. Papiliodonus has 2 tails on each wing, going one better than the pride of the family, the tiger swallowtail, which has but 1. He is doubtless very proud of the lobes of the interior angles of his hind wings. This variety is found in the eastern valleys of the Rocky Mountains, in Arizona, and in Mexico. Below is Papilio polumnus, a little smaller than the preceding, with heavier markings and with the inner lobe of the wing so developed as to give him the appearance of having 3 tails. This butterfly is a Mexican, but is occasionally found in Arizona. Flying downward is another variety, the Papilio zelicaon, whose broad black borders are decorated with white spots. It has but 1 tail. Its range is from Vancouver Island to Arizona and eastward to Colorado, but it prefers the valleys and foothills to the Sierras. The swallowtails are wonderfully developed in the tropics. Many species are found in America, but only 1 in England. Swallowtails are great favorites with collectors. They have 6 walking feet in both sexes, and their flight is swift and dashing. Red Admiral, Swallowtail, and Skipper. These be the genii of the flowers, daintily fed with honey and pure dew. Hood. The 2 butterflies on the right are the male and female of the tiger swallowtail, the finest of this tribe. Papilio turnus is its technical name, and it abounds in Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, North and South Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee. It is charming in its bold and rapid motions, and is a restless creature, always on the wing. Its dark bands are arranged after the fashion of a tiger's stripes, whence its name. The tiger swallowtail has a tendency to produce dark forms, and the dark form of the female was long regarded as a distinct species, until it was discovered that some eggs produced by yellow females produced black females, and conversely, some eggs produced by black females produced yellow females. The brilliant butterfly poised on the blades of grass on the left is the well-known Red Admiral, familiar throughout North America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. It belongs to the brush-footed race. Below it, a little sulphur shows the inside of its wings. This, the Coleus aerophile, extends from the Atlantic to the Pacific and from Canada to Florida and Texas. The little brown, silver-spotted skipper standing on the open flower, with a broad, irregular, silvery spot on the underside of the hind wings, also has a wide range. It is found from Canada to the Isthmus of Panama. The silver-spotted skipper belongs to the Hesperidae, which are generally small in size, with stout bodies. They have 6 walking feet in both sexes, and spurs on the hind feet. The antennae of many of these butterflies end in a fine point, and are usually bent into a hook. They are noted for their quick, strong flight. When at rest, most of the skippers hold their wings erect, though some of them extend them horizontally. The skippers. Hast thou heard the butterflies, what they say betwixt their wings? Tennyson. All the little brown butterflies fluttering in various positions on this plate are skippers, members of the family of the Hesperidae. These are generally small and stout, and have a quick, strong flight. The most striking one here is the long-tailed skipper, flying downward on the left. The upper side of his wings are brown, glossed with green at the base. The forewings are spotted. This butterfly lays its eggs on the wisteria and butterfly pea. Though tropical, Eudemus protens is occasionally found along the Atlantic sea coast as far north as New York. In the upper right-hand corner is a female Brazilian skipper, a robust, thick-bodied butterfly common in the Gulf States and North Carolina, and ranging southward through the Antilles to Argentina. A little below is the common sooty wing, black on both sides of the wings with a series of little spots. It belongs to all of North America. The New Mexican sooty wing is in full flight at the upper left corner. It is common in Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico. The brown one, the sleepy dusky wing flying downward in the center, and the large black one below the common sooty wing belong to the genus Thanaeos, the dusky wings, a group which reaches its largest development in North America. They are all dark, but a few varieties have bright spots on their hind wings. Few know the one in the center, Plestiodorus, as it is confined to Arizona and Mexico. Its life history is unknown. The brown one above the long-tailed skipper is called Afranius's dusky wing. It is common in Arizona. The one below the common sooty wing is Thanaeos clytus, having black hind wings with a broad fringe of white. Its home is Arizona and New Mexico. Nothing is known of its early stages. The large butterfly in the lower left corner is Paropygiene craxus, a native of southern Texas, Mexico, and farther south. Its antennae end in curved, blunt clubs. When resting, it spreads its wings horizontally. Nothing is known of its life history. Poised on the clover, a female hoary edge shows the underside of her wings. This belongs to the middle and southern states. Flying toward the white bloom is a relative, a male golden-banded skipper, common in Virginia, the Carolinas, and westward to Arizona and Mexico. Much more beautiful in form is the swallowtail, Papilio rotulus, the Pacific Coast representative of the tiger swallowtail of the Atlantic states. Its ground color is a pale yellow, and it has tiger stripes like its near cousin. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Mentor 1 by Various. Beautiful Buildings of the World by Clarence Ward, Professor of Architecture, Rutgers College. Beauty in architecture is as difficult to define as beauty in nature. No single factor renders a building beautiful. Size and proportion, style and decoration, age and setting, all enter into account. And moreover, there is the power a building possesses to appeal to the ideals of the beholder, to his mind as well as to his sight and touch. Even when judged from this broad viewpoint, the number of beautiful buildings in the world is legion. It would be impossible to point to any one as the finest, or even to select a dozen without leaving a dozen more that were equally beautiful. Every age and every nation has left to us some crowning achievements of the builder's art. The following are therefore merely selections from this storehouse, illustrating to some degree the wealth of architectural treasures that is our heritage. Few, if any, buildings in the world have been the subject of such praise as that bestowed upon the Taj Mahal, gem of buildings. Travelers, painters, authors, and poets have all sought to express in word or color the indefinable charm of this gem of Indian art. Built at Agra in India by the great Mogul of Delhi, Shah Jahan, as a tomb for his favorite wife, Mumtaz Mahal, the Taj is a veritable translation into stone of human remembrance and affection. It was begun in 1632 and was completed in 22 years. The material of which it is built is pure white marble, and inlaid in its walls are jaspers, agates, and other stones in marvelous designs. But it is perhaps the dome that gives the greatest beauty to this tomb. Of typical Eastern shape, it rises a mass of white against the deep blue of the Indian sky, or shines like silver in the radiance of the Indian moon. The world's most beautiful tomb. It cannot be denied that the Taj Mahal owes much of its beauty to its setting. Not merely has it the contrast of the brilliant sky above, but also the deep green of the gardens at its feet, and more than this, the 4 tall, graceful minarets standing like sentinels at the corners of the marble terrace on which the tomb is placed. The interior is scarcely less impressive than this outside view. Its subdued light serves only to show more clearly the beauty of the garlands of red and blue and green inlaid along its walls as never withering memorials of the queen who sleeps beneath the lofty dome. It is perhaps beside her tomb that the traveler sees a vision of the proud and mighty Jahan, cruel in many ways, but steadfast in his love, building this glorious resting place for his fair consort, whom he called by the familiar name of Taj. One may see even farther still and picture to himself this once proud ruler, bereft of all his power and even of his throne, looking out from his chamber window toward this same Taj Mahal. Perhaps its wondrous dome gleamed in the moonlight on that last night before he came to rest beneath its shades, as it gleams today to the enraptured gaze of thousands who take the pilgrimage to Agra to see this wonder of the Eastern world. The Palace of the Moorish Kings. It is not such a step as it may seem from the Taj Mahal to the Alhambra. Both are Oriental, both are the products of Mohammedan art, and mark in a way its Eastern and its Western expressions. As early as the 8th century of our era, the Moors of northern Africa crossed to Spain and made the Iberian Peninsula a Moorish caliphate, or kingdom. Its capital and last stronghold was Granada. And here on a lofty hill, overlooking the city, King or Caliph Al-Hamar began the mighty fortress of the Alhambra in the early years of the 13th century. As is the case with almost every Mohammedan building, its exterior is extremely plain, but once the door is passed, one seems to have stepped from Europe to the Orient. Courtyards and porticos, halls and passages, open before the visitor in a truly Oriental maze of color and decoration. The first important court is known as that of the Myrtles. In its center is a marble basin 130 feet long, bordered with trees of myrtle and orange, and flanked at both ends by 2-storied pavilions with slender marble shafts and graceful Moorish arches. From one of these pavilions opens the Hall of the Ambassadors, the throne room of the caliphs, and the largest chamber in the palace. But it is not its size that makes this room imposing. Here, as elsewhere in the palace, it is the decoration. Rising for 3 or 4 feet from the floor is a band of colored Moorish tiles. All the wall above is of stucco, molded in lace-like patterns and painted in blues and reds and brilliant golden yellows. The designs are largely geometrical or floral, frequently interspersed with Arabic inscriptions. Some of these, when translated, read, "God is our refuge, praise be to God," familiar phrases in Mohammedan faith, or "There is no conqueror but God," Add to this decoration of the walls imposing stalactite domes and ceilings often of cedar wood inlaid with mother of pearl, and imagine the floors and windows again adorned with oriental rugs and hangings, and the beauty of the Alhambra will be easily understood. But neither the Court of the Myrtles nor the Hall of the Ambassadors is the crowning glory of the palace. This honor belongs to the Court of the Lions. 116 by 66 feet in size, this court compares with any apartment in the world for pure, exquisite beauty of design. An open portico, its ceiling borne on 124 slender and beautiful marble columns and delicately ornamented arches, encloses the central space, in the middle of which rises a magnificent fountain, its basin cut from a single giant block of alabaster, and supported on the backs of 12 lions of white marble, emblems of courage and strength. It is small wonder that the last of the Moorish kings, Boabdil, looked back with many tears at this glorious palace as he surrendered it in 1492 to his Christian conqueror, Ferdinand. Sadly indeed, he and his followers must have crossed again to the dreary deserts of Africa, since they left behind them the whole fair land of Spain, which they had adorned not merely with the Alhambra, but with the Alcazar at Seville, the mosque at Cordova, and other monuments of their civil and religious greatness. The great cathedrals. At the very period when the Mohammedan conquerors of Spain were building their palace of the Alhambra, the Christians of northern France were erecting those vast cathedrals which stand today as the crowning achievements of the builder's art. Paris, Chartres, Bourges, Reims, Rouen, Le Mans, Beauvais, and Amiens are but a few of the long list of French Gothic cathedrals of the 12th and 13th centuries. From such a list it is most difficult to choose. Each one has its distinctive claim to recognition and its distinctive features which are not surpassed in any of the others. This fact indeed has caused it to be said that the ideal cathedral should have the façade of Reims, the spires of Chartres, the nave of Amiens, and the choir of Beauvais. But even such an ideal cathedral would not be perfect without the addition of features from each of the other churches in our list. Since, however, it is necessary to choose, let us choose Amiens, for perhaps this church is most widely acknowledged as the finest example of the Gothic style. Its façade is a masterpiece of decoration. 3 deeply recessed portals in the lower story are covered with a wealth of sculptured figures in the round and in relief, Bible lessons and the events of human life and history, carved here in stone, taught the terrors of sin and hell and the joys of a godly life as preached in the church beyond these lofty doors. Nor is the decoration confined to sculpture, for the whole façade, and in fact the entire church, is a tracery of stone. The Gothic glory of Amiens. It is from a side view, however, that Amiens shows at its best the true glory of Gothic architecture. Nearly 500 feet long and over 200 feet to the ridge line of the roof, it rises high above the buildings of the city in which it stands, a symbol of the supremacy of spiritual over earthly things. To be sure, it has its faults. The towers are too low, and the central spire is of awkward shape. But the huge windows, with their tracery in geometric patterns, occupying the entire space between the buttresses, and these buttresses themselves, with their soaring arches spanning the aisle roofs below, afford an unsurpassed example of beauty of design combined with the utmost structural daring. Moreover, the interior is even more imposing. Lofty piers and pointed arches separate the nave from the aisles. Slender shafts carry the ribs of the huge vaults of stone 43 feet in span, which seem suspended in air 140 feet from the pavement below. In the support of these vaults lies the keynote of Gothic architecture. Though they seem hung as if by magic over walls of glass, with very little masonry for their support, their weight and thrust are borne by the sweeping arcs of the exterior flying buttresses, and the huge piers of masonry from which they rise beyond the side aisle walls. Viewed from a central point, the majestic sweep of the nave, the soaring height of the eastern apse, the wondrous window of the northern transept, and the maze of piers and arches and chapels, all unite to produce a glorious whole, which cannot be surpassed in any monument of any age. Salisbury's simple beauty. If the interior of Amiens personifies in the highest degree the majesty and glory of Christian faith, the spire of Salisbury may be said to embody its hope and aspiration. Rising 404 feet from the ground, this spire has few to rival it in all the world. Other cathedrals might dispute its claim to first place among spires, but none is set upon a church so fine. That Salisbury is the most beautiful cathedral in England is not claimed. As was the case in France, so here there are too many churches, each with its own distinctive points of beauty, for anyone to be the finest of them all. But Salisbury at least must find a place among the first, and is especially interesting because it is exactly contemporary as to date with Amiens in France. Architecturally both are Gothic, yet the difference in design is as great as the distance in miles between them. Low instead of lofty, with little decoration, and set in the midst of nature's grass and trees, instead of in a crowded city, Salisbury's appeal is through the quiet beauty of its line, and the simplicity of its construction in contrast to the complex structure of the French cathedral. The Gothic of England was rarely the Gothic of carefully balanced thrust and pressures, of flying buttresses and huge window spaces. Here at Salisbury the walls are still quite heavy and the windows only moderately large. They have no tracery of stone, but are simple, narrow openings in the walls, with pointed heads so like a lance in shape that they have given the name of lancet to this period of English Gothic architecture. Slow to throw off their earlier traditions, the English builders clung, even in Gothic days, to many of the characteristics of the Norman era, which had produced such masterpieces as Durham and Peterborough, Ely and Norwich cathedrals. The result of this is especially evident in the interior of Salisbury, for here, in spite of the shafts of Purbeck marble, one for each hour in the year, and in spite of the rich mouldings of the piers and arches, the lack of structural unity, and the comparative smallness of the windows and lowness of the vaulting, caused Salisbury's nave to fall far short of that of Amiens in beauty of construction. Viewed from the west, the cathedral is also disappointing, for the facade is an ugly screen wall, badly decorated and deserving of little praise. But when seen from north or south or east, with its spire rising from the very heart of the church, Salisbury is truly inspiring. In its quiet close, it seems the very expression of the church at peace. Château de Chambord. Between the construction of Amiens and Salisbury and the building of the Château of Chambord lie 2 centuries of history. In them the spiritual power of the church and the temporal power of the Pope and clergy, which had been supreme throughout the Middle Ages, gave way to a large extent to a spirit of individualism and a rising power on the part of the king and nobles. This change had its effect upon the arts. The palace took precedence over the church in architecture as the secular took precedence over the religious in painting and the other arts. The Château of Chambord dates from the earlier stages of this new architectural era. Built by King Francis I in the early years of the 16th century, it is but one of the hundreds of châteaux erected by the kings and nobles of France, from Francis to the fall of the monarchy. Its architectural style is what is known as early Renaissance. The claim of Chambord to beauty is due not so much to its decoration as to its imposing size, to the sense of spaciousness it conveys, and to the manner in which it reflects the spirit of its age. 400 feet square along its outer walls, this vast chateau was designed by Francis I merely as a hunting seat. The chief exterior attraction of the building lies in its roof. This is a very maze of gables, dormers, chimneys, and cupolas, dominated by the lantern that crowns the center stair, and in which lights were hung to guide belated hunters from the forest. The Stairway of Chambord. This stairway is the chief attraction of the interior. Sweeping round a central newel which forms an open well, it rises the full height of the building. Moreover, it is not a single flight of steps, but two, so placed that one person may go up and one come down, yet never meet. From this stairway, 4 large halls open at every floor, and 440 rooms and 50 other stairs fill up the wings of this great palace. The interior, when richly furnished, must have been magnificent. In spite of its size, Chambord has little history of which to boast. Nothing of importance, or even of special interest, took place there. New York City Hall. We are fortunate indeed as a nation to have had in our earlier days an architecture that could boast of such pleasing monuments as the New York City Hall. Our ancestors in both the North and South were strongly influenced from the point of view of art by that English Renaissance which reached its culmination in the hands of Sir Christopher Wren. Many a New England church and many a Southern home boasts an architectural beauty of rare charm and in rare accord with the natural setting of this new land. Nor were we less fortunate in public works. The old and new state houses in Boston, Independence Hall in Philadelphia, and the Capitol in Washington are but a few of the early buildings in America that, like the New York City Hall, are worthy to rank among the best in beauty of design. The latter was the work of John Macomb, Jr., and was built between 1803 and 1812, in a style based largely upon the Italian Renaissance. Though not of very great size, its proportions are remarkably fine, and its architecture beautiful. For good taste and for excellence of workmanship, it is as worthy of the city of millions today as of the city of thousands for which it was first built. That the source of beauty in architecture is indefinable, this brief account of 6 of the world's finest buildings has clearly shown. No two are alike, yet all are beautiful. And this quality lies not merely in size and proportions, in design and decoration, but in the appeal that each one makes to the mind as well as to the eye. Thus the Taj Mahal fairly speaks of human remembrance. The Alhambra is the embodiment of Oriental luxury. Amiens affords a majestic picture of religious power, and Salisbury of quiet Christian worship. Chambord conjures up visions of gay kings and courtiers, while New York in its City Hall possesses a worthy monument of civic interest and pride. Many another building could be added to such a list as ours, and in the case of each it would be found that added to its visible and tangible beauty was an invisible character that marked it above its fellows. It is from this broad standpoint that all architecture should be judged. Editorial. A man much occupied in his business was asked how he came to know so much on so many different subjects. His answer was, "Not by study. I have had no time for that. I have got my knowledge from the men who could give it to me, and from the reading that they have suggested to me. When several of my friends who know a subject have told me about it, I have got it in a way that I could not get in study. I have got it from different points of view." These words were said in the course of a conversation about the Mentor. Someone had referred to the variety of subjects offered in the schedule of the Mentor Association, and had asked whether certain regular courses of reading could not be included with advantage. With the thought of that business, man and others like him, we are aiming for something larger and more beneficial than a fixed set of reading courses. We have planned to give in the Mentor the broad liberal knowledge that comes not from a strict course of study closely adhered to, but from contact with writers of authority in varied fields. The readers of the Mentor get the rich benefits afforded by many minds, and the year's reading is wide in its reach and well balanced. So much for the general plan of the Mentor Association. But there is something to be said for the reader who wants to have a logical course of reading through the seasons. So while we offer variety from week to week, we plan to cover the larger subjects in groups of articles that are definitely related to each other. If one wants to follow out a certain subject, whether it be travel, history, or art, he can take up the reading of his mentors in groups. Look at the schedule of 1913. In the very program of the year's reading, you will detect numbers that naturally belong together. You can select a set of mentors that will take you on a trip to interesting places, with Mr. Dwight L. Elmendorf as a companion. If literature is a subject of interest to you, you can select mentors on literary matters prepared under the advice of, and some of them written by, Mr. Hamilton W. Mabie. Suppose that history is what you are after. Professor Albert Bushnell Hart gives you the story of America in several numbers. It is hardly necessary to point out what Professor John C. Van Dyke has done for fine art in the numbers of The Mentor prepared under his direction, and so groups of mentors on other subjects may be brought together out of the schedule. In preparing the schedule for 1914, we have taken thought not only for the wide scope of the whole year's plan, but for the treatment of special subjects in a way that will form natural groups. We have found this condition has met with favor, and it seems worthwhile to assure ourselves that all the readers of the Mentor appreciate it. We are told that some are gathering the numbers relating to a single subject together so as to have a small library on each subject available for reference. Not a bad idea. Imagine what an attractive set of volumes could be made out of 20 or 30 mentors on travel by Mr. Elmendorf. Think what a beautiful and valuable set of books could be had by binding up the art numbers. Keep your back numbers. They are just as valuable as the ones to come. 1. The Taj Mahal. At the top of a precipice overhanging the river Jumna in India stands the most poetic mausoleum in the world. The Taj Mahal, a dream in marble, designed by Titans and finished by jewelers, is the tomb built by Shah Jahan, the Mughal Empire, for his wife Mumtaz Mahal, whom he called Taj Bibi. She was the loveliest beauty of the Indies, and Shah Jahan loved her so passionately that he thought of no other woman while she lived, and was lost in grief after her death. He vowed that her tomb should be the most beautiful building in the world. The Taj is of snow-white marble outside and jeweled mosaic within. It was planned by a Persian, Ustad Isa, who designed in the Persian rather than the Indian style of architecture. 20,000 men worked 22 years to finish it. In the center of a great square, paved with white marble and having a slender tower of the same stone at each corner, rises the memorial of Taj Bibi, not merely a masterpiece of architecture, but also a perfect interpretation of womanly nature. The spirit of Mumtaz Mahal seems to have been carved into the marble. The mosaic work of the interior is the finest to be found in any Eastern country. Precious stones are used unsparingly, jasper and agate, carnelian and chalcedony. Marble lacework of wonderful lightness screens the windows and doorways. In the center are the tombs of Mumtaz Mahal and Shah Jahan, but their bodies, according to the Indian custom, lie in a vault beneath the building. Shah Jahan had begun a tomb for himself on the opposite side of the river, which he never finished because Aurangzeb, his son, rebelled against him and took away the empire. He was therefore buried by the side of his beloved wife. Shah Jahan was a cold and haughty man, but he ruled India well, and his pride was softened in later life by the death of his wife. It is said that during his reign he brought India peace and prosperity by putting all his rivals to death. Besides the Taj Mahal, two other famous buildings, the Pearl Mosque at Agra and the Great Mosque of Delhi, which were built by Shah Jahan, have made his reign one of the most memorable in Indian history. The emperor's treasury must have been practically unlimited, for the Peacock Throne, made during his reign, was estimated by Tavernier to be worth $60 million. The festival at his coronation alone cost $8 millions. There is a legend that when he had finished the Taj Mahal, Shah Jahan ordered the architect to be thrown over the cliff into the river Jumna, for fear he might plan another building as beautiful as the Taj. The Alhambra. 2. The people about Granada have always held that the palace of the Alhambra was built under a magic spell. To their minds, human workmanship and the power of wealth are too feeble for the erection of a structure so enduring and magnificent. Indeed, great architects can hardly conceive the skill that balanced those halls and gardens and towers one against the other with perfect symmetry, or the patience that worked out each interlaced design without error in either the art or the chiseling. Pains and expense were not spared in the construction, and it is no wonder that the Spaniards should have thought the work supernatural. Slim pillars of the rarest white marble give grace to every court of the palace. The carvings and designs are everywhere gilded, and where these are painted between the gilding, blue, red, and yellow, the purest colors only are used. The blue is ultramarine, made from a precious stone, the lapis lazuli of the Egyptians, which never fades. Besides warmth of color and grace of form, the Moorish architects worked for durability. The aqueducts they built still bring an abundant supply of water from the mountains to fill those baths, fountains, and marble-bordered ponds for which the courts and gardens of the Alhambra are famous. In spite of earthquakes, the columns and arches have nearly all held their place and their perfect form. The palace that Charles V built there, in a vain effort to rival the Moorish masterpiece, and for which he made room by removing part of the Alhambra Palace, stands today an uncompleted and roofless ruin, while the much older Alhambra is still clothed in a glory of bright, fresh color. The Alhambra is not one building, but a collection of buildings on a high plateau. Long before the erection of the great palace, the hilltop was surrounded by a wall with many towers for defense, and the Alcazaba, the first palace built on the Alhambra hill, was used as a residence by the early kings of Granada. Older than all, the Vermilion Towers stand on a neighboring hill, some distance outside the now ruined Alhambra wall. The palace of the Alhambra is said to have been started by Mohammed, but the foundations were probably laid by Caliph el-Hamar, who is also distinguished for having begun to pay a yearly tribute to the kings of Castile. The construction went on during several reigns and was completed by Yusuf with the building of the Gate of Justice in 1348. All the later kings of Granada lived in it until 1492, when the Moorish power fell before Ferdinand and Isabella, and Boabdil was banished forever from the home of his fathers. Amiens Cathedral. 3. Amiens Cathedral. It was at Amiens that the renowned Saint Martin gave half of his cloak to a beggar who stood shivering by the roadside. Other saints in that city, though we know less of their life histories, must have exercised even more generosity during the Middle Ages to build and rebuild the old cathedral in the face of repeated misfortune. The patience and zeal with which those men of Amiens raised up their cathedral 4 times from its ashes remain forever in the fame of this most perfect of French Gothic churches. When the Norsemen plundered the coast of France in 1881, they sent a great fleet up the river Somme. Amiens, taken by surprise, fell before the attack of those reckless and powerful old Vikings, and the cathedral, then a flimsy wooden structure, was burned to the ground. A new building which the people of Amiens put up in the same place when they had sufficiently recovered from the losses of the invasion was destroyed by lightning in 1019. The next structure was burned in 1107, and the one that replaced it was struck by lightning in 1218 and completely ruined. Then in 1220 the present cathedral was begun. Even that has not escaped entirely from the lightning and conflagration that had wrecked so many structures on the same spot. In 1258, before the work was completed, the woodwork caught fire and was so badly charred that part of it had to be taken down and rebuilt. Traces of fire may still be seen on some of the arches. Later, the slim central spire, which is one of the striking features of Amiens Cathedral, was so badly damaged by lightning that it had to be made over. The chief treasure of Amiens is part of the head of John the Baptist, naturally a religious relic of extraordinary interest. It is kept in the chapel of St. John Baptist and shown only at the most important ceremonies. All that remains is the front part of the skull, including the face, and this is enclosed in a hood of silver gilt. The relic is said to have been kept for a long time in one of the churches in Asia, from which it was removed to Constantinople, and later taken from that city to Amiens, where it has rested ever since. Salisbury Cathedral. 4. Salisbury Cathedral. The Cathedral of St. Mary at Salisbury is not filled with gilding and warm color as the churches of southern Europe are. Its builders aimed rather at simplicity such as their forefathers used, plain gray walls, unornamented columns and arches, and few paintings. The edifice seems to reflect the antique dignity of those upright pillars of the Druids at Stonehenge, which is not far from Salisbury. Here we have the outcome of British race feeling in splendidly finished architecture placed almost side by side with that early crude expression of it. The cathedral was begun in 1220 by Richard Poor, the bishop at Old Sarum, who was so much annoyed by the officers of the king that he decided to move the church to a site on his own land, which has since been named Salisbury. Old Sarum Cathedral, built on a bleak hill, had suffered for lack of water. In his choice of a foundation, Bishop Poor went to the other extreme, for the swampy fields by the Avon, on which this new cathedral was erected, were so often flooded that services sometimes had to be suspended for days. The beautiful Lady Chapel was built in 5 years. The entire building, except the spire, which was not in the original plan, took only 46 years to complete. It was consecrated in 1266, but when the spire was erected the architect in charge failed to strengthen the foundations sufficiently. The pillars and arches bulged, for they had never been intended to support such weight. In spite of arches walled up and buttresses built, the tower sagged nearly 2 feet toward the south, and has remained in that position ever since. Though simplicity and calmness are characteristic of the original Salisbury Cathedral, they have been emphasized to the point of bareness by the restoration of James Wyatt, who destroyed nearly all the stained-glass windows, 2 chapels, and a belfry, and moved many of the tombs. There are niches in the cathedral for over 100 statues, which for some reason were nearly empty at the middle of the last century. The statues now in place are almost all modern, sculptured, however, with the view to holding the original significance of the architecture. They are arranged to represent the Te Deum. Château de Chambord. 5. In the park of the château, near the banks of the Loire, great ragged trees reach out across the sky, cutting off the faint light of the stars. It is midnight. Indistinctly from the direction of the château comes a baying of deerhounds. It passes overhead through the middle air with trampling and the sound of horns, then dies away into the distance. The ghost of Thibaut de Champagne, first hereditary Count Blois, a black hunter followed by black dogs, is chasing the stag. Each midnight, so the people of that country say, the grim old baron rides by with a full pack. Count Thibaut had a castle there by the Loire, and for centuries his descendants used it as a hunting resort. In 1397 it passed into the hands of Louis d'Orléans, Francis I, a king of the House of Orléans, who knew the abandoned structure in his boyhood, developed in the country round this castle his well-known passion for the chase, and that is why he chose the ruined feudal stronghold in the heart of a great forest for the site of his royal palace, when he might have built on any one of 100 lovely spots not far away along the Loire. The king's taste did not please his courtiers, who were less fond of hunting and solitude. They would have preferred a large city, or at least some fertile valley near by. Chambord was a palace in the wilderness. It could not be seen from a distance, and the view from its windows was only a dreary wood. The building has been described as a dream from the Arabian Nights come true. Louis XIV made many alterations in the chateau. He ordered Mansart to construct rooms enough for the accommodation of a large court, and the architect, after racking his brains over the problem, cut up the roof for projecting windows in that style which has since become known as the mansard roof. The principal door of the court is also Mansart's work. In 1793, the revolutionists sold everything of value that could be moved from the chateau, and Chambord was stripped of its glory in a few days. It has never been completely restored. Though by no means a ruin today, the chateau suffers for lack of the magnificent furnishings for which it was originally designed. City Hall, New York. 6. With the highest buildings in the world rising in rivalry nearby, attracting every eye because of their novelty, the New York City Hall often escapes notice, or is given shorter consideration than its excellent architecture and historical significance deserve. Though it is neither large nor expensive, it is better designed and more carefully executed than any of the older public buildings in the country. John Macomb is generally accepted as the architect, but it would be safer to speak of him as the builder, since most of the designing seems to have been done by a French surveyor, Joseph Mangin. To Mangin are probably due that shapely and dignified architecture which gives it a place among beautiful buildings, and the skillful design of its decorations. Macomb carried out the work of building with great care, receiving $6 a day for his time. The construction was begun in 1803. The first intention was to use brownstone. Macomb, however, saw that no meaner material than marble could do justice to the purpose or the workmanship of the proposed City Hall. Accordingly, he persuaded the committee in charge to let him use marble on 3 sides. The stone was hauled over from the Berkshire Hills by horses and oxen, for locomotives had not yet been invented. One room of the City Hall was set aside for the state governor's use, and it has lately been restored to the original condition. Many excellent portraits hang on the walls. The furniture of the governor's room was largely taken from Federal Hall, where Washington was inaugurated and the city government was located before the building of the City Hall. Federal Hall has unfortunately been destroyed. It stood at the corner of Wall and Nassau Streets, and was built with stone from the wall that gave Wall Street its name. A number of years ago there was a proposal to remove the City Hall from its present position, because it was no longer large enough for the city government and was too far from the center of Greater New York. Then, because of its architectural merit as well as its history, such protest was aroused that both building and park have been kept intact. In May 1917, a fire burned the tower and destroyed the clock of the City Hall. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Mentor 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Mentor 1 by Various. Napoleon Bonaparte by Ida M. Tarbell. Nobody who has lived in modern times has so stirred up the world as Napoleon Bonaparte. Nobody has upset so many old things and started so many new ones. No man ever lived who had more faith in his own powers and less respect for those of other men. Napoleon had, too, an unusual combination of those personal qualities which excite and interest men. It is nearly 100 years since he dropped out of active life, but his story is more rather than less thrilling as time goes on. There was nothing in his birth or schooling or his first activities in life to lead one to expect an unusual career. His family was poor and servile, his father trading on his name and his acquaintances to feed, educate, and place his family. The most promising thing about young Bonaparte was his resentment of this servility and his own flat refusal to participate in it to help himself. Throughout his boyhood in the island of Corsica, where he was born in 1769, during the 6 years he spent at school in France, and the 8 years of intermittent military service that followed his first appointment at the age of 16 to a second lieutenancy, he lived a tempestuous inner life. Ambition for himself, devotion to his family, love for Corsica, hatred of France, sympathy for the new ideas of human rights that were stirring Europe, these sentiments kept the mind and heart of the young officer in tumult and made him waver between allegiance to the land in which he was born and the land that had trained him, between the career of a soldier that was his passion and a career of money-making, in order to educate his brothers, settle his sisters, and put his mother into a secure position. Napoleon the Opportunist. It is quite fair, I think, to characterize his early career as that of an adventurer. He was watching for a chance and had determined to take it, regardless of where it offered itself. It was at a moment when he was in disgrace for having refused the orders of his superiors in the army that the chance he wanted came. The convention in which at that moment the French government centered was attacked by the revolting Parisians. Bonaparte had no particular sympathy with the convention. In fact, he had more with the rebels. But when one of his friends in the government, who knew his ability as an artillery officer, asked him to take charge of the force protecting the Tuileries, where the convention sat, he accepted. With hesitation, but having accepted, he did his work with a skill and daring that earned him his first important command, that of General-in-Chief of the French Army of the Interior. 4 months later, he was made Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Italy, the army that was disputing the conquest of northern Italy with Austria. The Italian Campaign, where an emperor was born. In this room Napoleon was born in 1769. It was a ragged, disgusted, and half-revolting body, this Army of Italy, one that for 3 years had been conspicuous mainly for inactivity. Without waiting even for shoes, the new commander started it out swiftly on a campaign that for clever strategy, for rapidity of movement, for dash and courage in attack, was unlike anything Europe had ever seen. In less than 2 months, he drove his opponents from Lombardy and had shut up the remnant of their army in Mantua. The Austrians shortly had a new army in the field. It took 8 months to defeat it, and capture Mantua, but it was accomplished in that period. Austria then called her ablest general, Archduke Charles, and gave him 100,000 men with which to avenge her disasters. With half the number, Bonaparte advanced to meet the Archduke and drove him step by step to Vienna. After a year and 7 months of campaigning, General Bonaparte, now 28 years old, signed his first treaty. By that treaty he formed a new republic in northern Italy and made a new eastern frontier for France. Before the treaty, however, he had filled her empty treasury, had loaded her down with works of art, and had given her a new place in Europe, a place that he had proved he could sustain. The glory of the Italian campaign thrilled the French people, but it disturbed the politicians in power. Bonaparte saw that if the government could manage it, he would have no further opportunities for distinguishing himself. It was this sense that led him to urge that England, the only nation then in arms against France, be attacked by invading Egypt. The government consented promptly. It was a way of disposing of Bonaparte. What the government did not dream, of course, was that Bonaparte with this army hoped to found an Oriental kingdom of which he should be the ruler. But nothing went as he expected. He suffered terrible reverses, which he knew the government at home was using to break his hold on the people. His supplies and information were cut off. His prestige in his own army weakened. His faith in his destiny was shaken. That the effect of this bad fortune was not more than skin deep was clear enough when he accidentally learned that things were in a very bad way in France. That much of what he had gained in Italy had been lost, and that Austria and Russia were preparing an invasion. First Consul of France. Promptly and secretly, Bonaparte slipped out of Egypt, and before the powers at home knew of his intention, he was in France, and the people were welcoming him as their deliverer. He was ready to be just that. It was no great trick for a man of his daring and sagacity, adored by the populace, to overturn a discredited and inefficient government and make himself dictator. It was done in a few weeks, and France had a new form of government, a consulate, of which the head was the first consul and Bonaparte was the first consul. The most brilliant and fruitful 4 years of Napoleon Bonaparte's life followed, for it was then that he set out to bring order and peace to a country demoralized and exhausted by generations of plundering by privileged classes, followed by a decade of revolution against privileges. France needed new machinery of all kinds, and this Bonaparte undertook to supply. There were many people who regarded him as a great general, but to their amazement he now proved himself a remarkable statesman. Napoleon the Statesman. He attacked the question of the national income like a veteran financier. The first matter was reorganizing taxation. He succeeded in distributing the burden more justly than had ever been known in France. The taxes were fixed so that each knew what he had to pay, and the inordinate graft that tax collectors and police had enjoyed was cut off. New financial institutions were devised, among them the Bank of France. The economy he instituted in the government, the army, his own household, everywhere that his power extended, was rigid and minute. As he personally examined all accounts, there was no escape. The waste and parasitism that pervaded the country began to give way for the first time since the Revolution. Industries of all kinds had sickened in the long period of war. Bonaparte undertook their revival by one of the most severe applications ever made of the doctrine of protection. He even attempted to make his womenfolk wear no goods not made in France. His interest in agriculture was as keen as in manufacturing, and his personal suggestions and interference of the same nature. The prosperity of the country was stimulated greatly by the public works Bonaparte undertook. One can go nowhere in France today without finding them. It was he who set the country at road building. Some of the most magnificent highways in Europe were laid out by him, including those over 4 Alpine passes. He paid great attention to improving harbors. Those now at Cherbourg, Havre, and Nice, as well as at Flushing and Antwerp, Bonaparte planned and began. As for Paris, his ambition for the city was boundless. He was responsible for some of her finest features and monuments. His greatest civil achievement was undoubtedly the codification of the laws, and it was the one of which he was proudest. That he contributed much to the Code Napoleon, besides the driving power that insisted that it be promptly put through, there is no doubt. His great contribution was the inestimable one of common sense. He had no patience with meaningless precedents, conventions, and technicalities. He wanted laws that everybody could understand and would recognize as necessary and just. Nothing more daring was undertaken in this period by Bonaparte than his re-establishment of the Catholic Church and his recall of thousands of members of the old regime driven out of the country by the Revolution. It was an attempt to reconcile and restore the two most powerful enemies of the Revolution, the two that the First Consul knew Europe would never cease to fight to restore to power. There was, of course, great opposition in radical and republican circles to both ventures. Emperor of the French. What Napoleon aimed at was to fit together all the different elements that had made France under a government that he should direct, and then to impose upon them all peace, industry, and loyalty. Considering the character and history of the elements he was working with, the degree of his success is one of the wonders of statecraft. As time went on, however, he was subjected to more and more jealousy, criticism, and intrigue, and as he saw his power questioned, his grasp tightened. He even began to employ the tactics of despots, espionage, censorships, summary punishments. The upshot of the attacks upon him and of his determination to impose his own will was that in 1804, when he was 35 years old, he had himself made Emperor of the French. I think there is no doubt that Napoleon believed that this was the only method by which he could make the position of France in Europe impregnable. But that he was willing to play the emperor there is no doubt. The dream of a throne where he should rule, for the welfare and happiness of everybody concerned, no doubt, but rule brilliantly and absolutely, had never left his mind since boyhood, and now it was a fact accomplished. The spectacle that followed is almost unbelievable. Napoleon, with perfect seriousness, set about to train himself, his lovable but vain and unprincipled Empress, Josephine, his selfish and vulgar family, his train of rough intimates of the battlefield, to the etiquette, ceremonies, and dignity of a court. He worked with the same energy, attention to details, and with the same insistence on complete obedience as when directing a campaign. The Napoleonic court achieved real brilliance and dignity, but to those born to the purple it was always an upstart's court. That it was far and away more moral, economic, and orderly, as well as more serviceable to France, counted for little with those of the old regime. Napoleon the Conqueror. The year after Napoleon was crowned Emperor of the French, 1804, he had himself crowned King of Italy. The territory he now governed included not only these two countries, but several Germanic states. It was an enormous power, and the old kingdoms of Europe, England, Austria, and Russia looked on in dismay. It was not only his power, backed as it was by his genius, but it was the ideas he was spreading. Everywhere he went he put his new code of laws into force and preached, even if he did not always practice, personal liberty, equality before the law, religious tolerance, ideas that many of his enemies feared more than any did armies. A coalition against him was inevitable, and in 1805 he took the field again. The campaigns that followed closely in the next 4 years include some of his most interesting military feats. The Battle of Austerlitz, of which he was proudest himself. The campaign of Jena, by which he humbled Prussia, increased French territory largely, and won the Tsar of Russia as an ally. The war on Spain, which ended in his own deserved defeat. Napoleon at St. Helena characterized his attack on Spain as unjust, cynical, villainous. The campaign of Wagram, which finally humbled his persistent enemy, Austria. For reasons of state, Napoleon divorced the Empress Josephine to marry Marie Louise, the daughter of the Emperor of Austria. His last words to the woman who loved him were, "My destiny and France demand it." At the end of these 4 years, Napoleon was himself the practical master of Europe, the only nation not recognizing his power being England, which was at least temporarily quiet. He had created an empire, but what was he to do with it? He had no heir. To provide for one, he carried out a plan long considered. He divorced Empress Josephine and married again. The new empress was the daughter of the old and now humbled enemy of France, the Emperor of Austria. Napoleon apparently believed that on the birth of an heir, France would accept him fully, and that Europe would cease to fear and resent his power. He was wrong. He had stripped too many of wealth and position, outraged too many social and religious conventions, set in motion too many ideas hostile to those that Europe as a whole lived by. His demands on subjects and allies were too heavy, and particularly the one that he had most at heart, that no continental nation should allow a dollar's worth of England's goods to cross its borders. His punishment of those who displeased him and disobeyed his orders was too severe. A revolt against his monstrous assumption was inevitable. The setting star. It was with his ally Russia that the first break came. That Napoleon was startled by the idea of war with Alexander and sought to prevent it is certain. But Alexander refused to yield to his demand that the embargo against English goods be enforced, the embargo he had set down as the fundamental law of the empire. There was nothing to do but settle it by arms, and in the summer of 1812, with an army of over 500,000 men, he began a reluctant and hesitating march against Russia. It was a campaign of terrible disasters. The Russians retreated before him, letting cold and hunger do the work of battles. So effectively did they work that the French army was practically destroyed. The Russian campaign is one of the most appalling in history. It was but the beginning of his overthrow. Alexander raised the cry, "Deliver Europe." Stein and other liberal minds rallied the youth of the 11 German states into a league, pledged to fight for national freedom. His allies and dependencies began to demand the return of lost territories as a price of loyalty. France revolted at the prospects of continued bloodshed. The campaigns thrust upon him by all these forces were fought, but frequently without his old genius. It was June of 1812 when Napoleon began the Russian campaign. 21 months later, Paris capitulated to his allied enemies, and a few weeks later he had lost the greatest empire modern Europe had seen gathered under one man, and was an exile in the little island of Elba. Waterloo and St. Helena. His dramatic escape from Elba, the scurry out of France at news of his arrival of all who had opposed him, leaving the coast practically clear for him, the rally of the army and people to him, the immediate attack upon him by the allied powers of Europe, his defeat at Waterloo, and speedy exile to St. Helena. These make perhaps the most dramatic succession of events in all history, and it was not he who lost by the record of them, though it ended in his captivity. Napoleon, a prisoner on an island 600 miles from land, was Napoleon still. He was there because of his conqueror's fear of him. No greater tribute to one man's power was ever paid than that of Europe when under English leadership she consented to confine Napoleon Bonaparte on the island of St. Helena. It was all that was needed to impress him forever on the world as one of heroic mold. At the bridge at Arcole. "Follow your general" was the cry with which young Bonaparte urged his army to victory at Arcole. He was only 27 years old at the time, and yet was commander-in-chief of the army of Italy. The years that brought Napoleon into prominence had been troublous ones. He was born in Corsica and in moderate circumstances. The exact date of his birth is uncertain. At school he said it was 1768. It is stated that he gave this date because that made him a citizen of Genoa, inasmuch as Corsica was at that time a dependency of Genoa. Later on he said that he was born in 1769, for Corsica had then become a French possession, and this made him a Frenchman by birth. After early schooling at Brienne, young Napoleon entered the Military Academy of Paris in 1784. After a year he was commissioned as a sub-lieutenant in the regular army and made rapid progress from the start. As lieutenant colonel, he distinguished himself in the wars of Spain. He held the mobs boldly and in masterful manner during the turbulent scenes in the early days of the Revolution. Barras, a high official, recognized his military genius and gave Bonaparte command of the army of Italy. The capture of the bridge at Arcole was essential to the success of the Italian campaign. For 3 days the Austrian army gallantly opposed the attacks at Napoleon's forces, and it was only by the personal courage of the young general that victory was finally won. Bonaparte personally led a rush across the bridge at Arcole, and he was the real vital force in the battle. He saw his staff killed or wounded about him during the onslaughts. Once he himself was swept by a counterattack of the Austrian forces into a swamp, where he nearly perished. Napoleon's army consisted of 18,000 men, which he had moved over the narrow and rugged roads with heavy baggage at a rate of 14 miles a day for 3 consecutive days, the same rate at which Stonewall Jackson made his marches through the Shenandoah Valley. It was a remarkable achievement under the conditions Napoleon had to face, and with this force he met an Austrian army of 40,000 and defeated it signally after a bitter engagement. Emperor Napoleon. I shall now give myself to the administration of France. That was the statement of Napoleon Bonaparte in 1802, after he had overthrown the government and had instituted a consulate, to which he was elected first for 10 years and then for life. There were 3 consuls, and Napoleon was known as the first consul. To one of his sublime ambition, however, the thought of association in government was unbearable. 2 years later, despite his attitude expressed in his own words, "I am a friend of the Republic. I am a son of the Revolution. I stand for the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity," Napoleon determined to make an office for himself that would be absolute and hereditary. The title of king had grown hateful to the people of France, so Napoleon chose emperor instead, and in 1804 he assumed the title and the office. Many were shocked, but none could resist his assumption of imperial power. A popular vote showed that only 2,500 people opposed the new government. Pope Pius VII accepted Napoleon's request to take part in the coronation ceremony on December 2, 1804. The event occurred at Notre Dame Cathedral. The Pope poured the mystic oil on the head of the kneeling sovereign. It was 10 centuries since any pope had left Rome for a coronation, and in the minds of the Latin peoples this was a consecration of a monarch that put him on an equal plane with the proudest rulers of Europe, whose power reposed on the basis of divine right. When the Pope lifted the crown, Napoleon performed an act so striking in its originality that the people held their breath. He took the crown from the Pope's hands and placed it on his own head. He then crowned Empress Josephine. A few months later, Napoleon journeyed to Milan, the capital of what was called the Cisalpine Republic, and there proclaimed the Kingdom of Italy. He crowned himself then with the Iron Crown of the Lombards and named Prince Eugene, his stepson, heir to the throne. During the ceremonies, the Republic of Genoa sent ambassadors to Paris with the request to be incorporated into the French Empire. This offended Austria and led to the Third War with that empire since 1792, when the Republic of France was proclaimed. Friedland, 1807. Emperor Napoleon's brilliant victory at Friedland was the event that placed him at the topmost height of his military power. In a fierce battle, noted for the strategy characteristic of Bonaparte, he defeated a large Russian army. This was on June 14, 1807. Tsar Alexander of Russia had refused to comply with the demands of Napoleon regarding trade with England. England would not recognize Napoleon as emperor, and he retorted by forcing several of the European nations to sever commercial connections with England. Tsar Alexander held out. The forces of both emperors met at a small town called Heilsberg, near Friedland. Napoleon disposed his army in such a way that he led the Russian general, Bennigsen, to believe that he had to conquer only a small number at Friedland. Part of the French army was hidden in the semicircle of wooded hills that surrounded Friedland. From one of these hills Napoleon watched the movement of Bennigsen and his army of 30,000. The Russian general believed that a corps of 1,500 men in command at Lands, stationed at Friedland, was the extent of the forces opposing him. Bennigsen engaged in a skirmish with this corps and drove it back into the city. The Russian army then followed and crossed the river Elbe. Napoleon waited, feeling assured that Bennigsen would not have time to retreat. Then he brought his army of 60,000 men to the aid of Lannes and surrounded the Russians, pouring upon them a converging fire which worked disastrous results. The fragments of Bennigsen's army retreated to the Russian border, whither Napoleon's forces pursued them. At the Russian frontier, Napoleon received a communication from Tsar Alexander requesting peace. It was agreed that the two emperors should meet on a floating raft near the city of Tilsit. The result of this conference was the foundation of what has been called Napoleon's dream to build a vast European empire. Whatever may be said of that, it was surely the beginning of his downfall. Retreat from Moscow. Napoleon's invasion of Russia was one of the most disastrous military enterprises in the history of the world. It was not the Russians that defeated the emperor. During much of his advance he was left alone. Sometimes he was harassed by skirmish forces. Several great battles were fought, notably that of Borodino. But for the most part he was allowed to go on his way, for his enemies knew that he had greater than human forces to face and battle with, the vast Russian solitudes and the cruel, killing Russian winter. The terrible story is summed up in the statement that Napoleon invaded Russia with an armed force numbering more than 500,000 men, and that he returned with less than 30,000. Bonaparte had once said, "I will never lead an army to destruction, as did Charles XII on the steppes of Russia. My soldiers are my children." However, when Tsar Alexander of Russia refused to accept his terms, Napoleon assembled his grand army of Frenchmen, Italians, Austrians, and Germans, and invaded Russia as far as Moscow, a distance of 2,000 miles from Paris. He was victorious at Moscow, but the Russians burned the city and thus destroyed it for purposes of winter quarters. The Tsar delayed in his negotiations for peace so long that Napoleon was compelled to order a retreat, which began on October 19, 1812. His army was then harassed from the rear, and many lives were lost in these engagements. After 2 weeks of marching, the soldiers met the first wave of Russian winter. The roads were frozen sheets of ice, and in a week nearly all the horses perished. The cavalry could no longer ward off the attacks of Cossacks. Many of the guns had to be abandoned. The army lacked the artillery necessary to fight a big battle. Food supplies had to be abandoned, as there were no horses to draw them. Thousands stretched out by the fire at night, never to awaken in the morning. Cold and starvation killed them. At Smolensk, the army presented an appalling spectacle. Napoleon headed it, clad in furs, his expression set and stern. Behind him came the captains, majors, and lieutenants, then a few harnessed wagons with the emperor's war chest and papers. After that the straggling forces, many of them unarmed, limping, half frozen, some wandering away with wild looks, others falling by the roadside, never to rise again. At the frontier, Napoleon left this pitiful fragment of an army in charge of the King of Naples, took a horse, and rode to Paris. On board the Bellerophon. The Battle of Waterloo, June 18, 1815, was the final blow to Napoleon's power. On that day hung the fate of Europe. Napoleon faced the allied forces of Prussia, England, Germany, and the Dutch, and had assembled an army of 70,000 to meet them. The allied forces were under command of the Duke of Wellington. They were bound together by one stern purpose: to annihilate once for all the man whom they called the scourge of Europe. A heavy rainstorm prevented the Emperor from carrying out his original plan of attack, which was to meet the enemy in two sections. The night of June 17th was stormy. A heavy rainstorm made the road so heavy that the Emperor could not move his cannon into the place desired until a short time before the enemy's forces joined. Then, too, General Grouchy had been instructed to intercept the Prussian forces under Blücher and hold them back while Napoleon fought his fight with Wellington. If he could not do that, he was at least to follow Blücher to Waterloo. The arrival, therefore, of Blücher and his forces in good fighting trim put the French into such confusion that a crushing defeat was inevitable. In the rout, men had to save themselves as best they could. Napoleon left the field and took the road to Paris, where he found his power gone. He resigned as emperor in favor of his son and went to Rochefort in hope of finding a ship going to the United States. The English vessel Bellerophon blockaded the harbor, and Napoleon boarded it, throwing himself on the mercy of Great Britain. He reckoned, however, without his host, for England had never forgotten that Napoleon had threatened an invasion of Great Britain. Moreover, within the year Napoleon had been declared an international outlaw, outside the pale of social and civil relations and liable to public vengeance. So as Napoleon crossed the English Channel from Rochefort to Portsmouth with Captain Maitland on board His Majesty's ship Bellerophon, he had sought safety in the Lion's Mouth. England assumed charge of him on behalf of all Napoleon's European enemies and consigned him to exile on the island of St. Helena. At St. Helena. On a rock-bound island in the South Atlantic, the greatest military genius of all time spent the last 6 years of his life. There Napoleon dragged out the months in company with a number of his former associates, recalling the glories of the past and complaining of the bitter conditions of the present. There he wrote interesting memorial papers and gave expression to the ripe results of his military training. Sir Hudson Lowe, a British military officer with little tact or diplomacy, was his jailer. It was not possible for such a man and Napoleon Bonaparte to meet on terms of amity. Writers on the subject differ, as they do on almost all the episodes of Napoleon's life. Some say that Sir Hudson abused and insulted Napoleon shamefully. However, there are French writers who try to prove that Napoleon continually lied to and intrigued against the governor. Napoleon's mind during these days turned frequently toward his son, the little king of Italy, and he dictated many instructions as to the boy's future. It might have been with the hope that at some future time an empire might come to his son that he also dictated those elaborate memoirs in which he gave an account of himself. During a terrific storm of wind and rain on the night of May 5th, 1821, Napoleon died. The dash of the waves and the roar of the storm seemed to stir his fading faculties and to arouse in him a memory of the din of battle. For his last words were tête d'armée, the head of the army, and with that ejaculation in a sharp military tone, his lips closed forever. He was buried near his favorite haunt, a fountain shaded by weeping willows at Longwood, the estate on which he had lived at St. Helena. British soldiers accompanied his body to rest with reversed arms and fired a parting salute over his grave. In his will the following extraordinary statement appeared: "My wish is to be buried on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of the French people whom I so dearly loved." In 1840 his body was ceremoniously transferred to Paris and buried in the Hôtel des Invalides, with every circumstance of military pomp and national mourning. End of Section 10.